With each breath, pain and destruction. My world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I hope we meet again someday. Someday. The flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. I know we'll meet again someday. The sky is frozen by apathy, desolation, fear and catastrophe. But I won't stop hunting with blade points. This pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I know we'll meet again someday. Someday. The flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. We'll meet in NARAKA someday.
Tôi là Lam Xiao Lu, tôi là Triết Công Thái Sơn nhân, là xa số Minh Cô, xa số phân số cái chân sinh nhân.
在小富的嘴巴，在最穷国你们仨，小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我三十家就喜欢多去台山唱歌，喜欢坐山林都跑啊跑。是家，只有老人头上嘅盼望嘅，可以教我定路脚步。我爷對我講，平安鐘是俾你在台先嚟以後將可以做嘅，所以我經常拿佢嘅平安鐘對照將在看待新年，夢想地個台先嚟以後就像平安鐘嘅樣子。每一次 一赶场走前，我到好冲着去拦路，就为了多睇几人，信仰条上3号嘅法子。当时懵里懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活大会，更是台人为大老都冲对过，其实都是平王包容嘅人冲台，就符我人自由嘅象征。起条台先来，就像是太太外班嘅自由是先落样子。体验生活也好，梦六也好，出台新速度，当然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
妈，你干嘛？老给我带这个呀？我想再上这个。
伴随我女面面台先来，也面面教我，向啲細事隻外運對平旺嘅熱愛盡顯露出。所以我十分堅決將條歌上。我啲過一次當作出發，我想對啲個嘅體會當作有平旺中。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一輩子。現在我在舞台上唱出啲個嘅故事，啲民俗嘅真心都上了革新嘅色彩。革新衣裳唔只是俾你在相處嘅標誌，而是俾我人勇氣，讓我人無拘無束做啲個嘅披風弄開腳。愛來自山下。我是熱愛嘅勇氣弄英雄，我是憧憬平旺嘅傳道中嘅一個，愛也是平旺，愛是書記，愛心無懼。
所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这03年3月1日是吧？07年是不是58年？看这个哪一年？这个11年，再看8。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
you see this coming?
我是蓝小璐，我是浙江泰顺人，是下属民歌、下属分手的真心人。
你最想负责的吧，在最穷国你们仨，小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我细时只就喜欢对着台山唱歌，喜欢在山林都跑啊跑。唔是只，只有老人头上嘅盘王记可以教我定路脚谱。我爷对我讲，平王庄是不你在台山嚟以后才可以做嘅，所以我经常拿佢嘅平王庄对着正在看待新言，梦想地个台山嚟以后就像平王庄嘅样子。每一次一赶上早前，我都好冲着去拦路，就为了多睇几人信仰头上生好的法子。当时懵里懵懂的，不认出上嚟好事情嘅活大会，更是台人为大老都唱对歌，其实都是平王包容我人唱台，就负我人自由嘅象征。起条台先来，就像是太太外班嘅时候是先落样子。体验生活也好，梦六也好，出台小时都当然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
妈，你干嘛老给我带这个呀？我想带上这个。
伴随我女面面台先来，也面面教我像啲细时只怪云对平王嘅热爱彰显落去。所以我十分坚决将头挂上。我啲怪一次当作出发。我想对地个嘅体会当作有平王中。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一辈子。现在我在舞台上唱出地个嘅故事，啲民俗嘅真心都上了革新嘅色彩。革新衣衫唔只是俾你在相处嘅标志。而是俾我人勇气，让我人无拘无束，做啲个嘅披风弄开脚。爱来自山下，我是热爱嘅勇气弄英雄，我是憧憬平王嘅全岛中嘅一干。爱也是平王，爱是书记，爱心无惧。
With each breath, pain and destruction. My world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I hope we meet again someday. Someday, the flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. I know we'll meet again someday. The sky is frozen by apathy, desolation, fear and catastrophe. But I won't stop hunting with blade points. This pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I know we'll meet again someday. Someday, the flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. We'll meet in NARAKA someday.
你俩用的歌词成的，
所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这个03年、31年、31要5是吧？07年、17年、58年，那这个哪一年？这个51年，概况80。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game, challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
如何成为一名永劫高手？重点在于学习。我每天会花费大量的时间去研究刀法。
刀不是这样用的，你这样用刀，是不会有人想看的，对吧，兄弟们？
那应该怎么用？
一句话，人刀合一。
难道说这就是
百战无限？
Take it higher. Light it up like we on fire. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. At the top, we be singing like the choir. Yeah, we building the empire. We the chosen, we the kings, we the leaders in the ring. They can't tell us not a thing. Yeah, we running the game, we can win. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. Light it up like we on fire. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. Yeah, we building the empire. We the chosen, we the kings, we the leaders in the ring. They can't tell us not a thing. Yeah, we running the game, we can win.
Hello and welcome everybody to our third bi-weekly trios day. Bi-weekly 4 now. It's gone by so quickly. You know, we're in the 4th week. I am Dunkin' Donuts. I am joined by my good friend Seb here. How are you feeling about today, Seb?
I am feeling absolutely excited, and yeah, like you said, this bi-weekly split has gone by so quickly. I remember when we were doing these first NBPL seasons, it would take, you know, it felt like it was, you know, good long season. This time it's felt so fast, and honestly a little bit sad to see it come to a close, but don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, we are always going to have more and more NARAKA action coming live to you guys after the NBPL spring split of 2024 is finished. So don't you worry about that. We're gonna have premium NARAKA coming to you all the time. And speaking of NARAKA on Twitch, ladies and gentlemen, be sure to go ahead and collect your Twitch drops. If you're going to be watching today, if you watch for 15 minutes, you're going to be getting a nice little bit of 200 Tay. Spend that on unlocking some new talents with the new talent system and the new potential system. You get some spectral silk. You could get some, pick yourself up some nice stuff in the spectral silk store if you watch for 30 minutes. And if you watch for 60 minutes, you get a little try before you buy action with a trial choice gift. And these rewards can only be received once a week, so make sure you tune in for at least an hour once a week, and as well tune in to the bi-weekly finals every single week to get yourself a couple extra special prizes, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be the Twitch drops. But yeah, Duncan, how are you feeling about today? This is a make or break day for some of these players, because if they do not put a lot of points on the board, they're going to be in that bottom slot and they will lose their chance of making it into the bi-weekly finals.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. We've got a whole bunch of teams currently sitting in the bottom 6, and quite a few teams that don't really want to be in the bottom 6. You know, they've all played one day. People like J Team, EWG, Bowder, WBG, XCG, TE. You know, those are your bottom 6 right now. All of those teams have only played one day, so they still have the opportunity to come in today and get that qualification for the finals. And we're going to be taking a look at the total standings right here. Here we are, J-Team, EWG, Bowder, WBG, XCG, and TE all in the bottom. J-Team all the way down in 18th spot, unfortunately, for them. Sadly, J-Team has just been somewhat of a disappointment for a while now. Things have just not been going well. They didn't make it to Worlds last year. They've not been doing very well this year in the normal splits. But taking a look at the top 12 right now, BBE is currently the one team that isn't going to be able to fight for their chance today, so to speak. You know, they're not going to be able to actually defend their point, defend their spot on the qualification leaderboard. You know, we've got 521 Alliance, who are in 11th and 12th, who are going to be trying to keep their spot in the top 12 and try and grind up as high as they can. And then we've got quite a few teams, or the top 3 teams right now. Wolves, what a performance we've seen from them at 214 points already. I'm bound to be extremely happy about that one. So they're definitely qualifying, I think it's safe to say. And one thing about the qualification rounds leading up to the bi-weekly final is the fact that you take a percentage of the points that you get in the qualification rounds into the finals. So getting more points is always going to be nice, because then you can take a nice little cushion into the bi-weekly finals with you and potentially get a head start on some of these teams.
Yeah, 100%, especially being an entire, almost a whole 100 points, I believe 98 just around points ahead of that second place team is going to give them a huge advantage going into that bi-weekly finals, giving them a little bit of breathing room going into those first couple of games. As you know, with the finals and the new way that they have these finals going, is once you hit that 74, I believe, point marker, you go on to match point, and giving yourself such a huge head start with that many pre-posed points going into the finals, you're going to have a much easier time hitting that mark faster and then having an even better chance at getting MVP after you hit that mark. But going into the day today, those were the teams that we are going to be seeing play. And yes, the teams that are on these lower standings are going to have a very difficult time to try and climb up. And it is going to be very, very difficult for some of these teams to try and bounce up. But we know that lots of these teams are very good. We have seen J-Team perform in the past. Unfortunately, they have been not doing too well this bi-weekly split and in the entire spring split of 2024, unfortunately. But, you know, anything can happen. You know me, I'm a huge J-Team fan. So hopefully we'll get to see something going on as we're going to jump into game number 1 of 6 today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a little bit of basically the exact same thing that we're being seen from these bi-weekly splits. We're going to have 6 games going on, starting off on Holleroth, flipping over to the Morris Isle, and by the end of that, we are going to be seeing who is going to be going to the finals and who will be going home for the bi-weekly split number 4.
Indeed. About to start it off, we're all going to be on Holleroth, and we're going to be seeing these... well, I was about to say, you know, I'm very used to solos, where in solos you see farriers, zippings, you know, all of those sort of passive, survival-oriented characters on your Holleroth days, because it's always daytime. However, in trios, we're seeing essentially just bits and bobs, like a little bit of everything in every game. You know, it doesn't really matter if it's Fireflies or not. For most of these teams, they're all just going to be playing whatever they can in whatever game. One thing I am interested in, though, is if we're going to be seeing any more of this Zai composition. I'm assuming we will, since it's been very popular and it's been doing extremely well. The Zai Matari zipping composition that has started taking over in other regions as well, in the EU and the NA regions. We recently had some scrims. People have been playing it there. We've been seeing lots and lots of different compositions, and one composition which I also want to see more of is the ACOS. I think it's ACOS Feria or ACOS Yoto Yueshan, and it's essentially the ACOS variation of the Cannonball composition, which is definitely an interesting composition, which I like the look of, and I think that the ACOS could very easily be swapped out as Haka, but
well, we a little bit of bias towards Tarka there, and I mean, of course,
it's just something that would be fun, you know, it'd be fun to see. We've never seen Tarka in Nbpl.
We have not in trios.
I know, but when was the last time we saw a Tarka in solos as well? Recently, like Panda Man hasn't even been playing recently, and unless he's playing, we don't see Tarka, which is just sad.
Yeah. One thing I definitely do love to see is these variation
what is that?
comps. Oh my goodness, 5-2-1.
Matari Viper Wuchen.
Switching out that Tessa for a Matari could be a very interesting way that this comp's gonna end up leveling out. We're also seeing XCG bringing out that Temi Tianhai Feria. Very interesting comp. Seeing these off-meta comps, like you see all the stuff that works very well for these players. You see the Tessa, Viper, Wu-Chen, that blind date comp, as if you will. You see the Cannonball comp. You see the Sand Siphon. These comps have been tried and tested, and these players know that they work. So it is very risky to play an off-meta comp, but when you see the creativity of these players when they're trying to create these new compositions, I think that it is so cool the way these players are able to just start and make this new pattern, new way to play the game, and it completely changes everything up within the meta. It changes everything up within the fabric of the NBPL, and for me, it's one of the most amazing things to see. We're seeing a full Transformers comp coming up from Alliance here.
Ooh.
And then a Transformers comp swapping the Yushan out with a Temmie for Team JL. This is interesting. Transformers getting brought back. I personally haven't been able to watch too much of the trios on the newest patch here, but before the new patch, we didn't see very much Transformers, and I am loving the comeback. I don't know about you, but that is one of my favorite comps to watch play.
No, I do agree, actually, even though it got somewhat stale back in the day, how we would always see traditional Transformers, etc. But the fact that, I don't know, I do like seeing it. It's one of those compositions that will always be a staple in NARAKA. I feel like it'll dip out of play at times in certain matters, but I think it will always come back because these three characters just work so well together. They synergize very well, and on a fundamental level, their abilities will always be useful in trios. So I do like seeing them, and it's always fun to see monks going for grabs in those end games, just getting oogly. We love it. We love to see it. But this is this is what I'm talking about. There's so much variety. We've got traditional Transformers, two of them, one with a tumult consideration, and then one with we've got NaiHQ, Kakaishi, and Jianan XCG on the Sand Mech instead. And then we've got a little bit of Sand Siphon, some with Zipping, some with Karumi, and then we've got the Zai Siphon composition with Matari and Zipping and Zai, and then this Matari Viper Wu-Chen comp, which I'm very, very surprised by, and quite frankly, I think is not gonna do very well. I feel like this comp is just not gonna do well at all. The Tessa is so integral to that composition. I don't know. It could work. They might be. It depends on what the Viper's running. I didn't actually happen to catch what the Viper was running, whether it was V1 or V3. I reckon it will likely be V1, as you can potentially get some lockdown with the Matari backstabs and try and secure that CC onto players, and then secure the V1 stun from the Viper. But it's hard to say, and I'm not really sure why the Matari would come out. It can be good into Zai. It could be a good staggering tool, especially. I think that could be the reason. I don't know. What do you think the reason behind it is?
Well, thinking if you're taking a look at why these players are playing Matari, the ability to get out of the way of having a second way to get out of these Viper ultimates as well, or maybe even the Tessa, could be why these players are running it, but I'm not too sure right now, as we are actually going to flip into the gameplay already, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Alliance picking up a couple of kills right off the bat here onto EWG, and it looks like they're going to fully wipe EWG out right off the rip here. They are going to have their respawns, ladies and gentlemen, so don't worry if you are an EWG fan. We are going to see them coming back into this game as we're flipping back over to, we're going to see OUG and Bauda getting active right at the start of this game here. We're going to see Yiran trying to make some plays with the purple fan in hand. OUG's U going to get pulled back. Bane going to be dropped for Bauda as well. OUG trying to get out of there as fast as possible. Don't want to get caught up fighting in the Bane. It is definitely a risky play. OUG's SS going to invest that ultimate and the F ability to be able to get out of there pretty quickly. Still going to try and put a lot of pressure on Yiran. Able to get one charged LMB off with the fan, dealing a decent amount of damage onto SS, but they're able to get out of there pretty quickly, out of the range of the Bane's Breath, as well as SS going to try and make a play on the back. Does have an armor advantage here. We're going to see Yiran knocking everybody everybody back. Huge F3 there. OUG's the king. Gonna get taken very low, and now SS trying to back off using that F ability, but you getting dangerously low as well is gonna go down, and Bauda picking up 1 kill already. OUG's SS trying to go for a bit of a reset here, as well as the king. Gonna throw the blue out and getting parried pretty fast, as the one remaining member of OUG is gonna try and just play their life, get out of there. Not wanting to lose that purple armor, it could be very useful for their scale later on into this game. So they are going to keep that there, as we are flipping back over closer to the Imperial Village, where GG and TE are facing off with a bit of range shots coming through. Han trying to get active onto CJS. CJS down in the bottom, clanking off of all of these players. Tries to go for a parry, is not going to be able to connect there, as these players are just trying to hold on the outside. Gonna be scale rushing in here, but we do not see them trying to enter, but the ultimate's gonna come out here from TE, as the Wu Chen port is going to bring Team GG to safety.
Indeed it is. So many Moonbanes going down in Metab as well. That was kind of crazy. That place, it is just Grief City, in my opinion. You just get absolutely cooked in that big room at the bottom of that area. It's very hard to escape from. But taking a look off the rip, we did have quite a bit of fighting to start it off, but now it's started to slow down a little bit. Not too much aggression happening. A lot of these teams having already used their rebirths, now being forced to go out into the wild and try and find themselves some loot. Oh my lord, the gold pole sword already onto KLA. That's crazy. What? That's actually crazy. They must have gone to the podium and gotten themselves that Morris from the puzzle, got themselves the golden pulse sword. Very nice for an early game Zai. Zai is going to be doing a lot of damage off the rip, you know, as Zai's ultimate scales up off of your weapon rarity. Having a gold weapon early on is just absolutely huge. And it's just that they're trying to make their way over to this area. They may have spotted out Alliance, not too sure. Got Bauda over by the Thorny Roller. Not the best loot, but they got purple weapons. Surprisingly enough, quite a few players have purple weapons right now. 2 players of Bauda having purple weapons is kind of insane, as they recently changed it so that now you cannot get anything above blue rarity out of normal troves. So the normal troves that you find on the ground, the normal stashes, the blue ones, cannot drop anything above blue rarity. But if you find a golden trove, a golden stash, then you can get things of purple rarity. So I don't know, you have to be pretty damn lucky, if I might say so. But J team here, they're definitely looking to scale up into this end game on this composition. It's not looking too good for them at the moment, but they do have plenty of time left. OUG looting up as well. Very quiet early game. We had that initial bit of action. Oh, as I say that, J-Team, they found themselves at odds with Alliance. F3 coming out from the Yueshan. Interesting choice for the F3. We have seen it quite a bit on the Cannibal comp, but not on the traditional Transformers, but it's still being useful. Both of these monks have used their ultimate. Trying to find some grabs. Bo going for those right clicks, trying to find them, but unfortunately not able to find anything so far. The parry coming through from Revenge onto Ice, though. Beautiful parry now, forcing out that Yueshan ultimate and the Karumi ultimate as well. Now Alliance are just going to be able to disengage somewhat, try and buy themselves a little bit of time, and try and waste the timer on these ultimates. Lane having that Yueshan ult ready to go at a moment's notice. They're going to be at an advantage as long as they don't lose a member or lose all that much effective health in the meantime. And here it is, the call from J-Team has been done. We need to disengage, boys. We need to get out of here. They're going to have ult advantage on us. And here it is, Lane's jumping in, trying to chase him down, and here's the ultimate coming through. They have 2 ults. And the enemy team has none. Yueshan trying to find the slams inside this area. Can be difficult if they make it to the roof, but it's not going to be enough. ZYI is going to be taken down alongside Lee, alongside his Tianhai teammate. Thankfully, Yueshan has been able to make it out alive, but that is going to be a rough recovery for J-Team if they want to stay in this game.
Yeah, very unfortunate to see J-Team going out so early. They were on the back foot at the start of that fight, ended up ulting a little bit early with that Yushan and the Kurumi ults, giving the other team, Alliance, a very huge advantage into that fight. Just absolutely phenomenal play from Alliance, so to capitalize on the fact that they didn't have their ults. Ooh, Assassin's Lunge coming up from SS twice in a row there. It's going to pop that F1, taking out one member of TE, but they are going to end up porting out with the Wu-Chen ultimate to save face and try and get that res off. It looks like they got Han up, as we are going to see another ultimate coming out from OUGZU. That F3 is going to come in, and TE's LYD is going to go down, even though they had that tether onto them from TE's Tessa. It is going to be very difficult for them to be able to come back. Huge parry from you to be able to capitalize and come away with the eliminations on to the rest of Team TE. They do still have the resurrections though, so they will be coming back into this game. Unlike J-Team, who only have their Yushan left, it is going to be difficult for them to try and buy back the rest of their players, but like we say in NARAKA, anything is possible, ladies and gentlemen. As we are nearing the end of Circle 1, closing onto Circle number 2, these Realm of Yangs and Morrises are going to be popping up in and around the map, as we are seeing a Draco Storm buff coming up by the Morris closer to that northwestern side, or northeastern, sorry, side of the map.
Yes, indeed. Jiaonan, XCG. Not sure if they're looking to go for the Spirit Well or for the Realm of Yang, as both of them are spawning right on top of each other. But one thing that we've definitely started noticing is that a lot of teams are being very hesitant to go into these Realms of Yang, as now you cannot store Soul Blooms. You can't leave a team's worth of Soul Blooms just lying around at the beginning of the game, and then if you lose your Realm of Yang, go back and pick them up, as now they have a 2-minute timer on them. And they'll definitely have expired by the time that you want to pick them up. So yeah, it's a big risk. But if you're going to be going to the Realm of Yang, Transformers is a pretty solid team to be going into it with. We've got JL, VVV, TXJ, and Wanfeng on this Transformers variation with the Tumulk instead of the Yueishan. Fang using that ultimate, VVV getting chunked down. Xiao, though, extremely low, forced to use that zipping ultimate and the Tumulk. All three ultimates being popped by WBG. It's not looking too good for them, considering... Oh my god, what a beautiful grab coming out from Baige. Gonna get the slam. Unfortunately, not all that much follow-up coming through, as it's mitigated by that Furin Blast from Baige. Now the Monk is out of the ultimate. The Takeda still has one blast left. He uses it, but now it's just a neutral fight for them. Whereas JL have two ultimates available. There it is. The Tumulk ult coming out now. And the Kurumi ult as well. Baige is going to get stuck inside the wall. He gets pushed out, though. Kurumi ult does get relocated. They do have the zipping ult back up and running, and VVV has been taken down. It's been turned on its head. One Fang as well is going to be taken down. WBG have somehow turned this fight when they were at such a huge disadvantage. Two ults that the enemy team had on them, and yet they still make it work. And now, I mean, it's a 1v3 situation. TXJ has no chance. And it's over. That's insane, Seb. Wow. WBG coming in clutch.
The Stoneform lock at the end there to secure that final kill. Absolutely phenomenal. And one thing I noticed in that fight, Sleepwalker doing a really good job of clanking that pole sword as his teammate was going to get slammed to the ground. We did see he tries to go for that follow-up after the slam from the Monk. He tries to go and follow the damage up from the slam with a pole sword slash, but Sleepwalker did a great job at clanking the pole sword, so the follow-up damage didn't come through, and the Takeda was able to reposition, get that Furin off, and give them a huge advantage into this fight. Flipping back around to WBG, we are going to see them going off against Team OUG, fresh out of the Realm of Yang. They do have the Vermilion's Birdmite buff, giving them a second chance at respawning into this fight if they do end up losing this fight. So they are going to try and hyper aggro onto this. OUGZU getting a huge parry, but Baiji getting saved by the the Tumulch ultimate, as OUG's U is going to be the first of their team to go down as they scale outside of the no ult zone. They try to go for the overhold on the spear, is going to be able to connect. Trying to back off, the Clank is going to come out. Assassin's Lunge from SS putting in some huge damage onto Sleepwalker. Mortal Defiance is going to come out from that Z-Ping ultimate as they have 1 health remaining on OUG's The King. The Tessa ultimate is going to come out from SS to be able to peel just a little bit longer. Sleepwalker is going to end up going down though. SS coming back around, but is going to end up getting parried as 5-2-1 coming in on the third party here. Sleepwalker is going to go down, but Unique is going to be the one to pick up the kill. And WBG in a very sticky situation now. They do have the Vermilion's Bird Might, so they will be able to respawn, but they are going to end up going out.
Indeed, they are. A beautiful third party coming out from 5-1, netting them a few cheeky kills, taking them up to 4 eliminations. And Alliance, oh, looking at the scoreboard though, just quickly, Alliance have been fully eliminated from this lobby already. So has XCG, unfortunately. TE looking to jump in here. 5-1 immediately using that Wu Chen port. They do have the V1, as I suspected earlier. Unique gets caught up by the stun, and TE is going to take one of them down. LYD, they're going back into the zone to see if they can find any more players. They're just going to be looking for the loot up. Lots of loot to be had for this team. Over here in the north, the northwest, JL. Looks as though they lost their teammate. They after the realm of Yang, they let one of their teammates die, or they only got 2 soul blooms and one of them died. VVV, I imagine, and they picked up a rebirth charm from the shop and have now managed to bring him back to life, thankfully for them. We got the quick replay here. OUG engaging onto XCG here. XCG, this was the start of that huge third-party situation that we just saw. The Draco Storm coming in. Those Assassin's Lunges. Taking a look now at KLA. They've only managed to pick up 3 eliminations, but they are looking pretty stacked. 2 players with that golden weapon is going to be huge for them. And they're posturing to go into this second realm of Yang already. This game has gone by so quickly, it feels like. We're going into the second realm of Yang already. Got a bit of a potential engagement up in the north. 5-1 with EWG here. Yin getting bursted down. Literally just exploded. EWG ready to pull the trigger and absolutely obliterate Yin here. Unfortunately, 5-1 is now going to have to fully disengage. I think that's they're now down to their last player remaining. Only 1 player left alive on 5-1. Unfortunate for them. And they're one of the teams that is on that threshold. They're currently in 12th place, and they need to try and get quite a few more points if they want to qualify into the bi-weekly final.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate to get caught sleeping like that. They didn't notice the bush, the surprise attack, picking up 1 player, and the surprise attack when you're getting into these fights, you're often not going to be thinking 100% straight, and your mental's a little bit off. He allows those 1.0s to connect every single time, twice in a row from that purple fan, just dealing so much damage and getting them able to pick up the kill. And KLA, a team we haven't seen too much come out, but look at how stacked they are in the loot department. We see some gold soul jades, a bunch of purple ones, 2 gold weapons, and purple armor for all of them. They are going to have a very big advantage into this fight here against WBG. And I can't wait to see how this composition is going to play out, especially against the Sand Siphon, as we're going to see that ultimate coming out right away here, bringing that F back in. Matari ult is also going to get invested here. Bunching up all of these players is going to be very difficult to try and hit that with the Zai ult, and getting that F2 or the V2 ult off the burn damage is going to be able to deal so much if they're able to connect with it here. But the Clinks keep coming out, able to catch Sleepwalker out with it once here, but not being able to deal too much. able to hit a couple of times, but this Takeda just playing a super good peel game for the rest of these players, as it looks like 17S is going to be taking a lot of damage right now, needs to back off pretty quickly. BaiG now taking a decent amount of damage too. That gold pole sword just dealing so much now. Sleepwalker already out. Aciao now taking a lot from the Flamebringer. 17S coming back around. QGG is going to be going down as well. It's now a 2v2 here. The overhold comes out into the 1.0 from BaiG, backing off, but the parry, huge parry coming out, taking out Aciao, and now it is a 2v1 situation, and CXZ with that gold pole sword. 2 gold pole swords for one team, taking out WBG in the Realm of Yang.
Beautifully done there. It looked as though it was gonna go in the other team's favor, but they somehow managed to clutch it up there. He did an extremely good job of fending off that Zai. The Tumulka was placed extremely well as well. The Zai was struggling so much to actually get value out of the ultimate, and at the end of it, didn't really manage to get much out of it, but they did burn pretty much everything from that team. But now taking a look at OUG and TE, Han with that V1 is going to be able to stun these players. SS getting cooked as well. You already been taken down. Han now trying to send out those spear bonks. Both of these teams are going to get locked down by the Tessa ultimate. SS does go down though. It looks as though TE is going to be able to clean up this fight. Looking pretty cooked for OUG, unfortunately, but he's fighting his heart out. The King, he's trying to make something happen. The 1v3 from the Wuchen. It would be legendary, but unfortunately, it is not going to happen. And TE are going to pick up another 3 eliminations for themselves. And here they are. They were sitting down below in that bottom 6 bracket, but already 8 eliminations on the board. They are making their way into qualification for sure. Unfortunately, though, for J-Team, they haven't picked up a single kill this game, and they've already been fully eliminated. Not a good start. Not a good start if you're sitting in 18th place for 20 points.
Yeah, it's definitely not the best that they can do. Obviously, with these new players coming into the team, they have to work on their synergy. Lee, the OG 2-time world champion for J-Team, is one of the only remaining players that was on that original team that was able to win. And these new players are not really adapting to playing together. Their synergy just isn't there yet. Hopefully they can work on adapting, and they will be able to figure it out and change up their style to come and put a few more points on the board by the end of this season. If not, we always got next season, and next year there's always time to improve. Lots of these teams, like KLA, when they first came out, we didn't really think of them as a very powerful team, and now they're doing absolute numbers, as well as WBG coming out here into this game. We are going to see BaiG taking a decent amount of damage here, protecting themselves with that Tumultual. Sleepwalker able to put some space between them and KLA. Now they are down that 1 ultimate. They still have 2 on the board. CXZ as well, using that ult from KLA. QGG here is going to try and take Aciao down. Aciao getting very, very low in HP, as we are going to see BaiG now taking a lot of damage. They're going to try and take Aciao out. Having that healer gone into the fight is going to be crucial for them. Aciao now down. Going to try and take BaiG out as well. And with that Yang depletion timer, they are not going to be able to revive them. They can buy them back, but BaiG goes out as well. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. KLA taking out WBG, stopping their advance to try and make it into the top 12. 6 kills on the board going out at this point in time is not going to be terrible for their first game. They are still going to be warming up a little bit, as we're going to see a little bit of a replay from KLA's first Realm of Yang that we did not get to catch earlier against Alliance. But yeah, having WBG, they're going to need to make up a lot of those points coming back into these next 5 games after this.
Absolutely. Taking a look at this replay, unfortunately for Alliance, they've not really been able to find all that much value out of this Tianhai ultimate, but as I say that, they do manage to secure 1 grab. CXZ getting locked down and slammed, taken out, but Alliance Bow coming out of that ultimate with no armor and very little HP. It is going to be tough to disengage and avoid this Zai, who's just running onto him. The F3 is ready to come out at a moment's notice from the Zai. Here it is. The Yueshan is trying to make something happen, is trying to prevent this Zai from getting all that much value, but it's extremely difficult when Zai is just able to move around so much and isn't actually standing in place. Now, Revenge had been trying to get this Kurumi tether onto Bo and potentially get that resurrection, but unfortunately not able to do so. Lane getting taken down extremely low the moment that he comes out of that ultimate as well, but they opt to switch targets over to that Kurumi to make sure that the healer doesn't have another opportunity to try and res or use that very valuable F3 that we've seen get so much value in the past. Lane, though, he does get cooked. He almost takes down QGG, but unfortunately just wasn't able to do it. What are we doing here? We're playing Sonic over here, I guess. KLA dropping the money for his teammate in a random line instead of just standing still. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, ding, ding. Exactly. But yeah, KLA looking really strong in this game. And you know what else is worth noting here? The fact that it's 8 minutes left of the game and we've got 16 players alive. There is not all that many teams left. A lot of teams have been fully eliminated from this lobby already. That's kind of insane. Kind of insane. There's only 4... Wait, no. How many teams? No, there's quite a few. There's more than 4.
16 divided by 3.
Yeah, my brain doesn't work right now. Like 5 and a bit.
Caster's doing math. Ladies and gentlemen,
5 and a bit.
16 divided by 3.
So I think it is... It's 5 and a bit. 5 teams and then 1 solo. And I think that 1 solo might be 5-2-1. Because 5-2-1... Ah, look, there, exactly. I was exactly right. 5-2-1 had 1 member left alive on the team, the Wu Chen, after his Viper got jumped out of that bush. I'm not sure if he's actually managed to find the Rebirth Charm. It's rather difficult to find those on your own. And there it is, Unique, the 1 player left alive on Team 5-2-1, stuck in the middle of everyone. Oh my lord, he is about to get lit up by TE, trying to disengage here. Pulls back the ultimate. Gonna be relocating it somewhere else. And he's just not managed to find the money so that he can get the Rebirth Charm, unfortunately.
Yeah, and this late in the game, the Rebirth Charms are usually pretty sold out.
Yeah, that was... See, the thing is, though, so recently when I casted the Trios Scrim for EU, I saw that there was a crazy amount of Rebirth Charms just in the game. For some reason, I felt like there was definitely more than there used to be. But look at Unique trying his heart out, trying to stay alive. The bomb dodges coming through, but it's just not going to be enough.
Hey, he put up a very good effort to be able to dodge a lot of those shots and stay alive as long as he did, but doesn't really change too much in these standings as 5-2-1 is going to go out. Still holding that 12th place spot, but Alliance and 5-2-1 definitely in a risky situation with TE. 8 kills on the board, having an absolute phenomenal game. 9 kills for KLA and 8 kills for TE. So these are the top 2 placed teams right now, if you're looking for game number 1 standings, not the overall standings. And if TE is able to take these 8 kills a little bit further, place in the top 3, pick up a couple more kills, they are definitely going to be surpassing 5-2-1 as they are only 2.9 points away from getting that 12-point marker and about 10 points away from passing Alliance in that 11th place spot. Bauda, another team, they're doing all right, but they do only have 38.5 points, so they're going to need to try a little bit harder, and that is something you don't want to see happen, especially if you are trying to grind back to get into that top 12. Bauda's Jing getting dangerously low here as all of these players see it. The Tessa Charm coming out from above, and it looks like GG is going to send that Tessa Charm out, absolutely griefing the game and giving CXZ 1 kill here. Bauda is going to lose 1 of their players, and Yiran is going to end up going down to Team GG with a bow shot from downtown. And the last player of Bauda, Peak, is going to go down to CJS with the bow as well. GG picking up a couple of these range shots and coming away with 2 kills. Good way to pick up a couple of these third-party place kills for them, and a beautiful Tessa ult to facilitate all of that damage.
Indeed, you're absolutely right. And unfortunately, Bauda just absolutely cooked, and now we are down to 4 teams left alive. KLA GG, TE, and EWG. And CXZ, though, oh my good lord, he's just stuck on the buttery rocks, stuck with that V3, preventing him from using that ultimate, but somehow manages to get it off. I think he must have Phantom Step in his inventory. He may have been able to do it with the Phantom Steps that avoids the Viper ultimate line of sight, as if you go invisible, Viper's ultimate does not work on you, but it looks as though the cooldowns that they had to use to stay alive there are going to cost them the game, and two of them, in fact all of them, are going to be eliminated now. And on a 10-kill game, that is not what you want. You definitely want to be coming away with that first place finish, or at the very least the second place, so that you can get the most number of points, as you get a much better multiplier for your kills when you get a higher placement.
Yeah, the use of the Matari ult a little bit prematurely there to try and save them from the crisis that they had put themselves into ended up being their downfall, as they were not able to escape the wrath of Team GG, who is starting to come up as well. TE as well, putting in a lot more points. EWG now on the back foot, have that Takeda ult popped, but now are going to be taking a decent amount of damage from Team GG. The Tessa Charm coming out from long range, giving them a decent amount of damage onto 14 and to EWG9, forcing them to pop that Takeda ult. They are going to be able to get that reset, but not having the Takeda going into this final fight is going to be very dangerous for them, as we are Circle 6 closing in onto Circle 7 as we speak, with 2 minutes left in the game. Only 3 teams left are going to be battling it out. And yeah, this new patch has definitely been a lot faster paced in these games, as we usually see a couple more teams into these final fights. Is EWG gonna lose a player to Team GG right now? And the Tessa Charm's coming out, saving 14 from almost certain destruction there. Is gonna get charmed, but the Tessa, the Wu-Gen port is gonna come out. We're seeing all the ultimates getting popped now. TE on the back foot, gonna pop the Viper ultimate. Huge parry gonna be coming out from LXM. Han trying to make something happen with the Viper ult, is not gonna be able to connect onto anything, as GG now cleaning up the lobby, taking out the last member of EWG, one of the remaining members of EWG, and I believe there are 2 members of TE left and 1 member of EWG, GG being the only full team left on 8 kills. This is almost certainly going to go to them.
Hey, you say that, I mean, TE is sitting on 10 eliminations. If they're able to stay alive, and if they're able to clutch it up, maybe they could make it work. But as you said, GG is doing an extremely good job here. All 3 members still standing strong, and they're turning their gaze onto TE's Han, and Han is going to be taken down here. Now it looks as though it's just cleanup duty for GG, and there it is. GG are going to be coming away the MVPs of this first game, ladies and gentlemen. That was the first game. That felt really quick, I have to say. Even though it wasn't. It was probably the same duration as all the other games that we've had in the past. It felt a lot faster than usual. But there it is, ladies and gentlemen. GG coming away your MVPs. But what a game.
We
Interesting.
definitely see the circle get a lot smaller when it comes to these final fights. We usually go down to those last 10 seconds, or even to the very end when the circle's fully closed.
True.
I believe there was still about 1:30 left on the clock, so it feels maybe like, 10-15 minutes faster, but it's actually only like a minute 30 seconds quicker. But those final fights, when you have so many less teams, there's so much more space to be able to see what's going on, react to the play. As from a casting perspective, you're able to comprehend all of the fights that are going on a little bit better, and it's a lot less chaos and more just battles between these 3 teams. And it feels a lot more fast-paced, because you are ending the game with only 1 to 3 teams in that final circle, with a lot of space left to go. And yeah, GG taking that first game, not doing too much in that mid game, picking up a few kills. Early game we didn't see very much of GG, but they were able to close it out in that end game, holding strong, and that's where it matters the most. If you're able to close out in that end game, you're able to come away with so many MVPs, and GG impressing again and again and again. perfect, phenomenal play from them in that end game, able to clean up all of these teams. As soon as they started picking up those third-party kills, they were on about 4 eliminations going into that final circle. They were able to pick up 2 onto Bauda as Bauda started getting hit from all of these sides with the range shots, getting caught out kind of in the middle of that final fight. And then the Tessa Charm from GG from above, ending up ruining Bauda's play, getting 2 ranged bow shots. But, ladies and gentlemen, before we talk a little bit more about that, we got some questions for you.
The answer for treasures, as we do every week, every stream. We've got these answer for treasures for you guys in chat to have a chance at winning yourself a Spring Split random gift. You know the drill. Put your answer in the chat, and then a random person will be chosen out of the many who answer correctly to receive their prize. And the question is, how many kills did Team OUG get in the first game? Was it A7, B3, C8, D10? It kind of threw me off that wasn't like it didn't go 7, 8, 9, 10. But yes, A7, B3, C8, or D10. Make sure to get your answers in the chat. And don't go anywhere after you've done so, as you don't want to be the guy who misses out on having won a prize and won after having answered correctly. But back to Naraka. Game number 2.
Shout out really quickly. Shout out quickly to the answer of C being C8. Shout out creatives. Just one time. We always gotta put that in there. But yeah, as you were saying, Duncan.
As I was saying, in our game number 2, I think we're probably going to see more of the same. I'm not sure if we'll see the same kind of pace as some of these teams. Some of these teams, they sort of take a slow approach to the first game. You know, first game can be the game where everyone's just sort of warming up, getting locked in, getting ready. They just take a slightly slower approach. They don't get too oogly, and we don't see all that much happen. Which is what we saw in the first game. After the first few fights, we didn't see all that much fighting in the early game. However, we are taking a look at the first game scoreboard, and GG is going to be coming away with 19.4 points, TE with 15, KLA with 14.5, EWG with 30.7, OUG with 11.5, and it was 10. So if you put D, you were correct, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't know that, I have to say. But looking at GG, I'm about to say OUG, GG Viper with the 14,500 damage, 12,500 damage for CJS, and 7,000 healing for the Wuchen here. Nothing too crazy. And the thing is, it's kind of weird to see that there weren't all that many like crazy numbers being put on the board. And I think it was more that all of the kills were sort of spread out. The top 6 teams in that game all had a whole bunch of kills. So no team was able to get just like 20 kills, 15, 19 kills or anything like that. And nothing too crazy happened. But a lot of kills were up on the board. But TE, thankfully for them, have managed to secure their spot in that qualification, in that bi-weekly final, at least for the moment. There is still time. There is still time. Unfortunately, BBE is going to be that threshold, that sort of that spot that everyone has to overtake, and I think that will soon happen, I have to say. And it's very sad for BBE, as they have been doing extremely well in the past few weeks. They've been improving a lot as an SCA representative in the Nbpl. It's definitely good to see some of these teams from other regions come in and show what they can do, you know?
Yeah, especially if you look at the progress they've made from the first bi-weekly in this split to now. The first time they weren't even contenders for the finals. They were going out early, BBE and 521. There was nothing there. We could not see any sort of plays coming out. They weren't putting up points in solos and in trios. And how far they've come compared to how they were playing in these first bi-weekly finals is absolutely amazing to see. I love how perfectly they have just started to improve, mess with their synergy, and really create a team that is worthy of competing against these CN teams.
Indeed. Looking at these, listening to the comms is getting kind of crazy in there with GG, CJS, doing as much as he can. This Wu Chen ult was so beautifully done. They used the Wu Chen ult just at the right time to iframe through that Tessa stun so they don't get hit by it, they don't get charmed, completely avoiding it. One of the only real uses for the Wu Chen ultimate, I would say, at this point in the game, as if you're looking to teleport somewhere, where are you going to teleport? There isn't all that much space to really work with. So using your Wu Chen ult to avoid something like a Tessa charm or a Viper ultimate, for example, is exactly what you want to do. But it's not always that easy to execute. But here we are, going to be taking a look at our MVP of the first game of the day, CJS. Going to be taking that MVP, F1, V1, the Tessa. Nothing too crazy in terms of Jades, nothing too crazy in terms of damage, just a solid performance coming out from CJS, his 5th MVP of the split as well. Very nice to see these players start racking up these MVPs. But yeah, this is something to note, which I think is definitely changed the game a lot for a lot of teams, is the fact that we aren't seeing fully stacked Jade inventories coming out from these players. At least not as much as we used to. You know, before you could gamble on the shop and get purple minimum Jades for 2,000 coins. But now, if you want the same thing, if you want to be gambling for purple minimum Jades, you need to be spending 8k plus, which is just such a huge inflation of the cost of that Jade gamble. And you just cannot get the same value, unfortunately. But there are lots and lots of other things that you can get from the shop. And also the way that you can get Darktide coins in Immortal War has changed. So now, the further that the game progresses, the longer it goes, the more coins that you're going to be receiving for getting a kill. Which is... So, I don't really know exactly all the numbers and how it sort of correlates with each other. But it's definitely interesting to see how much it's changed certain things. We don't see teams having Hepta and Merciless Havoc at the beginning of the game now. We see a couple occasionally, but it's rare to see, which I think is good, because then it means that some of these teams that just get, or that used to just get super lucky with their Jade rolls, don't just roll through a lobby having just picked up a really, really strong Jade super early on and just dominate the game because of it.
Yeah, I think one of the main things that I saw in that last game, the only gold Jade that came out was Aurora Burst. There was a hung sword with Aurora Burst at the very end. I think I saw it thrown maybe 1 or 2 times. The only other memorable Jade was Assassin's Lunge. OUG's SS had the Assassin's Lunge with the dagger. In these previous patches, we've definitely seen these players coming out with lots of gold Jades, especially Merciless Havoc to be noted, and Aurora Burst as soon as the hung sword came out, and they were using it to hold their space a lot better, block the ranged projectiles, using it to hold areas closer to that final circle, which definitely made it a lot more difficult for these players to engage onto each other, making more players go into those final circles. And now that that element has been decreased into the game, we're seeing less and less players into those final circles because they aren't able to rely on those golden soul Jades to keep themselves alive, protect against range damage, and protect against these other factors in the game. These players are able to now run up and contest areas a lot easier that a team would be holding because of the lack of these gold Jades. That being said, if you do have one of those gold Jades now, you are going to have a huge advantage because lots of these teams won't be having them as frequently as the other ones.
Yeah, indeed. So it does make scaling into that endgame a lot more of a focus, especially for those of you at home who are in playing Immortal War, especially in trios, that you need to be looking for those opportunities to scale into the endgame a lot more. And one of the things for Nbpl trios is that the Realm of Yang is so much riskier now, so scaling is just so difficult. But surprisingly enough, we're seeing the sort of resurgence of Transformers, a team that relies so much on scaling. I don't know, man. You know, it's kind of strange that we're seeing it come back. with the traditional Transformers, when scaling has become so different and so difficult at times, I'm not sure if it's just like the first few weeks of NBPL trios that we're gonna see these teams, and then we're gonna be moving over to something else. One of the big things that I think really shows that some teams have thought about the scaling issue is that we had an interview last week where we asked, I'm not sure who it was, but we asked somebody about this Zai composition that they'd been running, and why it was so good and how they were making it work. And one of the things that they said was the fact that you only needed one purple armor to actually make it work, and the fact that you could have 2 players on blue armor and 1 person on purple, and you could still do well. And it was because of the fact that the zipping, not only the F3 on the Zai gets reset when the Matari ults, but the zipping's F1 also gets reset when the Matari ults.
And the F ability from the Zai also gets reset when Zai ults. So being able to F 3 times in a row, you F, you ult, you can F again, and then when you go into the Matari ult, you get another F. Especially using that F3 on the Zai to be able to knock back these other players, jump up into the air, create a little bit more space, and maybe get a player into hit stun to be able to deal some guaranteed damage is definitely a huge advantage a lot of these players are going to want to have. Going into this next game, though, we are going to be seeing more of the traditional comps start to come out. It's going to be Sand Siphon all across the board for Group 1. It's looking like Blind Date across the board for Group 2. And then we'll probably be seeing the Cannonball comp coming out for that final group. But J-Team, switching it up a little bit, they are going to be hopping onto the Transformers. Pretty interesting pick from them coming out. Hopefully they'll be able to do something with it, but it is definitely dangerous because they are going to be the outliers right now on that comp. Other than EWG going to be playing on the Sand Formers comp with the Tumulch and the Variation, as well as the Monk. And then we are going to be seeing the Cannonball coming out from 521, and XCG running the Zai, Matari, and Zping comp again. And I'm so interested to see if they'll be able to pull a little bit more off in this next game.
One thing that we need to know going into this second game, though, is that they are the only team running this composition, meaning that they are going to be the odd ones out going into this lobby. So if any of these teams spot out these players on this composition, it's going to be like, oh, it's a Zai. I haven't seen a single other Zai this game. Let's eliminate this team. That everyone's going to focus them with us. Let's do it. It's the same thing that we see in solos, where an odd one out always gets focused down and absolutely obliterated by the entire lobby.
Yeah, it is definitely difficult when you are the outlier, because all of these players, they don't know which team is which until they start to see their fighting style. It's a lot easier to pick out who you're fighting in solos, but especially if you're running a comp that nobody else is running, you go, oh, that's the Zai, that I know exactly who we're fighting right now, let's focus them out. And if the third party's coming in, you're not able to just blend in with, let's say, all of the other Temis and all the other Zpings. You're playing a different comp, so you're going to get focused out a lot more. That Zai, very noticeable. The Matari, also super noticeable. They do have ways to get away, Matari being able to go invisible with that ultimate. So there is an element where they are able to gain a bit of an advantage to escape from these fights and these third-party situations, but it is still putting them at a disadvantage nonetheless.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The Matari ult does do wonders if they're trying to disengage, if you're trying to run away, as not only does it make you harder to see, but it means that you cannot be grapple staggered unless they aim it. I've hit a few grapples on invisible Mataris in the past when they've teleported into the sky and tried to grapple away, but it is very difficult. It is not easy to manually grapple and actually hit those grapples consistently. So if they manage to do it, props to them, but it's going to be hard to actually grapple these players when that Matari ult is online and they're trying to disengage. So you're absolutely right. But We're going to be going into our second game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. And let's see if these teams are going to crank it up a notch and we're going to get a little bit more aggression throughout the game, or if it's going to be the same as last game.
And
what do you think, Seb? Do you think we're going to be seeing a lot of action or not so much?
I'm hoping the early game will be a little bit faster paced. The mid game was definitely very well played, in my opinion. The Realm of Yangs were taken with caution, and the recoveries from these realms, especially with that new 2-minute timer on the Soul Blooms, they're getting a lot more aggressive in that mid game. But yeah, the early game is, I'm really hoping to see a little bit more aggression, as we're already starting things off at ZE.
Oh,
J-Team.
No, not a good
Oh
start.
my goodness. Unfortunate for them. They're already going to lose their Kurumi. Unfortunate start, as we're going to see Lee already getting focused out as well. No weapon in hand. Going to try and use that F ability to come away. But the 3 Hung Swords, the movement from the Hung Sword, just giving them such a huge advantage. And the last player, it looks like ZE was actually able to get revived by their teammate, as they're going to be able to pick up a little bit of loot here going into this. But Baoda's Jing going to try and make a play off. Jing is going to end up going pretty low, tries to get that Tessa Charm off. They're both going to get charmed.
Oh, no.
And Peak coming in with the crazy F ability. Both of them getting stunned out now, and ZE is going to end up going down. Oh, bringing it
huge
back around.
damage.
Oh my goodness. Ice fighting, getting a huge parry off, and they're going to fight and bring, oh my goodness,
shot.
ladies and gentlemen. J-Team flipping the fight around. The phenomenal play from Baoda to be able to use that Viper F to prevent them from getting the stun off, from prevent them from interacting and regaining their souls. But they are able to come around and win the fight. That double charged attack from the dual halberds on the RMB, saving them and turning that fight around. Phenomenal parry as well to be able to take the victory in that first fight.
Indeed. I'm so surprised that no one parried it. I'm not gonna lie, though. I'm so surprised. That was, they definitely had a bunch of time to react to that one. They could have reacted. They could have gone for the parry. It was kind of their only shot at winning that fight, at least for J-Team, I mean. So if it's their only shot of winning the fight, then you know that it's one of those mind game situations. So when I've been asked so many times, when should I parry? When should I do this? Or when do I need to do this sort of thing? And I always start telling them that one of the big things that you need to realize is when it's going to be beneficial for your opponent to release a blue focus. At what point in the fight is it? Is it the start of the fight? Is it the end of the fight? Is one person really low HP? Do they need to release a blue focus if they want to win the fight, etc., etc.? And in that situation, J-Team, their only shot of winning the fight is if they get that double charge blue focus onto the enemy team. So, as the other team, you know that this guy has like a 70-80% chance of releasing this blue focus, as it quite frankly is their only chance. So you can bet on that. Those are pretty good odds. Those are pretty good odds. And you can safely say that, I'm going to parry this because it's very likely he's going to release. And yeah. No, unfortunately, they don't go for the parry. And they get absolutely shredded by those dual halberds. But again, after that initial bit of fighting at the beginning of the game, we're now slowing it down. KLA out here looting up. We're taking a look at Cuckoo's glyph page. Interesting, I have to say. Interesting. No rage for trios. Interesting. But we're going over to the northwest of the map here, and EWG scrapping it out against Bowder. EWG have lost 2 members, and soon to be the third, 14. He does have his ultimate available, but it's just not worth using at this point. He's never going to get any value as a solo monk in a 1v3 situation. So we see him save the ultimate, and Bowder coming away now, taking them up to 5 eliminations. Definitely a solid start for Bowder. Now heading on over to Metab. KLA are very close to XCG, but I don't see them very close to each other just yet. It's just that they are going to be forcing this fight, though. KLA immediately jumping onto Xiaonan. Xiaonan taking a lot of damage. Focus Light on QGG is going to knock him down and take him out. And Xiaonan is going to be eliminated. XCG fully split up here. The one team that had the Zai Matari zipping is already in shambles, unfortunately. 2 members already dead. Did J-Team spot him? Wait, what? No way. And he's out of there!
And they're letting him
what
go!
What the hell? What? He must have not seen him, surely.
They must have thought that maybe there was the rest of the team waiting in the wings or something, but they are gonna let him go. And J-Team are gonna get him some glasses. I don't know what to do with that, ladies and gentlemen, but they are gonna let him take his life and try and see if XCG can come back into this game here as we're flipping over closer to the Imperial Village and the Yushan Ruins. It's going to be JL. TXJ trying to just scale up a little bit more so that they can be a little bit more prepared going into this fight. And now we're flipping over Sleepwalker from WBG. Decent scale on the weapons. They've already got 2 purple pole swords for their team. And looks like we are going to see a Bane dropping onto this cave as they are picking up a key and trying to get a bit of loot going into this stash here, which we don't see very much of in the Pro League, but it's going to be nice to see what they're going to be able to get. It's going to be some Jades and a little bit of a Morris Blessing action going on inside of here. Hopefully they'll be able to scale up a little bit better.
The changes to the Immortal War allows them to buy keys from the shop now. So you're able to buy a key, and then it looks as though WBG playing the full scaling strat, where they get a whole bunch of money, buy themselves a Moonbane, and buy themselves a key, so that they can secure the stash and come away with a whole bunch of loot. 2 purple armors, bunch of purple weapons, and a bunch of jades. Definitely a worthwhile investment, especially now that they're able to go into the first realm of Yang with a lot of loot. Thankfully for XCG, they have managed to pick up a rebirth charm already. Kakaishi, the ninja who managed to avoid J-Team, managed to find himself a rebirth charm to resurrect one of his teammates. Very nice for them. I doubt they'll be going into the realm of Yang. However, they are going to be able to make their way back into this game and hopefully scale up and pick up their 3rd member as well. OUG over here in the desert. Looks like they're going to be going shopping as well. A lot of teams are down in the south over in Metab looking to get into this realm of Yang. Same thing with Alliance in Plume Castle. Looks like JL and 521 are taking shots at each other, but no one really wants to commit just yet, as it is Plume Castle and Realm of Yang is coming up very shortly. However, as I say that, Bowder and J-Team are going to be fighting it out just to the west of Plume Castle. A huge amount of damage coming out off the rip. J-Team Lee extremely low here. The F3 doing wonders, able to keep him relatively healthy. They have committed that Kurumi ultimate already, though. A parry comes out from Ice, but unfortunately it's not going to net them all that much value. Z is so unbelievably low, and he doesn't have ultimate. The F3 is going to come through. Lee now popping that Monk ult. They do get 1 grab. They get a 2nd, but unfortunately the Wuchen port is going to come through and save them there. Damn. That was so close.
We almost got to see our first double slam of the day, ladies and gentlemen, but the Wuchen had to go and mess it up, porting them out. It's a great way to escape the play, though. It's definitely one of the new difficulties with that Wuchen comp being played for these Monk teams going into that fight. Something you definitely will have to watch out for in the future, as we're going to see this Cannonball comp coming off against the Takeda Sand Siphon comp coming through. Kurumi variation being played as well. Great use of the Furen to knock back Unique in the ultimate now, as Yin as well going to hop into that Faria mech and start dealing a lot of damage, trying to make a play. We are seeing 1 Furen slash left, and KLA QGG on the front foot, trying to deal as much damage as possible, as we are going to see J-Team are going to end up going out, sadly, here. And 521 Unique not able to peel enough for Pampy And Pampy is going to go down, making this a 3v2. Ultimates are going to be burned by both teams here. So as soon as this barrier mech goes down, it is going to just be a neutral match between the two. F going to get invested from QGG here, trying to see if they can get a grab off. F3 going to come out from Yin, and now the 3v1 onto Unique. It's going to be very difficult for him to be able to survive this here. And the lights coming through, taking out 521's Unique and putting KLA as the winners of this second Realm of Yang.
Wait, the second one?
Realm of Yang. This is the first Realm of Yang.
Now, this early game felt a little slow. Well, our perception of time is just completely screwed up right now, Zed. It's completely screwed up.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's time, a very strange thing. But enough of that. Enough of the philosophy. We've got JL up against EWG to the east of Plumed Castle. VVV getting extremely aggressive, grappling in here with those musket shots, trying to get a little bit of damage down before they fully engage and go into that position 1 spot. Forcing out that Tianhai ultimate now. 14 trying to go for some grabs, but unfortunately not able to get anything off the rip. Tap dodged very nicely by JL. VVV with that musket, turning his attention over to XG. Trying his best to disengage. Manages to do so. 9 trying to make something happen. Trying to protect his monk from being bursted down. But he has lost a lot of his health, and he is extremely low now. And it looks as though they're going to leave him to the wolves. That is JL. EWG leaves their monk as the sacrificial lamb. And he is going to be taken down for now. JL, they aren't done with them just yet, though. They're on the chase, and they're going to try their best to lock down EWG 9. But fortunately for him, they were very, very close to Plumed Castle, so he is going to be able to go into Plumed and use all of those buildings, all of that terrain to his advantage to stay on the move and stay hidden. One of the great things about Plumed Castle, and I have to say, one of the worst things about Plumed Castle is that you just can't chase people in that place. You just cannot chase them. It's so difficult to lock down a zipping or something or whatever it might be, as they're just going up and down the giant castle in the in Plumed. It's just so impossible, man. It's so difficult. But if you are a trio and you're chasing down one player, it can be done. It's just extremely hard. But we're going to be going over to OUG and TE.
OUG here, back into this corner. It's a very awkward position to fight in, especially with both Temi ults coming out. OUG's U taking a lot of damage. Still has those 4 Furin slashes on the Takeda, but now getting caught in a Wind Wisp is going to end up getting knocked back here. And SS getting dangerously low, but LYD is going to be the first one to go out into this fight. This Poison Slash might be it for SS, but he is going to be able to get a Soul Bloom, recover. Furin Slash coming out from U to be able to prevent that damage coming off from Han. Leo going to go down. Han, the last remaining player of TE. They're trying to go for the uppercut combo with the Hung Sword here, as Han, just trying to back away as fast as possible, is going to end up getting grappled on. All of these players just sending these light attacks out and are going to eliminate TE from this game completely. TE finishing off with, I believe that is 3 kills on the board, and not the greatest finish for them today. But OUG, phenomenal job at getting those kills. A very awkward spot to fight. They were definitely on the back foot of that for a second there, and OUG being able to turn that fight around very well and bring away those 3 kills.
Indeed. I bet you BBE is very glad to see TE go out here, as they haven't had their the sort of like point threshold breached just yet, and every game that goes by that a team doesn't overtake them is another game that brings them closer to surviving and staying in that bi-weekly final qualification stage. However, we're going to be taking a look at a replay here. OUG going up against WBG in the Realm of Yang. Ashio getting taken down extremely low, managing to jump into that Farrier mech just in time. Baige on that Yueshan, trying to make something happen with these slams. Doing a really good job of knocking down OUG SS from that pillar. You trying to peel with the Furin Blast, the zipping F coming through as well to try and protect him. But it was not enough, unfortunately. The damage coming out from WBG is just too much to handle. Axio now coming out of that Farrier mech extremely low. OUG trying to make something happen. That golden Hangsword just doing so much damage. Baige does get taken down in the end. But the rest of WBG has had a chance to reset and get a full heal off. Axio with the Cavalry Bloom coming through like a lawnmower, doing so much. Sleepwalker and Axio in a huge advantage here. And there it is. The F1 is going to come through, but unfortunately, he is in a 1v2 situation. Axio waiting for the moment to use the Cavalry Bloom, and that is how OUG lost that Realm of Yang. That put them in that situation where they had to force a fight to cleanse the Yang depletion, which thankfully they did manage to do. Ooh, Kakaishi been spotted out now, sitting in a bush with no ultimate available. He is on the Matari, so he might be able to disengage here, but he's running it the wrong way. Need to run to the buildings, my friend. You can't be running into the open there. And unfortunately, he does get taken down. But in the meantime, we had GG in the Realm of Yang. I'm not sure if they went uncontested or not. I think they did, yeah. They had all of their ultimates available. So GG goes uncontested in the Realm of Yang and pick up Draco Storm. Now, the reason why they pick up Draco Storm here is because they don't need to pick up a buff that gives them their ult charge back. One of the things that we've seen that time and time again now, after they buffed Draco Storm so that it lasts as long as Mystic Might and Vermilion Birds Might, is the people have been picking it up. So when they have gone uncontested in the Realm of Yang, as it is an extremely good combat buff, it allows you to take very, very aggressive fights, as it is essentially just Storm Stride on steroids with healing. You know, it's just crazy. It's just crazy good. OUG able to pick up this Spirit Well and pick themselves up a buff and some loot, but unfortunately no team to immediately engage on. However, over here, GG fending off JL, forcing them back. No fight is going to come out here just yet, I don't think, but 521's Pampy is in a lot of danger. OUG manages to find their next victim. Yin out on his own. Yu finds him along with SS, and it's absolutely cooked. These players, they're just running into the zone and not towards the buildings. What are they doing, Seb? What is going on here, bro?
I'm not too sure. It's definitely the panic of being that last player alive, getting found out by a team. I've been in this situation many times. I'm pretty sure everybody who's played NARAKA being that last player alive, just trying to hold out and get as much placement as possible into these games. You're gonna panic. You're just gonna run away. You're not thinking exactly where. You're just thinking fight or flight
where should I
mode.
run? I just gotta run.
Your flight mode comes out. You start running away. Then you might end up trying to turn around and take a fight, but it's very difficult for these players to differentiate. Oh, I need to go to a building. I need to find cover and hide. If they end up running into a building, their reactivity skills will kick in and go, okay, now I can scale rush, grapple onto this wall, go onto the roof, and then be able to break some ankles. But when they're out in the open and they're just trying to run away, it's very difficult for them to just think, okay, I need to go to a building. I need to be able to run away. And they end up getting caught out. They try to make a last play, a last-ditch effort to run away. And, the last two times we just saw it with XCG's Kakashi, and then we just saw it with 521. They were unsuccessful. I mean, the amount of stun, the amount of stagger that these teams have, especially you just stagger from getting grapple checked and the stagger from these weapons, it makes it so difficult to be able to dodge away, especially after you've already burned your skill and or your ultimate. It's definitely very difficult. So unless you're Roy Shishi, who is one of the legends of the 3v1, it almost can't be done. As we're flipping back around to a replay here of the Realm of Yang, Team GG versus TE in the Realm of Yang. We are going to see them going up against each other. TE going to end up taking a lot of damage, losing two of their players really quickly, and Leo, already on very little health, is going to end up also going down.
Indeed. You are right. It does come down to that sort of like fight or flight kind of moment, and you can panic a little bit. However, it does it just shows that, like, we're all human. We can all make mistakes, but at the same time, you know, you're a pro. You're a pro in Nbpl. You got to have the presence of mind to think, okay, let me run towards the wall, the building that I can actually kite around. And it is a piece of advice that I have for all of you in chat. If you're ever in a bad situation, you ever have to run away, don't run into the open, because you're just a sitting duck. You're just going to get grappled. You're just going to get chased down. Always run towards a building, something that you can use to kite around, something that you can use to just sort of like juke around, maybe play a little bit of ring around the rosy with the enemy player, you know, or scale rush, just disengage somewhat, and something that you can use to break line of sight. Otherwise, you are never getting away. You're just never getting away. Especially when you're being chased by extremely good players. Wait, what?
I was saying, the more you know with Dunkin' Donuts, always giving us some of the greatest tips, taught me a lot of great things about the game. Definitely a very knowledgeable person when it comes to NARAKA BLADEPOINT. And very, very good advice, ladies and gentlemen in the chat. You should be taking this advice to heart, keeping it with you for the rest of your lives in your NARAKA careers.
Remember it till the day you die.
100%. As we're flipping over, there are about 9 minutes left into this game. Circle 4 is going to be closing onto Circle 5 shortly. The team that has been dominating a lot of this game has been KLA, with already 10 kills onto the board. They're in a very good position right now. If they're going to be able to hold it out to that end game, they were unable to last time. They did end up going out pretty early. So hopefully they'll be able to hold out to the end this time and maybe get a second place finish or a third place finish. Definitely the ideal situation for them. WBG, pretty stacked on loot, but they don't have as many kills on the board as they would have liked to have. Only 3 so far. Hopefully they'll be able to come away with a little bit more coming into this final circle, maybe pick up a kill going into it. We do have 18 players left, so a few more than last time going into this stage, but not that many. Lots of the times we'll be seeing 25 to 26 players left in this form of the game with 8 minutes left. But you know, 18, healthy number. We're still going to see some really good fights and a lot of action going down. So everyone's still going to be extremely excited going into this game.
Indeed. Taking a look at the shop here, we can see there was a golden greatsword that's already been bought in the shop name, and a golden armor as well. That's one of the things that's very cool about the new shop, is that you can buy all of these things, and that it's different every game as well. You can typically always buy a golden armor, but the weapon that you can buy and the soul jades that you could buy is always different, I think. So very cool addition to the game, along with these spirit wells here that we just saw GG managing to secure for themselves, picking up another golden armor. And we see a lot of these teams in the endgame who are already in a good position. Teams that have done well so far, have managed to scale out somewhat, are able to just keep the ball rolling by securing those late game spirit wells. And we see so much action happening around those spirit wells. I definitely like this as an addition to the game. The Morris Blessings were definitely fun. And they were definitely a very they were a staple thing in NARAKA, but now that they've been completely removed from Immortal War, I have to say I don't exactly miss them. Yeah, but it's not really the same thing. You know?
It's definitely not the same. And the capture system where you had to capture the Morris Blessings in trios versus the Spirit Well, which you still do have to capture, but it's more of an area instead of holding yourself to that one angle. It gives it a little bit of a different element and a different vibe. I personally
and you're protected from ranged attacks as well.
Yes.
When you're inside the dome, which is really nice.
It causes these players not to need to, let's say, burn a Tumult ult. Just trying to go for that loot. It gives a little bit more of a easier time for these players to go for the loot, while creating a more competitive element, because, you know, if a team runs up on you into that zone, you are still vulnerable to these melee attacks if they come inside the circle.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I think one of the great things about the Immortal War changes is just simply the fact that it's created so many more avenues for these teams to scale, and so many avenues for these teams to like play around. Like, there are so many new strategies that can be thought up and used with this new Immortal War system, allowing for just like a lot more variety, I feel. And it's definitely nice to see, as opposed to everyone kill Realm of Yang, everyone save soul blooms, don't eat soul blooms, leave them there. And then the Morris Blessing was just a secondary thought that people didn't really end up going for a lot of the time. But now we see lots of teams going for the Morris, or going for those Spirit Wells, going for you know, for the caves. We saw WBG, I think it was WBG, buying a Moonbane and a cave key, and then securing it and allowing them to scale up that way. Some teams did go to the Realm of Yang, but they were already in a pretty good spot. They have a Realm of Yang oriented team, that sort of thing. So it's definitely given rise to lots of different ways to play the game, which I think is lovely to see. It's lovely to see. But yeah, and things are now picking up in this end game.
It's definitely as well when you see the fact that the blue troves no longer can give purple weapons. It's a lot more difficult to get gold weapons early game. Now there's so many more avenues to get these weapons. These players are sort of forced to do that instead of just trying to scale loot from troves. And it definitely adds a little bit more competitiveness to these mid games where, you know, usually we'll see a lull happen, but now with these Spirit Wells, they're trying to contest them, and the Realm of Yangs are a lot more interesting because it's such a higher risk and reward to
exactly. It's what they were supposed to be, I feel like.
And yeah, NARAKA had a vision for it. It didn't really turn out to be that way because of the soul blooms, and they said, you know what, we're still gonna have our vision come true. They made some changes, and it's beautifully done changes. It's not too much, not too little of a change. But getting back into the action right now, WBG is going to invest that Feria ultimate right away. Not really able to do too much there. Xiao is going to get a bit of a reset off in there, not doing too much damage. Bao Da now taking a lot of damage, and JL is going to try and come through with the Kessa ultimate, but Bao Da able to Wu Chen port out before any real damage gets done. We do see them taking a lot of damage on their Wu Chen. Bao Da with 8 kills on the board, doing pretty well for themselves, but they are getting caught out just like last game. This happened to them last game as well. We're going to see Yiran sending out those Wu Chen F swords to be able to get a little bit of shield back, create a wall of protection against these ranged attacks from these other players. Yiran gonna try and scale up to the top, gonna get knocked off though. OUG doing a great job of holding that last little bit of high ground. As the circle closes in, we're gonna see Sleepwalker coming out with the ultimate on the Yodo, and Xiao getting dangerously low as well. This is going to be interesting to see as these players are starting to all funnel into the bottom, holding this last little bit of high ground, as on the other side, KLA just holding this high ground strong. Trying to contest is Bao Da as well up on top. And down at the bottom, the Spirit Well getting contested as well. JL jumping in with a huge tactical nuke of a Viper ult, taking out CXZ, just tactically jumping in, sending that Viper ultimate off, and then Wu Chen porting to finish that off. They are going to be able to get CXZ back, but that is going to be a kill onto the board for that team. Phenomenal play here as OUG going to try and take out these members of WBG. Baiji is going to go down to the King with a nice cannon shot coming out there. King on the bottom trying to get up a bit of a reset off as these players are going to start funneling together. It looks like the circle is going to be ending more towards the top. Sleepwalker getting caught out at the bottom is going to end up going down. OUG trying to bring himself back up without taking too much damage. They are going to be able to catch out a couple of these players from JL. Is going to end up getting parried here, or getting a parry, as we are going to see CJS, trying to make something happen. Bao Da's peak with a huge Viper ultimate on the bottom. OUG's SS getting caught out in the storm. GG getting knocked out into the back as well. Everybody trying to make it up as far as possible. OUG's U just pushing LXM as far away as possible into the circle. SS down at the bottom. JL just trying to hold onto the side of these buttery rocks as KLA still fighting for that high ground. They've been here the entire time, trying to let people not let anybody join to where they are at, holding the edge of this zone here, scaling up into the sky now as all of these players losing so much HP. We're seeing a pillar drop from, I believe, is Bao Da's Xiao, or WBG's Xiao, or gonna hop into that Feria mech, see if they can make something happen here. JL still with ult in hand, gets caught with the Tumult Wisp. Not gonna take too much damage off of that. The Tumultuous is going to end up dealing a decent amount of damage. We're going to see TXJ with a huge Viper ultimate here, but all the Wu Chen ports are going to come out, preventing it. Everybody's stunned. Nobody can move. What's going on?
This is just absolute chaos. The Kurumi ultimate being thrown down to try and keep whichever team's Kurumi ult that is. I don't know. I have no clue. Now this is an absolute banger of an endgame. OUGU with a huge berry, but the Cavalry Bloom coming in from KLA, and now everyone's dead. GG. Just trying to stay alive, but JL One Fung is going to be the last man standing. What just happened?
Oh my goodness. That
was an end
the
game.
Most chaotic thing I think I've ever seen, ladies and gentlemen. OUG going to be the winners of this game. KLA having the front foot in most of the game, but at the end, you know, anything can happen, and OUG able to pick up a whole bunch of kills in that end game, coming through that huge Cavalry Broom at the end there. Absolutely phenomenal, pushing the whole lobby back. That Viper stun, oh my goodness, that was
huge.
A
Both
textbook
of them.
definition of the tactical nukes coming through. Those V1 Vipers we haven't seen very much of this season, coming through and showing that they are still a force to be reckoned with. Absolutely dangerous. Very, very well played by all of these teams, and just wow, what a crazy endgame. There's not really much that you can do in the end to 100% secure your victory. You just kind of have to hope the cards fall in your favor, and OUG was able to do that today, coming out with the victory in game number 2.
Yep. And it's kind of hard going into that end game. You don't know where the zone is going to be moving. You manage to secure yourself some decent positioning in the zone that you currently have, but then as soon as the zone starts to move, you just have to move with it. And some teams are going to get caught out trying to rotate. Some teams who've managed to secure themselves very good positioning, they're able to stand strong. But then there are going to be teams coming in with those Wu Chen Viper V1 teleports and just ruining your day. And surprisingly enough, we saw a lot of value come out from those Viper ults. You know, usually, especially in the past when we saw when we had a meta where there was lots and lots of Vipers, and it was Viper Yotos, and then there was Transformers and all of that sort of stuff. Well, you see it on Morris Isle a lot, where you wouldn't really see a Viper team do all that well in the end game. But hold on, let's enough of that for the moment. I will get back to that thought in just a second. Again, we have the answer for treasures, ladies and gentlemen. You know the drill. How many players chose to play Tianhai in game number 2? Was it A1, B2, C3, D4? Make sure to get your answer in the chat to have a chance at winning the Spring Split random gift box. Now, back to what I was talking about. So, back in the day, when we had a lot of Vipers in the lobby and we had the Transformers, etc., and it was on Morris Isle, for example, we would get towards that end game and we would see whether or not the end game had a lot of trees. And one of the big factors of whether or not a Viper team actually did well in the end game was whether or not there were a whole bunch of tall trees. And the reason being was not only that the Vipers could go up to the top of the trees and then ult at the top and then drop down on the entire lobby in that zone, but also because it allowed for the Wu Chens to put those ultimates at the top of the tree so that they could teleport up and use that sort of verticality to their advantage and actually get value out of that Wu Chen ult, which typically in an endgame doesn't really do all that well. But here we see multiple Viper teams doing extremely well without a tree in sight. You know, we did have the verticality with the cliff and that sort of thing, but, you know, still, no trees at all. Viper team still doing really well. It's nice to see how far we've come. You know, the players have evolved and developed so much over time, over the years. It's always good to see. But here we are. We're going to be taking a look at the standings off the back of that game, and OUG sitting at the top with 15 eliminations, coming not first place finish. That title went to JL, but unfortunately they didn't have all that many kills to back it up, so they didn't get all that many points. However, OUG are going to come away the MVPs. KLA actually had one more kill than them, but because they came one placement below OUG. They actually don't take the MVP, however close it was, unfortunately. Still, very, very strong performance from these teams. The King, SS, and U doing so much. 26,000 healing coming out from the King. You know, we've seen the King do so much on this supporting role. He is the GOAT. The King, the GOAT, ladies and gentlemen. You know, ex-solo player. He knows how to get stuff done. And it's very evident. And you know what else is evident?
100%.
The J team just does not know what they're doing right now. I'm sorry. It's every bi-weekly, bro. They just don't do anything, and it's so sad. It's so depressing. And I can imagine that from your perspective, it's even more depressing because you're a J team enjoyer. You're a J team fan.
I'm a hardcore day one J team fan.
How does it feel?
Unfortunate to see. It sucks. Like, to put it in perspective, in game 1, our MVP got 19.8 points. That was just like half a point less than J team had in their entire day 1 of playing. So seeing that these teams are able to put so many points up onto the board, and J team isn't able to compete with them at all anymore is very difficult for me. It sucks to see. It's unfortunate, but I have faith. I know their team. I know that their mentalities get worn down. They need to work on their synergy a lot. Their teamwork and the way that they work together has been diminished because of the fact that they haven't been playing with these new players for that long. Give it a couple more seasons of Nbpl and they're going to be back on top by Worlds this next year. And I can tell you that they are going to be back. They're going to be coming back for Worlds. They're going to be more hungry than ever as we're taking a look at these replays and seeing the comms from Team OUG. That was a thing that came out very much in this game. OUG's view with Rampage. The Soul Jade.
Rampage is so strong.
Lots of these golden jades that we were talking about haven't been being used, but the purple jades are starting to come out more and more. Rampage coming out, Assassin's Lunge we saw last game, and it has been OUG using these purple jades to their advantage just to mess up the parry timing, get that extra little bit of damage in, and it's changed the pace of the game for them in their favor so many different times, and been the reason that they've been able to come through with the victory. We're taking a look at the ground perspective. Huge parry. Oh my goodness. Seeing it from this perspective is a lot different from the perspective over and above, as we're seeing them trying to come away with the win, as they end up winning anyways, even though they do not get that first place finish. And it's going to be the Takeda in MVP, ladies and gentlemen. OUG's the King.
He's not the King. The King's on zipping. It's you.
You. I said you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, he was using the Rampage with that Golden Hang Sword early on and in the mid game, but he did swap over to the Pole Swords towards the end game, and that's something that we've been seeing a lot of. And also, you know, you probably want to swap over to that Pole Sword just because it's doing a lot of damage, but also because you have Focus Slide. Focus Slide just being one of those go-to Jades that we see time and time again, getting so much value. And again, only 3 purple Jades coming out for the MVP of that second game. Same thing as the first game, we only saw 2 or 3 purple Jades coming out. So yeah, you are right. I think the purple Jades are making a lot of impact, and I wonder if that's going to change in I don't know how long, but you know, the gold Jades being so impactful and now being sort of weeded out, and now we can't get them as easily. Are the purple Jades going to get touched? Because there are some seriously strong purple Jades. You know, there are a bunch of purple Jades that need to be gold Jades. Okay, hold on, quick rant. Why is Phantom Step still a purple Jade? Like, that's not okay. This Jade counters Viper ult completely, and it's a purple Jade. You know, Focus Slide as well. What is that? You know, free neutral abomination. Okay, rant over. We can continue later. But for now, we're going to be going to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, before our third game of the day. So yeah, don't go anywhere. We will be back very shortly.
with each breath, pain and destruction. My world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I hope we meet again someday. Someday, the flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. All your souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. I know we'll meet again someday. The sky is frozen by apathy, desolation, fear and catastrophe. But I won't stop hunting with blade points. This pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I know we'll meet again someday. Someday, the flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. All your souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. We'll meet in NARAKA someday.
And a good chance for us to cool off after the rants coming out from Duncan. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Spring Split of 2024. I'm your host and caster Seb. I am joined alongside the legendary, the amazing Jason Momoa stunt double, Duncan Donuts. As we are getting ready to hop into game number 3 shortly here, let's continue talking about what we were going on about with these purple and gold Jades coming in and how they're playing a very crucial part of this game. And Duncan definitely has some heat he's got to spit really quickly before we hop into these games. Game 3 is going to be starting pretty shortly, but Duncan, let's hear your thoughts on what Jades should be purple and which Jades should be gold.
Okay, so Assassin's Lunge. What is that Jade? Why is this Jade okay? It does so much damage. It staggers you. It's crazy. Crazy Jade. Extremely hard to parry on reaction, you know? And then on top of that, you got Soul Break. Like, Soul Break is just an abomination. You know, considering how fast it is, this thing should not lead into an uppercut. You know, Soul Break, it makes one of the fans' options into a blue focus, and then because of how fast it is, it's so hard to parry, and it leads into an uppercut combo, which is just crazy. You know, you get the uppercut off of it, and then you grapple cancel into a blue focus R&B on the fan, and then you're cooked, or the fan infinite, and you're absolutely cooked. You know, crazy. Why, like, that shouldn't be a thing. Either make Soul Shatter not lead into uppercut, or slow it down. You know, or make it a gold jade. You know, that would be nice too. Nether Step, giving fan and dagger players just double the stamina for no reason, makes lots of sense. You know, I mean, there's lots of other things. I think, not gonna lie, low key, Rupture Gale Orb and Flame Breath either needs tuning so that it's not as strong, or it needs to be made a gold jade, because that is one of the jades that has dictated trios and solos for a very long time now. You know, the combination of those two jades put together made it all that much stronger, and it essentially becomes a huge win condition for so many of these teams to actually be able to win, as it allows you to apply so much pressure to everyone around you without actually having to really hit these cannon shots head on, which is so unbelievably huge for these teams. But thinking about it, there are only a few really like outrageous purple jades, like Phantom Step, Assassin's Lunge, Soul Shatter, Focus Slide, you know, and then Rampage. I think also is kind of crazy. The fact that the second part is purple, but hold on, wait a minute, GG pulling out the Valkyrie. Ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing our first Valda coming out.
KLA as well.
For LXM. What on earth am I looking at? I know that that Jake Hiprain is going to be very happy. He is a Valda enjoyer. I'm not sure if he's currently in chat. I'm going to send him a Discord message and tell him to get on right the hell now. But we are also getting to see the ACOS variation to the Cannonball composition, another comp that we saw recently in last week's games. Like a composition that I very like the look of, and I think is definitely a solid comp with the buffs coming out for ACOS, and then the glyph changes as well, making it all that much more playable, all that much more possible. I think it's a very solid comp that we will likely end up seeing more of in future. But what do you think of these? What do you think of these picks, Seb? What do you think?
It's a really interesting spread of comps, especially with GG playing that Valda. I don't know exactly how they're going to be doing it, but you know, if they're able to come away with some really cool F3 V2 for the Valda, not going to be running one of those F1 or F3 variations, having that extra mobility is definitely going to play around a lot better than if they were using that V1 wave. I think I don't know. I don't know how they're going to be able to come away with this. I think they're using Valda.
I mean, the thing is, you know. So okay, so here's the thing, right? This really speaks to what I was talking about as well. You know how let's replace Yoto with Justina, you know, or let's replace Feria with Justina, right? In the Cannonball comp. Yeah, that works. It's been doing super well. Okay, let's try ACOS now. Let's replace Yoto with ACOS. Wow, Pog, it's doing loads of work. Let's go. Okay, let's try Valda, because they essentially do all the same thing, and they're kind of just, you know, like. So here's the thing: these characters, a lot of them do similar things, and they fill specific roles for a team, meaning that a lot of the time they are somewhat interchangeable, and typically it just comes down to what the consensus is as the best character for that role is. But when we get big changes being added into the game, when things are warped and flipped around, you know, that consensus is what's best isn't as set in stone as it was before. And GG are going to be coming out and throwing up the Valda and seeing if it can work in these pro-level games, and I am so hyped to see it. And Hiprain just replied to me saying, wait, why do they do this when I'm not casting? What the hell? Oh, honestly, poor Hip.
Shout out Hiprain.
It would be like if they picked Taka when I wasn't casting. That's kind of how it would feel. But we are jumping into this game right away, ladies and gentlemen, and KLA are very close to 5-2-1, and we might see a very early scrap come out from these teams, but nothing just yet. How do you think this Valda's going to do, Seb?
Well, if you took a look earlier at the spawns, ladies and gentlemen in the chat, we saw GG was pretty isolated over at the top of that map area. So they are going to be kind of hidden away. They're going to be able to scale up a decent amount before they're going to end up engaging into a fight. So hopefully the fact of them being scaled up is going to give them a bit of an advantage going into these fights. They're not going to get caught with some unlucky RNG going into the early game, and it could bode very well for them. But that being said, it's definitely going to be very situational, depending on where they go. Taking a look now, we are going to see KLA getting blitzed down by WBG, and EWG as well coming into this fight for the third party is going to take Cuckoo 2 out from KLA. CXZ being on the back foot now. Sleepwalker trying to make something happen. Very low HP. Doesn't want to run into EWG. EWG going to be able to snake the other kill away from WBG, who initiated this fight. And it looks like EWG going to come away with those kills. Very unfortunate for WBG. They had those kills in the palm of their hand. KLA is going to end up having to go take the reset, try and respawn somewhere else, and rescale up as we're flipping over. XCG versus JL. TXJ is going to be fighting against NiHQ here. The 1-2 into the jumping LMB. Ult getting popped from VVV is going to send that Furn out to avoid the parry punish damage. And the 1-2 to take out NiHQ. Going to start focusing back onto the rest of these players. And it looks like Kakashi, the last remaining player alive, still 2 Furns available, is going to use one of them into the 1.0, wiping out XCG as we are starting this game off. Very fast-paced compared to these other games. You know, it is going to hopefully, or most likely, cool down a little bit after these first initial fights, but EWG off to a tear already. 2 kills onto the board, aggressing heavily onto 5-2-1. 5-2-1 not wanting to fight this out too quickly here, sending some range shots, a few warning shots off at EWG's 9, and Pampy is going to end up backing off. Unique. Gray armor, not able to pot up. Looks like not enough resources here as Yin is going to get focused on by 9-9, taking a huge charged RMB to the face there as the Tesla Stun is going to come out hitting every single one of these players. They are going to be able to get that Karumi circle off. All 3 of them stunned. The 2.0 coming out. Unique is going to go down in that Yushan ult here. They're going to try and go for these spear overholds. Gets another Tesla charm off. There are 2 players left. The 3v2 situation coming through as Pampy's going to try and get this double grab off. Only goes for that single slam into the follow-up with the Dragon's Roar into the re-grab. We are going to see that Wu Chen poured out, giving them the chance to revive Unique, and Pampy is going to just try and hold in this monk form to be able to secure the revive for his team.
Indeed. 5-1. Caught out in the open, though. This is not where you want to be as a Tianhai in Ultimate. You are going to get cooked as soon as you come out of that Ultimate, if you haven't been cooked already whilst monked up. And look at it. He's just in the blender. Pampy desperately trying to do anything he can, but it's just absolutely cooked. Chefed up by EWG. And just showing why the Attack on Titan composition is so strong. Their namesake isn't for nothing. It's not for nothing. Attack on Titan does kill the Titans, ladies and gentlemen. But you know what I want to see? GG. I want to see how well they can do with this composition. They haven't been fighting just yet. They haven't picked up a kill just yet. LXM on the F3 V2. Definitely the ability choices that I would go for if I was going to play Valda in trios. You know, F1, not a combo breaker, very hard to actually make use of. And then now that you know, like V2 is kind of just the play. You know, it allows you to have so much freedom to move around. It gives you that huge shield. It's really strong in end game where you can move around. You can you can get that huge health bar, that huge shield. Whereas you know, if you had that V1 or the V3, for example, if you hit the wave with the V1, or if you're in the V3, great, you know, but if the zone starts moving and you had to use the ultimate where the zone isn't going to be in an endgame, then you're stuck in the zone, you're stuck taking damage. Whereas with V2, you could pop it, you can move around, you can stand there and hold that spear and just charge it and have that golden focus for the duration, meaning that you can iframe or armor through a whole bunch of stuff, and you don't have to worry about getting CC'd and things like that. And it's a very strong ability in a lot of ways, but we just haven't seen it played, as it's just not really been worth taking over some of these character picks, you know. But now that we are finally seeing it, I am definitely hyped to see how well it can do. I've always thought that Valda had a place in trios. I've always thought that she had some spot, some composition that could work for her. And I can definitely see Feria and Yueshan being that kind of composition. However, I do have to say that they are going to struggle in certain matchups at times. You know, like, one of the things with Yotohime in the Cannonball composition is that she supplies so much damage that allows you to burst down Transformers and the like. You know, it allows you to burst down Cicadas when they have their ultimate up. You know, the Furin Blast isn't going to knock back a Yoto using her ultimate on you. It's a really good way of dealing with these Sand Siphon compositions. But Valda, you know, you're going to be able to lock him down. You're going to be able to hit him with the spear if he doesn't avoid it, of course. If he doesn't tap dodge it, it is iframeable, so it is avoidable. However, if you're able to hit that, you might be able to do some follow-up damage if you're able to flank him, and if he's not able to catch all the people trying to hit him with the Furin Blast. But you're going to be able to knock everyone away. So you might not be able to actually capitalize on that water spear. So we're going to see it. We're going to have to wait and see if it can actually be utilized well. But we're going to be seeing GG doing a little bit of shopping here. They're very close to Bowder, but Bowder's heading up to the north, and they're about to run into 5-1. 5-1 having just rezzed, not having all that much loot to their name, unfortunately. Might be in a bit of trouble here.
With every single comp, no matter what it is, you're going to have pros and cons to switching out different heroes. For an example that we see a lot of is the Sand Siphon comp, switching between Kurumi and Zping. You have different advantages of playing Kurumi, as you have pros and cons for both of these different comps. It's the same switching out Valda with Yoto, is you're going to lose that damage, but you're gaining so much more control. So you have to figure out as a team what you're best at and which heroes are able to pick up the slack in areas that you're not as good at. Saying, for example, GG is really good at dealing a lot of damage already, so giving them that extra bit of control could be that edge that they need to push themselves over the top fighting in these mirror matchups against a Yotohime. Whereas if you're a team that is better at locking down opponents, you're going to want that extra damage as opposed to having the extra control. There's also a lot of, hero point elements that has to do with it, especially with the new finals going all the way up to game 8. Players are going to be wanting to switch out some of these heroes so that they don't get into these situations where they're out of hero points and now they have no comp that they've practiced or no comp that they're good at left with the remaining hero points that they do have. Going into this Realm of Yang, we are going to be seeing GG going up against JL.
Indeed we are. And LXM, we've got the Spectator exactly where we want him. And he's looking at this Valda's perspective. The Valda ult is going to get popped here. He's not using a spear just yet. He does manage to find the catch onto One Feng, getting a huge amount of damage, and he's just obliterated. Not able to disengage, not able to use that ultimate, unfortunately. And LXM showing us that Valda can be made to work, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, though, he's going to be able to throw out that second spear, but the ultimate is going to expire. The duration on Valda's ultimate is not that long. So you got to use it or lose them. And unfortunately, he did lose a couple of those spears. but it looks as though their team is already in the winning spot, in the winning position. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Valdequi's first win, first game in NBPL ever, I think. I think we might have seen it at some point. We've seen one before? Okay.
Before the V2
first game in a long time, immediately gets a Realm of Yang win. What a day to be alive. What a day to be a NARAKA enjoyer, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Alex on the Valda coming in and getting that Realm of Yang dub.
I think it was
V2.
The first or second season of NBPL that we ever had. It was me and Rune casting, and there was a Valda V3.
I think I remember that, actually, now that you mention it.
It was an Eventide Temple. I remember it clear as day. I don't know why. I just remember the ult into Eventide Temple. V3 ults up and is able to stun it could have been V1 actually, but they were holding so many people in the storm with that ultimate, and they ended up getting a whole bunch of kills just by keeping these players in the zone while caught up inside the ult. It was absolutely amazing. They didn't really place too high, and they didn't do too well, but it was definitely a cool thing to see as we are flipping back over into the gameplay here, ladies and gentlemen. Alliance fighting against EWG. It looks like EWG might have lost a Realm of Yang here, so they're going to be trying to aggress pretty quickly as 5-2-1 coming into the mix. Lane is going to end up getting hit with that Tessa. EWG's 9 now is going to go out pretty quickly here. 5-2-1 is going to be the team to pick up the kill as Alliance now onto the back foot. Do not want to engage too quickly here. If you don't have a reason to fight in this mid game, if you're not on Yang depletion or if you don't have a buff, it's not the most ideal thing to take a fight here, as we are actually going to be flipping over GG versus OUG here. LXM going to try and send one of those spears out, is not going to be able to connect, tries to connect onto you here. Not very much value coming out from that Valda ult, forced to end up running away here, getting caught out by OUG's SS and you at the same time. CJS trying to make a peel happen, but TE coming in, and it looks like all three Vermilion teams fighting it out together as a huge parry's going to come out from, I believe, LXM. CJS is going to go down. TE's Han trying to make something happen with that ultimate from the Zai, and is going to end up connecting onto SS, picking up the kill here. The Feria knocking back so many of these players, preventing damage from that ultimate. Han trying to get some value out of the Zai ult, even just a little bit more. Sends an F out as well, fighting into the storm, sending some damage onto LXM in that mech. Able to break the mech down, and TE coming in and cleaning up almost all of these kills now. You, the last remaining player alive from either GG or OUG, and it looks like it is going to be this 3v1 situation that you is going to have to try and fight out here. Using that F2 to just keep alive as much as possible. The F3 coming in, knocking him outside. Not able to pick up off of that stagger, and the 1.0 from the Katana going to be the decider in that fight. Kayle's Cuckoo 2 is going to end up ulting up into that Akos ultimate, but Sleepwalker getting dangerously low. Unique coming out of nowhere, picking up that third-party kill, and now Cuckoo 2 running away as fast as possible in that Akos ult, trying not to get focused on by G in the Yushan ult. Very difficult to be running away here, and they're actually going to flip it around, and Cuckoo 2 picking up the kill onto G, but very low and in the storm is going to go out to 5-2-1's Pampy. It's absolute chaos in this mid game, and WBG, the first team to be fully eliminated in game number 3, ladies and gentlemen.
Indeed they are. And 5-2-1 coming away now with 6 eliminations. And I also wanted to just say, TE coming in with that third party at that perfect time was absolutely massive for them. They're sitting on 8 kills now. We've head on over to the other Realm of Yang depletion, the Yang depletion team. VVV, unfortunately, with 8 seconds left on that Yang depletion, is going to be eliminated. But we're back to the storm, ladies and gentlemen. What are all these zone fights? Actually, like, what's going on? 5-2-1 is fighting it out against Alliance in the zone here. Pampy in that Monk ultimate, unfortunately, losing a Unique. Not being able to use his ultimate does get taken down. Now Pampy in a pretty bad spot in a 1 versus 3 situation here. The parry's going to come through, and Pampy is just going to get absolutely slammed into the ground there. and Alliance just having that huge health advantage. Unfortunately for 521, they're not able to survive long enough. However, Alliance do have quite a ways to go. There's a long way for them to get into the zone, and they are fully stacked on that anti-heal debuff from the zone. It might be very close here. I think they're gonna get eliminated. I think they're gonna die to the zone. Bo desperately trying to claw his way into the zone, but he is gonna get taken down. And now Lane is also gonna die. And all 3 members of Alliance are gonna die to the zone damage. You hate to see it, ladies and gentlemen, but it is what it is. But anyway, enough of that. We're back to Valda Gaming in the realm of Yang. LXM, GG going up against OUG. LXM doing work with these dual halberds. Both of these Yuetians now having used their ultimates. OUG, SS, and GG CJS trying to make something happen. Yu takes to the skies after having used his F3. The Farrier ult has been utilized by 330 and the King. Both teams rotating through their cooldowns very, very similarly here. But OUG's Yu is going to come in and try and lock down 330 with that Yoto Himeo. He's so unbelievably low, and he does get taken down. Now the Valderol being popped, and LXM is in a 1 versus 3 situation. He's trying to lock down SS, desperately chasing him. Does manage to find the spear, but he's not going to be able to capitalize, unfortunately. Does find the parry on to SS, and he just gifts him the golden fan here. Yu goes for the untrue combo, doesn't manage to catch it, but they are going to eliminate him nonetheless, and OUG is going to come away with the win in that realm of Yang, minus a golden fan.
And I mean, giving up the fan to be able to come away with that win and not have Yang depletion, I'd say is pretty much worth it. But wow, ladies and gentlemen, what a mid game. We went from 16 minutes left and 12 players alive to 14 minutes or 13 minutes and 30 seconds left and 8 teams left alive. We now have, I'm pretty sure, 7 teams on the board so far after Alliance went out in the 8th position. And now Baoda winning the realm of Yang as well. Of OUG winning the realm of Yang and Baoda coming through with the Mystic Might buffs. We do see them not picking up that Draco Storm that we saw in the first couple of games. GG are going to have a little bit of a tougher time getting back into the footing of this game, trying to get those Soul Blooms. Only 4 kills on the board for them with this Valda comp, but it has been super cool to just see how they've been aggressing onto these fights. And they were able to pick up at least 1 kill in the second realm of Yang. So props to them for doing that in that 1v3 situation. LXM holding on to that ult until the very end as well, waiting until that the Yodo was gonna ult, going ult for ult. They were doing that. The Yushan ulted, GG answered back with the Yushan ult of their own. The Faria came up, they answered back with the Faria, and then the Yodo ultimate was ending up being the differentiator in that fight. Taking out 330, just putting so much focus onto 330 after coming out of that Faria mech. It was very unfortunate for them, but it was pretty difficult for them to be able to come away with the victory after that. And it looks like they might be trying to take themselves out into the storm and then have one of these players buy a couple rebirth charms. As you can see, they are pretty stacked as far as money goes, but they could be a little bit dangerous to do this here as XCG waiting in the wings. It looks like CJS is going to be the one to go buy these rebirth charms as 330 is going to die into the zone, and so will LXM. Trying to bring it back so that these teams do not suffer from the Yang depletion. They're able to buy 1 player back already, and they're going to repeat these steps until the team is back together. But oh no! NiHQ coming around, seeing if a little bit of a third-party action could be warranted here. They don't have much Yang depletion, but capitalizing on a fight with these players low-scaled, not having their weapons or ultimates back. It looks like they don't see them. Oh my goodness. Wow. What's GG able to get away with so much here. And back to full scale now. GG going to hop back into the zone after reviving one of their other players with the Yang depletion. It's interesting to see how this is going to be working out.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried that GG has, because of this interference from XCG, they might not be able to do what they were planning on doing here. It's kind of cooked for them. They might need to let themselves die to the Yang depletion now, or what they could do is try and full send it and go for this team. They aren't too far behind. It looks as though they're healing up here instead of going towards the zone. So I think that that might be the play that they're going to go for. They've given all of their money to 330 just in case this goes poorly, or at least that's what I sort of thought.
The majority
happened.
of the money.
The
LXM
majority
still has
of
a
the
little
money.
bit in the back pocket just in case. But with only 53 seconds remaining, they are going to have to focus this kill quickly as they are running into EWG. They are an ult down. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, 330, after getting resurrected, is not going to have that Feria ult. So they are losing
What's
a
going
crucial
on?
element of this fight. But with only 37 seconds left, I don't know how this is going to work. They could be rotating to a better spot where there's a shop and a rebirth altar pretty close.
Potentially.
But we will have to take a look and see. We're going to be sitting tight, left with a lot of questions. We obviously can't read the minds of these players to see what they're going to be doing with only 20 seconds left and a Bane dropping on them. It looks like it is all bad luck for GG so far in this game. XCG, EWG, J-Team, and OUG closing in on all of these players. And with 7 seconds left, LXM is not going to be having the greatest time here, getting hit by over and over again with these Banes. Gets hit one last time for good measure as just a... Wow.
What is
330
going
here
on right now?
is going to be scaling away, but gets caught out, and this is just the wrong place, the wrong time. The silence is going to be coming out, and OUG capitalizing on GG being at a weak spot, and they just did everything they did not want to do there, ladies and gentlemen, as this Bane is going to take a few hits off onto the King, taking a little bit of damage. He's going to be able to heal up pretty quickly, doing the little armor switcheroo. SS is going to try and reset that armor for the team as they're switching weapons back and forth, doing a little bit of trading between the team. As you know, when you're playing at more of a competitive level, these players are more nicer with giving away gold weapons and stuff. You know, personally, I keep all the loot to myself. I have 4 gold weapons in the back, and everyone else on my team can stay with gray armor and weapons. I don't really mind. Flipping back over to this, though, we are going to be seeing OUG facing off against J-Team. J-Team sending a couple shots in, but it looks like they don't really want to engage too closely. Bauda getting this for free here at the Spirit Well. Not very much contest coming on, as I spoke a little bit too soon, ladies and gentlemen. OUG trying to see if they can come away with a bit of this loot from the Spirit Well. They are going to back off, though, and it is going to go to Bauda.
It does look as though Bauda has this one in the bag. They are going somewhat uncontested for the moment, and there it is. It is going to pop, and they are going to be able to pick it up. But EWG is dropping from the top roads, coming in. They're trying to steal away anything they can just as it pops. They do manage to find themselves a pair of golden dual blades. They're going to immediately convert into golden dual halberds. But good for them, coming in, stealing something away. You know, you gotta take from the rich, give to the poor. EWG managed to take it for themselves, and are gonna be able to go into this endgame with a golden weapon. But considering that they do have that blue armor on XG and on 9, it's not looking too good for them. They do need to find themselves a purple armor sooner rather than later. Otherwise, they're gonna be painting a pretty big target on their back.
Yeah, and I mean, they're most likely gonna be able to get that scale up a little bit, but having those blue armors is gonna put them at a huge disadvantage, especially going into these fights where you're getting so much chip damage done from all of these other players when they're sending out their range shots and trying to chip your health down, build up their rage back if they use one of their ultimates early. OUG's you bringing out the new swarm, the reworked swarm. It looks like it's actually gonna be sending some shots off onto EWG.
Swarm?
Yeah.
Since when?
The well, we had the swarm changes coming in a little bit, but it looks to be
it was for the event. It was for the event. They made it so that you could find them in the troves on the floor for an event, and they made it shoot water bubbles instead of normal rockets. But it's changed back now, I'm pretty sure.
I thought we were seeing the water bubble swarm coming out in Nbpl. I was super excited to see something like that coming through. Would have been funny, but no, it's going to be our good old swarm that we all know and
the glorified repeating crossbow.
Yeah.
Quite literally.
As EWG trying to scale on the side, and like you were saying, those blue armors putting them at a huge disadvantage. Already losing a lot of that armor, forced to pot up way more frequently than these other players who are taking this damage. Getting caught out as well, as these teams see that they have blue armor and are going to try and engage onto them a little bit more aggressively than they would a team that has gold and purple armors around the board. Taking a look at our scoreboards, ladies and gentlemen. OUG and TE tied with 8 kills on the board. Bauda with 0 and EWG with 6. We only have 4 teams left. It is absolutely crazy. I think we have a few more J team as well on the bottom that we can't see on the bottom of the scoreboard, since OUG taking that second place, passing KLA and Fun Plus Phoenix that we had earlier in that top 2 spot. They've been able to play these games and get some more points on the board to be able to surpass those other teams as we're getting in. And circle 5 closing in onto circle 6. We've got 4 minutes left in this game for these teams to put as many kills onto the board as possible. It's EWG coming in with a huge ult. We're going to see those Wuchen port out really quickly. No value coming out of that ult other than to take a little bit of extra space, giving them some room to breathe, as we're seeing the other side is going to be a lot different, ladies and gentlemen. Bauda getting focused on, getting caught into that Tessa ult, and now getting caught by the Tumult as well. Still, they do have that Kurumi ult, giving them a lot of that health back, saving them from a lot of the damage that XCG was putting onto them. Pressure now coming from OUG, investing that Feria ultimate to try and put some more space and more damage onto the board, seeing if they can come up with the kill. J-Team's Lee able to just kind of hide out, get a bit of a reset off, but these players have caught him out now, and SS trying to focus onto Lee. Yu is going to be able to come away with that kill now. Bauda's Jing getting caught by that Tessa stun is not going to end up going down here, but they're in a very dangerous and precarious situation. This is what happens to Bauda a lot of the time in these fights, is they start going very low and getting sharked out by all of these other players, get caught up in the very middle of all of these fights, have nowhere to run, and end up going out pretty early. TE's Han gonna end up sending that Zai ult out pretty quickly here. Jing taking a lot of that damage. F3 coming out, knocking Jing down, dealing so much damage from all of these players, and it looks like OUG's Yu gonna be the one to pick up the kill here, as XCG gonna get aggressed on now by TE. Leo coming in with a huge Assassin's Lunge in the combo with the Zai ultimate, taking out Kakashi. They're focusing now onto NiHQ, as Han dealing so much damage with the Zai ultimate, able to pick up one more kill. 34% already back onto that ultimate as they're coming in to this final fight.
Absolute obliteration coming out from the side of TE, doing so much work with that Zai ultimate, putting it to use. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why we are starting to see Zai come into this meta. You know, before, when it was a lot of Yuasha and lots of Transformers, they couldn't really do anything. Like, Zai wasn't really worth playing, she'd gotten nerfed, etc. But now that we're not seeing all that many Transformers, we're not seeing all of that, we're able to actually see the value that Zai can bring to the table, and it is considerable. But as this endgame is starting to continue forth, these teams are being forced closer and closer together. NiHQ has been rezzed up, but not for long. He's not going to survive the onslaught of TE and OUG. Han now getting pressured by this Feria ult. He's trying to disengage, now using that ultimate to go sky high with his F3, resetting that cooldown, immediately engaging onto EWG, trying to apply pressure outwards and not make himself the target, trying to alleviate the pressure put onto him. But he has been hit by this Tessa ultimate, and he is going to be locked down by said Tessa ultimate and by the Viper ultimate that immediately followed suit. Now OUG looking really strong and looking to try and take the cake for this game number 3. You with this golden dagger, LYD getting caught up in the sky, doesn't parry, gets hit by the second one into the Assassin's Lunge. The combo is devastating. EWG with 9 still alive, trying to do the best he can, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough. He's not gonna be coming away the winner, but he might be able to come away with a second place finish if Yeran doesn't manage to survive this onslaught of OUG. He's doing his best. He's dodging left and right, but he gets finally knocked into the zone, and now 9 has managed to secure that second place finish. Oh no, wait, no, he hasn't. TE still has a member left alive. He's now secured 3rd at least. Oh no, wait, yeah, no, he got 3rd, and then TE Leo got 2nd. Sorry, I didn't catch the last remaining member of TE. However, OUG is going to be coming away with the dub, ladies and gentlemen, with that MVP. Sadly, GG didn't make it to endgame, but the fact that we got to see the Valda do decently well is always lovely. And it's always lovely to see OUG do what OUG does, get oogly, and get those dubs. That's exactly what they've done today in this game number 3.
For GG, everything, there's a risk and reward factor that happens when it comes to, you know, making your decisions and making your plays. Everything that they're like, okay, this is the risk of this going wrong, but the reward is better, so we're gonna go for this. Every single time something like that happened for them, everything that could have possibly went wrong. They were trying to do the revives, and they're like, oh, if we get caught out, this is gonna be very difficult for us to try and cure their Yang depletion. And XCG pulls up. Then they rotate over to the other side of the map to try and create space between all the teams. They end up losing both of their players to the Yang depletion. 330 was going to go and revive them, and they get caught out by OUG. And the Bane's Breath as well, just not doing good for them. Unfortunate play for them. You know, they're on that different hero. There's a couple of things that you know, could have went wrong. They're not as comfortable when they're playing these off-meta heroes. The mentality of this game is definitely shifted towards something different than what they're used to. So all of these things that start going wrong, it starts becoming more and more difficult for them to be able to capitalize and have a good game. So we do see them going out pretty early, but yeah, OUG in that end circle were able to capitalize on so many third-party kills. They had the only team, when there were 5 or 6, 7 players left, they were the only team with a full team, and they had all of their ultimates, able to hold off until the very end, making it a 3v1v1, a 3v1, and they ended up coming away with the victory. I think 15 or 16 kills on the board. Absolute textbook phenomenal game from them. Perfect plays coming out. The U on that gold dagger with the assassin's lunge. It's the purple jades coming out again. It's what we've been seeing, and yeah, with the removing of the amount of gold jades that you're able to find in these games, the dwindling numbers of the gold jades that I don't think we've seen the one gold jade in the first game. We saw the Aurora Blast, but everything else has always just been purple jades, rampage, and assassin's lunge, and focus slide.
Yeah, no, we're just not seeing it. We're not seeing it as much as we used to. You know, we'd see Heptas, Merciless Havocs, all sorts of golden jades being brought out from all of these teams. But now, where are they? They're not here. They're not here. And, I mean, I have to say, I kind of like it. I kind of like it because I think that, you know, jades win games. And that's how it's been for so long. And if you get lucky and you get a really good jade, it's just cooked. Like you give yourself such a huge advantage going into that game, going into the end game as well, especially if you get your hands on something like Merciless, Dragon Roar, Dreadful Whale, Aurora Burst, all of those jades. You know, it just makes it so much easier. The Jades of Destiny, as my boy Raven would call them. You know, they make such a huge difference, and the fact that teams just aren't able to get their hands on them now, it means that teams that actually deserve the win, the teams that are able to stay together and perform extremely well as a unit, are going to be able to come away with wins because they're not forced to go up against teams that are just completely stacked on jades. And speaking of the GOATs who are able to win games, OUG. And look at that damage coming out from the King and from you here. 32,500 damage coming out from that Yotohime. And that's with F3 as well. Not even an aggressive F like F2 or F1. F3, ladies and gentlemen. The King on the F3 Ferrier with the V3. Almost getting 30,000 damage as well. Absolutely goated. OUG just showing us why they are probably the best team, or one of the best teams right now in Nbpl. Like we've talked about it quite a bit. Ravens talked about it a lot as well, how you is probably one of probably the best players mechanically in trios at the moment. He's just insanely good. And I think one of the reasons, obviously he's really good on his own, but I think one of the reasons as well is the fact that they picked up Mike for their solo player as OUG. And they're able to just go into custom games, zero ban with the GOAT himself, Mike, and just practice and fine-tune all of those micro aspects, the mechanics, the dueling, the everything. And they're putting it to good use here. They're doing extremely well. After 3 games so far, they've already managed to accumulate 64.2 points. That's insane. And if they keep going on this trajectory, they might be coming away with 120 points for the day.
It'd be pretty cool to see them top Wolves. At the start of the day, we had FPX in second place with almost 100-point difference between them and Wolves. OUG now putting on a show, showing that Wolves is not the only team who's able to have a 200-point plus bi-weekly split. And yeah, well, the last 2 games, the OUG's performance has been absolutely phenomenal. Their teamwork, their synergy together, the way they're able to hold on to their ultimates. Like as we saw here, versing GG in the Realm of Yang, they were able to hold on to that Yoda ult until the very end, and it was the reason why they were able to come away with the kill, locking down these players. And then the 3v1 versus the Balda was just light work for them. And yeah, OUG's U on the dagger with Assassin's Lunge, something that was so much fun to watch, especially with that F2 coming out from OUG's U. He's such a fun player to watch play in these games, as you don't often get to see this kind of tech being played in trios. Lots of time you're seeing Assassin's Lunge with the dagger coming out in solos, and now with that gold jades being taken out, not completely from the game, but as they're being seen less and less, seeing this tech coming through, being able to come away with that many kills that he did, absolutely amazing.
Yeah, no, absolutely huge. Huge, doing so much work with this dagger. You see him just going up. It's just running circles in the zone, attacking every single person that he can. The comms going crazy, the synergy, the Yueshan coming in, locking down that zipping for him. They're just able to pull away from the rest of the lobby and just absolutely dominate here. And it just goes to show how strong this team really is. It really does. And they never fail to impress. Never fail to impress. And it is going to be OUG's U with that MVP for our 3rd game. How many MVPs is that? 6 MVPs total. And again, look at the Jades. Nothing special. Just Assassin's Lunge. And that's pretty much it. You know, all the rest, he didn't use a greatsword. He didn't use a fan or halberds. So he didn't really. I mean, he did use a fan earlier on. You know, he may have put that dual circles to use, but potentially not, considering that that's one of those jades that I think has 2 charges on it. I'm not too sure, but it's the 1-2-3 jade for fan that gives you that little bit of healing when you do the 1-2-3. But that's all. Assassin's Lunge is all you need apparently, and not surprising, because of how strong it is, especially in trios, because when you hit somebody with that Assassin's Lunge, your team is going to be able to come in and follow up, because when you hit someone, they're staggered for a second, and your teammates just have the opportunity to follow up with a pulse sword hit or whatever it might be, and you can net a lot of damage. And it's extremely fast and extremely hard to actually avoid in trios when there's a whole bunch of chaos ensuing, so many teams around you, so many players. You're just in a normal 3v3, it can be very hard to avoid. But before our 4th game of the day, we are going to be going to an interview, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure to stick around for that. We will be back very shortly.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview and Leah. So this time we have Nai from the team EWG to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 也是森小姐跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 EWG 的小九。
Okay, welcome. Nai is kind of special name. So why you named yourself Nai? Is that because number 9 is your special meaning for you? 那其实我也很好奇，为什么要给自己起9这个名字呢
？9的话算是我的幸运数字吧。然后就一直用的这个，然后就没有其他的了。
Okay, because 9 is my lucky number. Well, okay. So for the game 3, so first, congratulations to you guys get a really good points in the game 3 by using the Texas combination. So how did you think about like when you are at the BP part and when you're watching the situation for game 3's combinations, like how do you think about the Texas combination will be, or do you think it's difficult for Texas combination to get points in the game 3? 那其实对于第3把来说 ，EWG 也是拿到一个比较不错的分数嘛，用红狐的阵容。其实，在 BP 阶段，在第3把的时候看到这个阵容，遇到的阵容是这个样子的时候，会不会觉得红橙的这个阵容拿分的难度是怎么样的呢？
本来红橙这个阵容就需要前期去几只吧，这把可能前期运气比较好吧，然后劝到架了，然后就前期节奏还可以，然后中期稍微断了一波，然后到了决赛圈，到决赛圈能收几个算几个吧，也不想着去拿更多的了，反正能收几个算几个了，就这样。
Okay, so I think for Texas combinations, it's quite important to do well in the early stage. And for us, we have a like good performance in the game 3 early stage. So like we have a good equipment after that. But in the middle stage, we didn't do well. And for the final circle, I think just do better, like get more we can get in the final circle is good for us. Okay, so please let's move on to our answer projector. So this time our question is how many kills did Team EWG get in the game 3? Well, so we mentioned about Texas combinations, and also I saw you can using the Texas ultimate really well. So how did you like predict your enemy when you using the ult? 那其实也看到小九在用这个狐狸的大的时候用的非常的好，可以跟我们分享一下如何去预判敌人的位置吗？
因为狐狸这个大招它有一个操作，就是它可以去甩这个大招，你可以先对着前面，然后甩一下自己的视角，然后往右边甩，它就可以先把你面前的人灭了，然后再去灭你甩的视角方那边的人，然后自己可以先打的时候，然后可以先边博弈的时候顺便然后取消博弈，然后去丢这个大，然后对手可能会反应不过来。
Okay, so for Texas ultimate, like you can move your side when you want to, when the time you want to use your ultimate, and first you can like control the enemy in your first side. Then after you move that, you can control like more enemy at the time. Also, like when you having the fight with your enemy, you can console your fight and then to move on to using your ultimate so that you can have a like good control ability better than that too. Okay, so please count on the time. 也请小姐给我们倒计时一下。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. So the last question will be now. Like your team, at the beginning of today's game, your team is like at the position of like at the bottom of the total point list. But after 3 games, you have a really good performance and you are close to the bi-weekly finals line. So how do you think about the following games? Like how confident you have for the following games? 那其实今天在比赛开始之前呢 ，EWG 也是处于一个比较底部的位置，但是3把之后，其实现在已经非常接近那个分数线了。所以对于后面的比赛，你们是怎么打算的？包括是有怎么样的信心可以进入到这次的周决？
其实之前的话就感觉就是因为自己加上没打好吧，然后加上状态不在线，然后后面的话感觉每把基本上稳定，这样应该进周决应该没什么问题。
Okay, so I think I didn't perform very well in for the like previous game, but after game 3, I think if I like do more stable in following games, we can get into the bi-weekly finals certainly. Well, and then I know for the former patch in our game, we have a little change for a Hero Texas F2 and V2. So do you think maybe after like the patch move on to our competitions, do you think F2 or V2 is fitable for the Nbpl at that time? 那其实在正式服里面，狐狸的 F2 和 V2 已经做了一些调整了。那如果说来到之后的版本，你觉得狐狸的 F2 VR 会对于我们比赛会一个适配吗？
我自我感觉的话， 狐狸 F2V2 应该是很难上比赛的，因为狐狸这个英雄他本身就是一个需要往前去顶的英雄，然后如果他没有收击的话，他很容易被秒。然后 V2 的话，其实也正式服也相当于是被削了吧。然后其实也没什么，因为他那个 V2 必须要贴脸去放，你到了决赛圈人多的时候，你必须得你狐狸。这个大招主要就是远程骚扰嘛，然后你如果说贴脸，就相当于跟别人自爆了，就没有意义。
Oh, okay. So I think it's quite difficult for Tessa to using F2 and V2 in the competition, because for this hero, her survivability is not very strong. So she needs some skills to make her survive in the fight. Well, for the F, like F1 is you can use under attack, but for F2 you can't. And for ultimate, if you use V2, you have to use your ultimate like face to your enemy. It's not good for you in the fight. So I think it's maybe not good to use F2 and V2 in the competition. Well, so for today's game, like how do you think the bi-weekly finals line after like 6 games? 对于今天的分数线有一个怎么样的预测呢？
今天的分数线的话，大概就是在85分左右吧。
Okay, so I think it's 85. Well, just good luck to you for the following games. 也是谢谢小九来到我们的采访。So that's all for the interview. Bye bye, everyone.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. We are about to be going into our second half of the day, second half of the series, and we are going to be going over to Morris Isle. I am Dunkin' Donuts. I am joined by MC Seb himself, the GOAT. You know, Seb, for those, a quick fun fact, Seb has actually released music and it's on Spotify. Go check out Seb's Spotify.
I didn't know you knew that.
I did know that, actually. Wow. Somebody told me. I was very surprised. Perhaps we can get a Spotify link in chat afterwards for the boy Seb. But as usual, a quick reminder to all of you in chat to make sure to get your NARAKA account linked to Twitch. So you know, it's sometimes you're not sure if it's done. Quick tip, go to the top right on your screen on Twitch on the web browser, click on your icon, and a drop-down menu will appear, and one of those options will be drops and rewards. You go to that drops and rewards, and it will tell you if you are accumulating progress for your drops, and make sure to be getting those drops. You know, it's free little goodies that you can go into game. You know, it's still nice. The big ones though, definitely, that you want to make sure are linked are on the bi-weekly finals, which will be starting tomorrow and Sunday. But for now, we still have to decide who's going to be making it into those bi-weekly finals for trios. What do you think we're going to be seeing, Seb, going into the second half of the day? Are we going to see more of this Valda, you think? No.
Yeah. Wishful thinking, for sure. I definitely love to see a little bit more Valda come out. It's like we said before, right? You see so much of one thing that when there's a change in the action, when it comes to a new patch, it's exciting. When there's a new hero getting put into the play, like this Zymatari Zeeping comp, it's exciting to see the way that these new comps are able to incorporate themselves in the game. And with the Zy comp, we've seen success. But with the other composition, with that Valda comp, we did not see very much success, especially since like every other aspect, not just because of the specific, you know, fighting with the Valda went wrong, but the other things, the other elements of the game, everything that could have gone wrong went wrong for them. And yeah, I don't think we're going to be seeing very much of that again. Hopefully, you know, you can always hope. We didn't get to see too much of the gameplay with Akos. I was hoping to see a little bit more come through from that. I don't think we even got to see. We saw one fight, but they were running away. They flipped it over and got one kill onto WBG. That was when we were having all those fights in the storm, which was something very interesting that we barely touched on talking about that game. But seeing all of those fights in the storm was actually so cool. Like you know, Alliance did end up losing their lives, but in a span of 2 minutes we went from 12 teams alive to 7 teams alive. So interesting thing. But taking a look at our standings, J team still at the bottom, only 4.5
I only
points
got
on
1
the day.
point from that game, bro.
Very
What is going
unfortunate. It's tough to see. XCG not performing too well either. Hopefully, though, EWG is a team that has a chance to come back and make it into the top 12. And like you said, BB, he was going to be that point threshold, has now dropped into that 12th place spot. And you're going to need to get at least 66.9 points to come away into that bi-weekly final. BBE shivering in their timbers right now, hopefully hoping that none of these teams on the bottom are going to do much better than they already have today, hoping they'll, you know, plateau and maybe they'll be able to stay in the bi-weekly finals. But we never know until the games are played.
That is true indeed, but we do know for sure that these teams in the top 6 are all but certainly making it into our bi-weekly final. And considering that, you know, GG being in the bi-weekly final already, they've already got 100 points under their belt. They could just limit test the Valda comp a little more, you know, just throw it in there, you know, see how it does. You know, first game, they won their first Realm of Yang. They didn't do too badly. It just ended up coming down to a Realm of Yang loss, which was reasonably close leading up to a point. And then, unfortunately, their plan to die in the zone and then resurrect themselves went awry when XCG came very close to them and they had to hide for a moment, and then forcing them to try and go into Metab and then find a spot to die, and then get their third member who did cleanse the Yang depletion by dying and respawning, so that they could potentially come back to the game. But it just didn't happen. 3-3-0, unfortunately, did get caught out, found in that Moonbane, and just absolutely obliterated by a team. And unfortunately, their stint in that third game was cut short. However, I did see the potential from that team comp. I do see the potential. You know, it does have strengths. It has strengths. However, I don't know if these teams are gonna want to try again. You know, is it really worth trying when we already have compositions that we know work? You know, that's the question that I feel like so many teams ask themselves. Is like, is it worth experimenting when we might not actually get all that much value? Or is it better to just stick to what we know and just play and just continue practicing that and fine tune it as best we can?
It's the good old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But
exactly,
for some of these teams, like J team, for example, they could use a change in composition because they are not able to keep up with the pacing when they're playing on the same comp as everyone else. They're playing these meta comps that are falling short. All of these teams that are in that bottom 18 could definitely benefit from playing something that might give them an advantage. But at the same time, it's very risky because that advantage could very well be flipped and become a super huge disadvantage if they don't play it right.
Yeah, exactly.
So you kind of have to weigh out your options.
J team just needs a miracle at this point. That like, it's so sad, man.
I hate to say it. As as a J Team supporter, you know, I'm not wearing my jersey for obvious reasons. It sucks. It sucks to see. I love them. I love them still. I hold J Team near and dear to my heart. It was one of the first teams that got me to really, you know, fall in love with the game of NARAKA, fall in love with the Pro League and how the game was played. I was always cheering for them. When Rune was telling me they're not making it into this second Worlds, it was a fluke they won the first one with that, you know, off-meta comp where they played Viper Tessa, or they played Viper Yodo and Wu Chen. And he says they're not going to get into the second Worlds, and they ended up winning the second World Cup. You know, I stuck with them through and through, but yeah, it's upsetting to see it happen. And you know, shout out to Rune, Wolves being the #1 team right now. So yeah, it's,
or at
it's
least in the standings. In the
standings, yeah, of course.
I like Wolves a lot, but I don't think that they're the best team right now. I think they've definitely stepped it up. I think the coach being I think they got a new coach. And things have just been going super well with them. Even in solos, Pandaman has been doing extremely well. CDY, as he's now calling himself, has been doing a lot better, has improved considerably. And I feel like the coach for Wolves has been a lot more engaged and has been doing a lot for Wolves as an organization, which is always lovely to see. But 100%. We're going to be going into our 4th game, ladies and gentlemen. What are we going to see? Are we going to see some more goofy and spicy compositions like the Valda, like the ACOS? Or are we just going to go back to what we know, go back to what we've tested and tried? We might still see some Zais. I think the Zai composition has all but become a staple comp now. I think unless something changes drastically. Yeah, I think it's become extremely popular. We've been seeing people... like teams doing extremely well, getting MVPs. You know, I think it's a solid comp that has been... the consensus has been reached that it's good enough to be a staple one.
Yeah,
but,
and
we'll see.
I'm loving to see a little bit more variation in the comps. Like in the past couple bi-weekly splits on the old patch, we saw it was the first pick we're picking Sand Siphon, the second pick we're picking Blind Date, and the third pick we're picking the Cannonball comp. Now we're seeing a few of the variations come out with the Monk. We're seeing more of the variations come out with, you know, the Zai comp, which I, by the way, absolutely love the Zai comp. And coming out at first, we are going to see the Temi ban coming out, but 2 different compositions using that Tumult. It's going to be, we're seeing the Sand Formers, and we're also going to be seeing the Sand Siphon. KLA choosing to run ACOS as well, again. So we are going to get to see that comp coming back out, but GG flipping over to that traditional Transformers composition instead of opting to run something with Valda in it. Something I have noticed as well, we have seen Justina sort of rotating out of the meta coming with this new patch. A lot of players were choosing to run Justina before, but we haven't seen very much of it coming out now. We are going to see another ACOS comp coming out, and the rest is going to be more of the Tessa, Viper, and Wu Chen, the very, very deadly comp that is, giving you a lot of exit options, especially with that Wu Chen ultimate being able to port you to safety anytime that you need if the ultimate is up, and just the amount of control that you get from the Tessa ultimate and the amount of control that you also get from the Viper ult is just, it puts together a very amazing game.
Indeed. We see 3 of these teams opting to go for that Blind Date composition here, to be expected. But yeah, 2 teams running the ACOS Cannonball, the Tiger Cannonball composition, which I do have to say is very, very a very solid comp. I think with the buffs to ACOS, it definitely makes sense. One of the big issues with ACOS in trios was that his ultimate, it was just like just needed a little bit more to be worth using, you know. The tiger grabs and the tiger, like the triple pounce with V1 just wasn't doing enough damage, just wasn't healing enough for it to actually be worth it, as just it got nerfed relatively early. But now that it's been buffed up again, we're immediately seeing it getting picked up, and it's something that does do extremely well into you know, your Farrier, your Weishan, even Tessa it does very strong. It does very well into, as you're able to use the Tiger Pounce and knock players away from the Lantern, for example, knock players away from the Tessa Lantern so that your teammates can come and get their souls back, etc. The fact that you have 30 seconds where you have that golden pounce attack, you have that jumping attack that can match anything else that's golden in the lobby, you know, in an end zone, for example. If some teams do happen to have those gold jades that can have those gold attacks, those gold focus attacks, you know, like your Dragon Roar Merciless and stuff like that, you can use the ACOS jump, the jump LMB to clank against it and to create openings for yourself. That's what we saw last week when we saw it get picked up, and we will likely see the same thing again. However, we aren't seeing it all that much of those golden jades in the end games, as they are so much harder to find now and so much harder to actually get with the shop changes. But we are going to be jumping into our fourth game of the day, ladies and gentlemen, and 5-1 and OUG are very, very close to each other, spawning right on top of each other on these Fireflies. And now that we are on the Morris Isle, ladies and gentlemen, we do have these Fireflies. So we are going to be seeing a lot more ult utilization. Looks as though 5-1, unfortunately, weren't able to get any of the Fireflies though. None of these players on 5-1 were able to secure themselves a Firefly, and SS is going to be able to just dominate this fight with the Tessa ultimate. Unique and Pampy both getting locked up here. Pampy's going to be following it very soon. Does get parried, and OUG off the rip are going to be coming away with 3 eliminations. The MVPs of our previous game doing work. And now looks as though we've got both of the ACOS Cannonball comps landing on top of each other, fighting each other off the rip. But JL is going to be the team that comes away victorious. Makes sense, considering that they do have 2 of the world champions from last year's Jacob on the team. Absolute machines of VVV being the GOAT. He's just an amazing player. I think we can all agree. But going up to the north, we have Bowder approaching WBG on the northern shore.
Taking a look now, Bowda going to be aggressing very quickly onto WBG as we see the Wuchen port is going to get popped out here as Bowda's peak already going for the ultimates, as Sleepwalker is going to be the first to go down, and we're going to see Aciao getting aggressed on pretty quickly here. The ultimate from the Kurumi has come out, and they are going to try and use BaiG's ult on the Takeda to be able to create some space, but Aciao going to find an armor swap here, it looks like, and is able to get away pretty fast. Looks like they are still fighting on the other side, but Peak is going to take it upon himself to chase after Aciao. He's going to get him in the air, doing a little bit of some dipsy doodling over top. We're going to see these mushrooms coming into play as well. But it looks like Aciao is going to go down no matter what. Either way, Peak is going to have to watch out, though. Those mushrooms could be fatal if not dealt with quickly. Is going to be able to get that full reset, though, as we're flipping over to the other side. GG. Not the greatest game. Last game did run into some unfortunate circumstances, but is now back to a decent scale. Purple armor on the Monk already. It's what you like to see early game. They do have all of their ultimates available, so they are going to be looking to take a fight pretty quickly here. They could be running up into some of these players from that we just saw taking place. It could be WBG on the other side if they have one player remaining, but I do not think they do. So we are going to be running up over there. GG's 330 and the rest of their team do want to be getting into a fight quickly, but it looks like they are going to just take their time, loot this out, and try and get a decent enough scale going into this first Realm of Yang. If they do that and they're able to pick up those 3 kills, I feel like that's their formula that they've been going on. They don't want to aggress too early. They want to just take their fights slow, get the Realm of Yang, get the buff, get some kills in that mid game, and then go into that second realm. They've been playing as a super huge Realm team so far in these games, and it worked out for them in game number 1, but last game you saw the unfortunate stuff going on. It was very difficult for them to come away with anything, as we're now flipping over KLA. They do not have any lives left, so this is going to be difficult for them if they want to stay into this game. It might not be the smartest idea to engage into this fight. We are going to see a Moonbane getting dropped down for KLA, giving them an extra bit of security. JL is going to start backing off, but that Yushan ult just dealing so much damage onto One Fang. They are going to try and see if they're able to make something happen. They did invest one of their ultimates already, so could be difficult. We do see that Fairy ult coming out, putting in a lot of work. TXJ getting bounced up by the Moonbane, and this is going to be difficult for them. We do hear the other Akos ult getting answered back as Cuckoo2 trying to make a play onto TXJ, and he's going to be able to get that uppercut from the pounce, confirming the damage and coming away with the kill, taking out all of the members of JL, forcing them to go for their resurrections.
Indeed. I like how they fought each other off the rip, and KLA loses. And now they fight yet again, but KLA has that Moonbane to their advantage, and they make excellent use of it and come away victorious in their second face-off against JL. But heading on over back to Sunwing, GG have found themselves up against J-Team. Unfortunately, LXM has already been taken down. CJS trying to make something happen, trying his best to stay alive, and potentially getting a little bit of value out of his death here, but unfortunately he's just not going to be able to get anything feasible off of it. He is going to be taken down. However, moving on over to EWG up against Bowder. Bowder's Peak has managed to find the room to go for this Moonbane, and he's managed to get it down before either of his teammates do get taken down. Jumping in with the grapple, with that F2, is going to be silencing these players. Peak catching that Karumi with the uppercut combo is going to be able to lock them down, and Bowder are going to be able to turn this fight very, very effectively, and EWG are going to be sent to the Spirit Realm and forced to go and resurrect themselves elsewhere. Bowder now going up to 6 eliminations in this early game. Very nice to see. Now OUG on the outskirts, chilling, vibing, just looting up, getting ready to go into the realm of Yang potentially, or look for a grief opportunity, you know, find a team that is looking to go realm of Yang and come in with the Tessa ultimate and the Viper to prevent them from going in. Looks as though, for the moment though, they've noticed that a team has the key for that stash, for that cave over there, and they're going to wait and see if they can catch that team with the key while they try and open it and claim the loot for themselves. Back to Bowder, though. J-Team and Alliance all involved here. Both Bowder, both Alliance and this other team, both Wuchens, forced to use their teleports to disengage. Alliance, I feel like they probably could have continued fighting there potentially, but opting not to go for it as the reses and the rebirth charms are going to be expiring very soon. Bowder with the same thought, looking to disengage, grappling as far away as they can, and looking to go and spend the money that they've managed to earn for themselves as soon as possible. But it looks as though they're bumping into GG after having resurrected themselves. They might actually be able to force this fight and come away victorious, but I'm not sure if they're going to go for it. I think they're just going to go shopping instead. Might be for the best. GG potentially looking to go towards the south and find themselves a Realm of Yang fight to try and scale up into this endgame, as they are running these this traditional Transformer composition. Realm of Yang is definitely where you want to be going. It's one of your win conditions. It allows you to scale into the endgame. The Transformers benefiting so much from having scaled loot, from having that high rarity armor and weaponry. They're able to scale their ultimates so well, but I think they're opting not to go in just yet, as they still have only white armor on their Yueshan. Although that being said, they are heading over. They're sort of waiting on the outside to see if they can sneak in or something.
They're going to try and snipe that third into the Yang, but it looks like they're going to actually go first here, as they're going to be fighting against XCG in this realm of Yang. Sand Siphon, I believe XCG is playing. They could be playing on the Sandformers. They're going to take a look as we start off into this game. We are seeing they do have a Temi, and they do have the Monks, so they are going to be playing Sandformers and not the Siphon. As this is already starting, LXM's already going to get pretty quickly demolished. CJS forced to ult almost immediately here, and now 330 hopping into that ultimate as well. This is going to be very difficult for them. Losing their healer so quickly into this is almost 100% certain doom. They're getting focused on by all of these players, not able to do a single thing. 330 just forced to hop around, not even able to go for these grabs because it's just gonna put him in such a vulnerable position, losing almost all of his HP. No healer to help him out as CJS gets a parry onto NiHQ. They're gonna see Kakashi just going for the grab. Getting stuck into that parry punish animation is very difficult because you're just going to be a sitting duck for those monk grabs. We're seeing the focus scale rush coming out from Kakashi, able to force him to one location, and Xiaonan coming away with the kill with the repeating crossbow. Good little ranged skill used there to come in and pick up the elimination. And yeah, as soon as your healer goes down like that right at the start, there's basically nothing you can do into those fights. You try to ult up, you try the best you can to come away with an elimination, but you know, 2 Transformers and a Temi, very difficult. Unfortunate situation. Everything's going wrong for GG in these past couple of games. As we're flipping over to KLA. 3 kills on the board so far. They're sitting pretty. All of these teams in the top 6, they don't really have to worry too much about making it into the finals. They're almost guaranteed to be doing so. One thing that they could be focusing on is getting as many points as possible to have some more pre-posed points going into this. And that's what they're going to be trying to do. But hopefully they're going to... These lower teams that you want to be keeping an eye on, so 521, who have actually gone out already this game, but Bauda and EWG making that climb to try and come in to that 66.9 point threshold. So 67 points, basically, they want to hit to be able to secure themselves a spot in this finals.
Indeed, and BBE is bound to be praying to the Lord that they don't get eliminated here, as it is going to be pretty close. We will have to wait and see. For the moment, we've got a fight going down between GG and WBG. 330, having lost a lot of his armor, is going to be able to regenerate all of that with the Kurumi circle. I am somewhat surprised that this Kurumi has opted to go for the armor circle here, as opposed to that health circle, so that when the Transformers do need healing in their ultimates, that they can effectively heal them with that health Kurumi circle. But instead, they're going for the armor circle, meaning that they're going to be using it, or they're going to be trying to use it before the Transformers are actually forced to use those ultimates, or afterwards. Which it's not bad necessarily, but I think that in certain situations, especially like that, for example, if the Tianhai just gets absolutely cooked, you know, it might be worth having that V1 so that you can keep him alive and make sure that he doesn't get taken down during the ultimate. But KLA coming in for this third party, and J-Team looking to get involved as well. Lee desperately trying to make it up these rocks, the buttery rocks. But Cuckoo is on his tail with this Ferrier mech that he has jumped into, and he is doing work, sending out these turret shots constantly. Not finding all that many connections, unfortunately, and the ultimate from the ACOS already down as well. They're kind of back to neutral at this point. They do have their Yueshan ultimate ready to go. And Lee is just going to be healing out in the open, and Cuckoo's just going to pick up a freak elimination with this cannon. They're not going to teleport away and resurrect their teammate, but still, KLA able to pick up a free kill, it seems.
When that mech first popped up and Cuckoo was focusing onto J-Team's Lee, Ice was doing an amazing job at peeling with his F ability. He's sending those swords out to be able to block all of that damage from the Mech. I thought that was such a good job used to be able to keep Lee in the game. And it's just those little tiny things that change the course of an entire fight. Lee ended up still going down to that cannon fire off a misplay later on, but the fight could have been so much different if they would have gone out a little bit earlier. As we're taking a look now, GG, last remaining players, LXM, going to be out in the graveyard trying to run away from J-Team as J-Team looks to pick up this kill maybe one last time. LXM is just going to be able to pour it out, and J-Team is not going to be able to come away with this elimination. They're going to just give it to the zone as Lee going to try and get back into the zone. It looks like they do have the resources and the HP to get back in. They're not very far out, and the health depletion or the healing cancel has not taken too much of an effect yet, as EWG waiting in the wings for them returning into the zone. Gonna send a couple range shots, let them know they're there, but not engage too quickly. But we are flipping to the other side, and it looks like TXJ is gonna be getting eliminated by Alliance really quickly. The Tessa Charm coming out, contesting this Spirit Well here. We are going to see another Tessa Charm coming out from Alliance this time, trying to go for that Scale Rush off, and it's going to be big damage, and the Tessa Charm almost taking him out, but the Mech saving the life of the player from JL. One Fang trying to make some space and create some definitely much needed space with that. Oh my goodness, T.E.'s Han coming in with the tactical nuke, AC-130, able to get the stun on almost everybody, but the Wu Chen port's gonna come in and save most of these players, except for VVV getting left behind in the Mech. Oh my goodness.
They're not gonna chase. Oh no, wait, there we go. I was gonna say, are they not gonna chase him? No, Han just immediately goes back to the Spirit Well, just like, okay, cool, I did my job, you know. You go kill him, LWD. I did my job, now you go get the kill. And he does exactly that, goes and picks up that kill onto VVV. Unfortunately for him, he does get taken down. But back to OUG, MVPs from, was it last game? It was indeed. Bowder with the Draco Storm. Looks as though they picked up a Spirit Well, or potentially they went uncontested in the Realm of Yang. And have managed to secure themselves a Draco Storm, but unfortunately, the time on this buff is ticking down. They may have found a fight onto EWG here. Maybe, if they're able to catch up to them. EWG have definitely spotted them out, and they know that they can't really take this fight. They're right behind Alliance, though. They might be able to pass by Alliance and have Bowder focus Alliance instead, but Alliance themselves have noticed what's going on, and they themselves are also going to be trying to immediately disengage. The silence comes through onto 14, the Tessa ultimate as well, and it looks as though 14 might be cooked here. He doesn't get immediately bursted, so he does have a chance to use his F into the ultimate. I feel like this was definitely a misplay coming from Bowder. They could have bursted him down if they were more coordinated and if they had the better weapons. They definitely could have confirmed that kill, but unfortunately they just let it slip through their fingers, and now they're trying to make something happen onto 9, and they do so. Nothing much that he can do there, unfortunately. He doesn't have that Tomoko, ladies and gentlemen. He only has the Takeda, but Takeda ultimate, when there's a silence, you kind of cook. You kind of cooked when you're out in the open, and that is all she wrote for him. Unfortunately, EWG losing a member and not having any kills on the board either. Bowder is going to continue to chase this team down. XG trying his best. The lonely Karumba on her lonesome uses that F, manages to get the teleport off. Very nicely done, but it's not going to matter. I don't think. He is just going to be chased down by Bowder, taking them up to 8 eliminations, managing to pick up, I think, 2 kills using using that Draco Storm. A solid result, I would say.
They could have had that third one, and it's just the Tessa stun goes away after you take a certain amount of damage, and you get. So they could have coordinated the attack by doing one big burst of damage all together, but somebody hit first a little bit too early with something that wasn't enough damage to take him completely out, and he was able to get the F and the ultimate off. Unfortunately, 14, we do just see in the kill feed going down to KLA's Cuckoo too. But now flipping over to this fight, OUG's SS getting absolutely blitzed right now in the Temi ultimate. NiHQ and Xiaonan are actually going to be the ones to pick up these kills here. OUG's SS is going to go down. TE's LYD also is going to get eliminated pretty quickly, but getting revived after the Wuchen port is going to send them all to safety. As XCG picking it up a little bit. 10 kills in this game. I haven't seen too much from XCG so far. Definitely picking up the pace in game number 4. As we've got 10 minutes left, this has definitely been one of the slower games that we've seen today. 24 players left with 10 minutes on the clock. So we are going to be seeing a little bit of a more chaotic end circle than we have before. As it usually is the theme with these Mortis games, there's more and more players coming into this end circle. XCG doing a very fantastic job, though, this game. Xiaonan with 5, NiHQ with 3, and Kakashi with 2. As TE... and looks like they might actually start engaging pretty quickly as JL on the other side and J-Team pretty close in proximity. Could be a pretty big scrap-off starting off, but it looks like most of these players want to keep their lives until we start that second Realm of Yang that is going to be coming up pretty soon. As we're taking a look at Bauda as well. As you see, not very many gold jades under their belt, but they've got some purple ones, and that is going to be the differentiator in these games now. As it looks like WBG doing a little bit of last-minute shopping. 30 seconds until some of these drops become live, so they're going to hold on to this area. As TE is starting to contest as well. Alliance sending some warning shots. But as soon as that timer goes down, they're going to have the opportunity to buy a couple of those golden soul jades. They're going to have the chance to buy a gold armor. And it'll really help the scale of these teams. Alliance putting on pressure. They want this box as much as WBG does. So it could be an interesting scrap-off to see who's going to be able to come away with it. As the box goes live, and Baiji able to come away with the golden armor.
There it is, Boyge with that golden armor. It seems kind of silly that you're just able to buy these armors from the shop now. But I have to say that this is something that I talked about for a long time before they released the news that this was going to be what was happening. You know, I talked about the idea that so many teams it becomes very hard to actually scale up and get these golden armors, these purple armors at times. But now having the ability to buy them in the shop is so good for some of these teams. You're able to just get that one more purple, one gold that you want on a very important member of your team, so that you're able to keep them alive in the end game. You know, some characters, they just require that sort of golden armor, that extra little bit of padding, you know, or they just scale a little bit better with the armor, that sort of thing. And I do really like it. You know, I think it's a very good addition to Immortal War. But taking a look now, JL, speaking of armors, they are all on blue. 3 little blueberries ripe for the picking, and WBG has spotted them out and have recognized that they are definitely a potential target. However, the Spirit Well has become active very close by, so I think they're probably going to be turning their attention over to that, as KLA have posted up in the middle of it already, and they are already getting that progress bar down. Almost a third now progressed through on that Spirit Well. KLA are going to start getting a little bit of pressure here coming through from this team, from WBG. Bauda on the other side as well. KLA do have to be careful here that they don't get pinched. They don't get sandwiched between these two teams, as even if they manage to secure themselves the golden armor, it might not mean anything, really. It might not be enough to save them from the onslaught of WBG and Bauda. And JL as well, up in front of them. They're just hoping desperately that they're going to be able to come in and snipe away some of this loot to help them going into this endgame, as all 3 of them have that blue armor. Cuckoo is just doing the rounds, throwing out those cannon shots. You guys, you have to stand in the middle, right, to progress it, right? You can't just stand on the outside. Wait, no, you can? Wait, what? Okay, now I'm just confused, bro. Now I'm just confused. I'm pretty sure you have to stand in the middle.
It started going down a little bit.
Maybe it was.
See it get dropped, and they're gonna,
yeah, maybe he just dipped in and it progressed really quickly.
Oh my goodness, getting dropped down really low here as it didn't look like they were able. They did get the golden armor. They were able to escape with that, but they had to invest 2 ultimates here, and it looks like they might be investing a 3rd one as soon as this Feria ult goes down. QGG might be hopping into that Yushan. VVV and Team JL not able to escape with any of the loot like they were trying to, and WBG not getting too much either. As the ultimates go down, they're now going to be a pretty big target, as we're also seeing in the corner JL running out of oh my goodness, JL's One Fang is going to end up going down. They are going to be able to get him back up though, popping that Yushan ult right away. They're going to have to burn the ultimate to be able to stay alive in the game, and it looks like TXJ was able to pick up the purple armor that was dropped after swapping out that golden armor. So in a tough situation right now, because they are such low scaled on ultimates and armors, and they're just getting decimated by that Bane's Breath and all the other rain shots coming around from these teams. Having to invest that ultimate pretty early on the Yushan is going to be very difficult for them to keep up, as we're seeing One Fang is going to go down pretty quickly here. QGG coming away with the kill. Baoda's Jing now trying to see if they can pop a Tessa Charm onto the rest of these JL players. Unable to hit very much. They're trying to get their teammate up. One Fang gets up, gets in the mech, and this is the 2nd rescue time they've been able to get for this player, but TXJ getting hit with a Feria F3. Gonna get silenced for a quick second there and stunned, losing most of his armor. Gonna be able to get a pot though. Lee, the only other player putting pressure on them right now, but One Fang in a very dangerous position, needs to get that reset off only on blue armor, so it's going to be difficult for him to try and come back into this game. They are becoming the targets of the lobby very quickly, and getting him up twice means that 2 of these teams have gotten kills, 2 extra kills just given away, putting up more numbers and more points onto the board for their respective teams. XCG now holding this space very well against Baoda. We are going to see Xiaonan hopping in that Feria ult right away here, as Baoda aggressing, sending out the Tessa Charm and the ultimate as quick as possible. We're seeing the V1 come out, and the stuns are coming, but the Tumult ult saving XCG from almost certain domination.
Indeed, and a huge parry coming out from Kakaishi, but immediately he loses all of his armor. This Feria mech does manage to peel for him for a moment, allowing him to get those heals off. Immediately, he does get pressured again by Baoda's Jing, and now using that ultimate, the Feria is out of ultimate. Using their ultimates very nicely in rotation, and also potentially allowing for Xiaonan to go in and resurrect Nai HQ, as he has been taken down somewhere. I'm not sure exactly where he has been downed, but Kakaishi, he's wandering around. He's looking for these grabs. He grabs one. Can he get the second one, though? No. Unfortunately, the first one does get teleported away as well. Meaning that we don't get all that much value at all coming out from that Tianhai ultimate. Sadly to say. KLA, it's looking pretty solid going into these final moments of this game. Coming out of that Ferry ultimate. They don't have all of their cooldowns up, or they will soon have their ACOS up, but they're kind of vibing. They have 2 golden armors, a purple armor. They are in a very solid position to take the MVP for this game. TE trying their best to secure this Spirit Well. KLA having yet another Ferry ult to play with. Axiao getting peppered by these shots from the Ferry mech, and now Cuckoo trying to find his way into the Spirit Well. As soon as it pops, there's a golden staff there ready to be picked up. There's even a purple armor swap for him. He comes out of the mech taking damage, but immediately able to pick up that armor swap. Beautifully done. Able to just jump in, not even pressured somehow. But Cuckoo does get continuously pressured after the fact, is continuing to take some damage, but he does have his ultimate available. Takes to the sky, takes to the tree to find a moment to heal. Now jumping down to the tree. The range shots are continuously coming in. We got a huge ult now coming out from TE's Han. The Karumi ult has been popped. to prevent the follow-up, but Sleepwalker, oh my lord, Sleepwalker caught slipping on the outskirts of the Kurumi ult and not standing inside it when that stun comes through does force his team to use their ultimates to save him. They do get the res, and now Baige forced to jump in with that Takeda ultimate, trying to make something happen with this Golden Pulse Sword. It could actually be the decider here if they're able to find some value, if they're able to take some kills and get a few more under their belt. They might be able to come away with the MVP here, eliminating some stronger members in this lobby. KLA still looking very strong. They still have their golden armors. XCG Xiaonan now jumping into this Ferrier mech, trying to heal up while he can. And now going to be looking for some turret shots, I'd imagine. Goes into the turret form, the right click. Sends out that turret shot, now going back to the healing, knocking Sleepwalker into the zone, but the blistering edge is going to come through and knock him out and burst him down. QGG now in the Ferry mech also bursted down. The pulse sword hits coming through. Xiaonan trying to get some value out of this long sword, but he's gotten taken down so unbelievably low. Another chaos is just ensuing. The Yueishan ult trying to get as much value as he can. TE getting taken down very low, and Baoda's Jing is actually going to be the last man standing at the very, very end. I'm not sure how many kills they managed to get for themselves leading up to that. Oh, 12!
12 eliminations,
Damn.
putting them as the MVPs.
Huge!
Very, very crazy. Bauda able to stick with it and finally having the end game that they were hoping for, being the last remaining players alive and being able to come away with 12 kills, putting them at the very top of this game as the MVPs, doing a very phenomenal job and coming back, clinching themselves that 12th place spot in the finals. They have definitely crossed over that 66.8 point threshold by at least a few points. We saw them sneak up there at the very end, passing BBE, unfortunately, for Roy Shishi and company on Bamboo Esports. They will not be making it into the finals as Team Bauda reigns victorious in game number 4.
Indeed. Bauda, it's good to see you back. It's good
100%.
to see you back. You know, I've talked about it a couple times, the fact that they were one of those big names, they're one of the heavy hitters back in the early days of NARAKA trios. You would see them doing extremely well alongside J-Team. But unfortunately, after the initial NBPL, after the first year of pro NARAKA play, they kind of fell off, they kind of disappeared. You know, we didn't really see them. And when we did, they weren't doing as well as they were before. However, now they've come back with this season, they've come back this split, and they are ready to play. And it's lovely to see. You know, Bauda, they were kind of the GOATs back then. They were. And then they fell off, and now they're back. And you know why? I'm pretty sure they sniped XCG's coach this season. They got themselves XCG's coach. And then, you know, hey, he's coming in with the strats, and he is taking them to victory. And hey, you know, it would be nice to see them take it bi-weekly. You know, take this. Yeah, it definitely would be. But I don't know.
Watching Bauda's progression, when we went to the first Worlds, the very first Worlds, the 2019, 2020, or 2021, 2020 first World Championship in Guangzhou, everybody said that it was Bauda and another team that's no longer with us. It's actually part of Bauda, which was ADA. These were these two powerhouse teams that were favorite to win. And they ended up not coming away with the victory. Obviously, J-Team was the one to win. But they were these huge teams that were supposed to be like amazing, and they placed very well. But after that first season of NBPL, right after Worlds, they sort of started falling and falling and falling, and now they've finally been able to build themselves back up to a point where they're able to contend with these top teams. And it's really great to see, you know, every team's going to have that fall from grace and they come back up, and they're starting to come back, and it is so amazing to see, especially when they start to succeed like this. It is just phenomenal. It's so beautiful. I love the gameplay, love the energy, love the synergy. Just what a great game. We're going to take a look at the scoreboard really quickly, ladies and gentlemen, to see how many kills exactly they got, and it was 15. My mistake, ladies and gentlemen, with a total game score of 25. Those 4 ranking points and that huge kill multiplier doing a lot of work for them there.
Indeed, and hey, J-Team got more than a point this game. Let's go.
Okay, you don't have to rub it in there, Duncan.
Hey, you know, it's just like, you know, it's you were just talking about how all of these teams are gonna have rises and falls, and you know, J-Team's just in their low point right now, just struggling, you know, trying to claw their way up the leaderboard, get any point that they can. And but unfortunately it's just not going well for them. EWG also not in a very good spot here. They aren't too far off qualification, but the problem is these bottom 5, including J-Team at the moment, for the sake of this point, they're all extremely close together. You know, BBE sadly has now been taken out of the top 12. They have been eliminated from the final qualification. Alliance taking their 12th place spot here with 77.7. You know, all of those teams below them are very, very close together. 10 points is all it is between 13th and 17th spot. So, you know, it's very competitive down there. But taking a look at the top 6 right now, GG unfortunately not having the best game. They're still sort of sitting around the same place they were before. OUG, you know, they didn't put up an MVP. They didn't do insanely well, but they are getting closer and closer to that first place spot. You know, that you just know that they want to overtake Wolves. You know, just to make a statement. You know, Wolves has been doing extremely well, but you know they still want to show that they are the best team, and they have been showing it consistently. You know, that throughout the bi-weeklies we've had this split, they've been doing extremely well. But taking a look here at some of the replays, Bowder obliterating EWG, one of the teams that is desperately trying to make their way into that top 12 right now. And 5-2-1 as well, taking them down, taking down J-Team's Lee here. Jing with this Tessa ultimate, this situation here, when they had that Draco Storm and they missed out on 1 elimination, but they still come away with 2. XTG coming in with this third party here, very nice. Cuckoo, the number of Furrier ults that this guy had in that endgame was insane, I have to say. KLA with the ACOS composition, doing pretty solidly. You know, like they didn't come away MVPs, but they still did extremely well. Bowders, Jing. Oh, the beautiful parry there, with the eyes in the back of his head. The high five to end it as well. The boys gaming.
To build on that point,
taking a look at this.
To build on that point, really quickly, we will just talk about this MVP board. It's Jing's 3rd time being the MVP with 8 kills, 16,000 damage. Most of the damage coming out from the staff and the dual blades, with 4,000 actually coming from the bow. He did have a gold soul jade, as we talked about. We didn't see him use it very much. He was playing mainly with the staff, but Aurora Burst was in the back pocket just in case. We do see a quick charge and Thundercall coming out as well, but he was using the bow, so not very many jades to be used for the weapons, using them more for that attack stat and for the other stats. But to build on the point you were saying with the rise and falls that we were talking about earlier, is a quote that I remember from my childhood that my mother used to always tell me is, "This too shall pass." There's a whole story that I'm not going to get into that goes along with it, but the moral of the story is everything in the world, even your happy times, are going to come to pass, and you're going to be happy, but you're never going to be eternally happy. You're never going to be eternally sad. You will always have good times and bad times, and every single time, no matter what, will come to pass, and you will have a different phase of your life. And that's just how the world works and how life happens. But a quick question for you guys, and answer for treasure in the chat. How many scores did Team Alliance get in game number 4? Was it A5, B 6.5, C 7, or D 8? Answer in the chat, and you could be the lucky person to get whispered to get a spring split random gift. And I have yet to get one of these. So NARAKA, come on, drop me some stuff in my my NARAKA account because I need some drip. I didn't get to pull that red skin. I didn't get to pull the star skin in the new thing. So you know, need a little bit of compensation.
I mean, like, yeah, I've tried a few times myself as well. I have never managed to get it. It is there is a certain finesse to it though, as we've seen recently. Some people in chat, you know, baiting everybody because they knew that everyone's just gonna copy somebody's answer, you know, and then they just bait everyone into to typing the wrong answer, and then coming in and sniping it at the last second, taking it for themselves. We've seen it happen a couple times, but then the funniest thing that I saw the last time was that the guy who's kind of known for doing it, right? Who's known for baiting everyone, actually tried. He did the reverse mind game and told everyone the right answer. Everyone chose the wrong answer, even though he was saying it's B, guys, it's the right answer, and it was. And then everyone wrote something else, and then he comes in and wins it again.
The boy
My
who cried
guy.
wolf.
He's the
it
goat.
Works every time.
But back to NARAKA. We're gonna be going into our 5th game relatively shortly. I'm wondering if there's gonna be any changes to what we're gonna see played. Probably not. You know, I do like the new system that they've implemented in terms of pick and ban phase and all of that. However, it's moved from it being somewhat stale in that we see everyone pick the same exact composition in one lobby and then pick the same exact composition in a different lobby. It's moved from that to every lobby feeling exactly the same, because like one team will pick this comp, and then 4 teams will pick one comp, 4 teams will pick another, and then 4 teams will pick the third comp that's being played, you know? And then, because there are only 3 or 4 comps that we're actually seeing right now, it ends up being the case that every game kind of feels the same, where we're just seeing exactly the same heroes being picked over and over and over again, just by different teams. You know, we are still seeing individual team play, and it does get very exciting nonetheless. And we are seeing more variety lately, you know, with the Zai pick suddenly coming into meta, suddenly coming into play, along with the ACOS as well. So things are sort of starting to heat up a bit with the new season patch that they're now playing on. However, I don't know, I feel like a tiny bit of fine-tuning to the pick and ban system could make it even more exciting and force teams into picking lots and lots of different comps. And it would be definitely interesting to see teams actually have to pick things like the Valda composition we saw earlier, you know, being forced into a position where they have to bring out a composition that is not meta, basically. I don't want to see like sub-meta, you know, almost meta, but just not quite there. You know, something like that Valda comp. It definitely makes things a little interesting whenever we see something spicy being brought out like that. But I'm not really sure how they'd be able to do that, and also if the players would appreciate that, considering that they put so much practice into learning so many different compositions, or the compositions they want to play, and also playing into those compositions as well. You know, when you're forced to then play into loads of different random comps, it could throw off lots of teams, and it could be a huge upset, you know?
When you're forced to start playing all these random comps, it does leave a lot more to chance, lots of different situations. Whereas when you're playing the strict to the meta comps, it gives a lot more opportunity for these players' individual skill to shine, for these synergies to show off. Whereas when you're playing different comps and you're forced to play all of these different compositions, you're seeing less the like grinded perfection skill and more just kind of a like a button mashing free for all type of style of play. Whereas, you know, it's still calculated, but when you have, let's say you have 3 things you need to work on, right? Your 3 main compositions you're going to work on, you're going to get really good at them. But if you're working on 8 different compositions at one time, it's going to be very difficult for you to be perfect at all 8 of them. You're going to have disadvantages for certain comps, and even with 3, that's still the case. You see a lot of these teams shining on specific comps, whereas one team will be really good at the blind date but less good at like sand siphon, or they'll be really good with cannonball and not really good with blind date. So when you add more comps into the mix, if you're forcing them to do that, it's going to create more of an imbalance in the competitiveness of play. But it'll definitely be way more entertaining. So you have to kind of make a decision. Do you want to keep the competitive integrity, or do you want to start scaling more towards the entertainment side? That's my kind of feeling on it.
That is definitely a very good point. However, I think that if these players were forced, 8 is quite a lot. You there was definitely, obviously you exaggerated to make a point.
Yeah,
but
of course.
If let's say it was 5, 5 or 6 potentially, probably 5 would be best, considering that, already in solos we have players in solos forced to play minimum 5 characters. In solos you have to play a minimum of 5. You can play more, you can play 6, but you have to play 5 minimum. And if obviously in solos you're only focusing on yourself and how your character plays against other characters and the same character, right? However, in trios you have to work on playing your character not only in alongside your team and alongside your team composition, but also into other team compositions. And obviously it makes sense that it's harder to learn a character for trios than it is for solos, and it makes sense that you're not required to know that many compositions. However, adding at least a requirement to learn one more would definitely mean that some games or certain lobbies wouldn't feel the same as others. Some lobbies, like right now, because before the Zai composition being sort of added into the meta, we had the same 3 comps being played every single game. But now, because the Zai comp is being played, now we have this extra variable that's being thrown in, but not every team is comfortable with it yet. Not every team is practiced. So a lot of teams aren't bothering to use it. And at the end of the day, you don't really have to yet. You don't have to use it. You can still use the 3 comps you've been using for the last month or 2 months, It's not really a necessity. So, but if they would have forced that upon these teams, it would then create more variety, which then, it's not the hugest impact to competitive play or competitive integrity. However, it's still an exciting change, which would
100%
force players into, it would force players into learning new things and into improving and into just sort of being more, diverse as players, and diversity and the player skill set being diversified, I think, is always very good for a community, a pro community as a whole. Because if you have these teams just playing the same thing over and over and over and over and over again, things will inherently get stale.
And then, yeah, of course,
for the viewers, but as well for the players. I'm sure the players would love to play some goofy stuff, but they just don't feel like they can.
Think about the first and second NBPLs, where we were seeing lobbies of 16 Yodohimes or 16 Z-Pings, whereas now you have to have that variation. It changes so much into the game, and it adds that extra competitive element. It does add a lot of entertainment value. It's definitely changed the game a lot, and nothing is set in stone with all of these rules. It's going to be changed around a lot, especially like NBPL 2 years from now. It's going to be completely different than NBPL now, just like NBPL a year and a half ago was completely different than it is now. So we will be seeing all of these changes sort of getting fine-tuned and happening in the future, but as of now, I feel like we are at a very good spot for the skill set, and we are seeing a very good amount of diversity to competitive ratio, if that makes sense. You still have that competitive integrity, and you have the entertainment side. You can mess around with it a little bit, but I feel like the ratio right now, as we've already seen these hero picks, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going directly into the game. But very good talk, very good discussion, as we are going to be heading into game number 5, starting very shortly. We're seeing a couple of sand siphons. We're seeing a couple of those Zai comps. We're seeing actually 3 of those coming out. 2 monks, and the rest are going to be on the meta comps that we have been seeing time and time again. And yeah, lots of these players have been moving away from Zping in the Sand Siphon comp, focusing solely on Kurumi to give Zping that option to play on the Zai comp or on a different comp if needed.
Indeed. But as you can see, though, like the team comps that are being played in this lobby, it's just exactly the same as last game. You know? It's just that different teams are playing them. And that's kind of what has sparked this idea that I think that although the format is definitely very good and I like that they changed things, I think forcing teams to playing one more composition would definitely be interesting. However, we are going to be going into our 5th game, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm definitely excited to see whether or not these teams sitting in that bottom 6 are going to be able to come through. Hey, J team, if there was a time for you to pop off, now is the time. It's right now. You need to get in there. You need to get oogly. We need to see it, guys. We need to. But we're going to be starting it off with a fight between WBG and Bowder. Peak already having his ultimate ready to go alongside Jing as well. They managed to get that good spawn and land directly on top of those fireflies, and they're able to pick up a kill off the bat already onto Axiao. However, Baige did manage to find those fireflies himself, and he too is now in his ultimate on the Yueishan. And with Bowder having already committed their Viper ultimate, this could be dangerous if they're not careful. The Yotohime as well having their ultimate relatively soon, I think. Relatively soon.
The Yoto was at about 60-70% charge?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, actually, it's a bit more than that now. Almost at 100%, but it's not going to matter. Bowder absolutely rips them to shreds, and WBG are going to have to go and resurrect themselves somewhere else.
As we're taking a start into this game, it's a pretty fast-paced start with these fireflies coming out as VVV trying to make something happen on the Zai. Sends the F3 out, is going to end up ulting up pretty quickly here with the blue scale on the ult at the start of the game. Is going to be pretty dangerous. Trying to go up against that Takeda ultimate, is going to try and make something happen with those slashes, but the Kurumi ult's going to come in just in the nick of time, knocking Han outside of the circle with the F3, able to come away with the kill. We are going to see that Temi ult getting invested from the team of TEJL now, kind of getting caught out in the middle of all of this. Could be in a bit of a sticky situation, but using that ult very well. Is going to have that ultimate end, though, getting parried by TE's Leo. The follow-up from the two members of TE is almost going to put VVV on to the ground, but JL, the rest of their team, is going to be able to come through and save them, taking out the entire team of TE, forcing them to go to a soul altar to resurrect. XCG now on the side. They see KLA wanting to engage pretty quickly here. Going to send some range shots off, scaling down the side of the hill. They do have the armor and weapon advantage, it looks like, but they aren't going to want to engage very quickly. Flipping over to the other side of the map, we're going to see Bowda and Alliance starting to go at it. Bowda already with a couple of kills into this game. Lane trying to make something happen with the Zai ult. Is going to end up just getting caught out in that Tessa. You're going to see them try and go for the parry. Misses the parry timing there. Is going to end up getting stunned out. A lot of damage coming up with the Zai and the Zping. Sorry, is going to be able to do a lot for the heal as Bowda's Jing now taking a lot of damage. They are going to be able to get that Wu Chen port out, saving them in the nick of time, but Alliance still hot in pursuit. Bowda's Jig trying to get a couple pots off before having to re-engage in the fight. But with none of these players with their ultimates, except for Peak, it is going to be a risky engage for Alliance.
It is indeed, but they are going for it nonetheless. Lane dropping down with that R&B with the staff, managing to delay the onslaught of Bowder, but unfortunately not enough to be able to save his teammate. However, he is going to be able to catch Jing with that F3, sending him down. He is going to get taken down. Alliance have managed to equalize the fight now, but they are at a health disadvantage. It looks as though Bowder is going to commit to try and get this resurrection, having used that F3 to heal up just a little bit and to prevent the engagement with the grapples from Alliance. But Bowder, Year on, finding a parry, Very nicely done, but Alliance are still going. They have that zipping ultimate to keep them topped up, and now Lane has used that Zai ultimate as well. Yeran now is going to get caught up by this off of Bo's stagger, effectively keeping him locked down. Looks as though they are going to be able to find... They did find this res as well. Or perhaps Jing, as opposed
Jing
to waiting to get resed. Yeah, I think he resed himself here, and it looks as though Revenge has done exactly the same thing. They've called for the salty run back, and they are accelerating in this fight. They're trying to make something happen. The Viper ult now coming out from Peak. They are going to be able to combine it with that Tessa ultimate onto Alliance Bo as well, and he is going to be taken down. Alliance now in a bit of a bad spot. The third party's going to come through from J-Team as well. Revenge extremely low, trying to disengage Yeran, now getting focused down by J-Team's Lee in that ACOS ultimate. Does get caught by the Hang Sword, but ooh, it's not gonna matter, and he's gonna take him down. Alliance Lane, though, is gonna be the one to snipe away the kill. And now Lane met with the claws of Lee. They are gonna be able to pick up that kill, but unfortunately only picking up 2 eliminations from this third party when they could have had a little bit more. But
doesn't matter.
They're on the board. They're on the board. On the board. Scoreboard. They are going to be coming away with 2 kills. Starting off not too shabby, but just keep the ball rolling, boys. What?
Best game of the day so far.
Yeah,
I do say so myself.
Absolutely. 5-2-1 on their Transformers. Looking to scale up. They do have a kill. They do have 2 purple armors, though, which is the main thing, I would say, as traditional Transformers. We say it all the time. They want to be able to scale, and they are doing just that.
And it's good to see them getting that scale in early, because even though it has become a bit easier to scale up in these final areas, especially with the addition of the new the new additions into the game, where you can capture the Spirit Well in the middle of the games and get that scale up in the loot. Having it early is always going to give you a huge advantage, especially when these other players aren't as scaled up in these early games. EWG going for that key strap, unlocking the little Morris Blessing inside the stash, using the Bane's Breath to prevent them from taking any damage or having any team aggress onto them. It would be a very big mistake to try and jump into this with the Bane's Breath bursting down. Being in such a confined area, it'll be very difficult. So they're going to be able to get a couple of purple armors. They've got a gold jade as well. It could be interesting to see how they're going to be able to capitalize onto that. CXZ now looking like they're going to come with a counter Bane, trapping them in here, and this could be interesting. Getting all of these, we do see the mushrooms coming into play as well, forcing EWG to ult inside here. It's going to be difficult as the mech is going to actually get stuck on the inside, forcing to get dropping out of the mech. Bane's Breath coming huge into play as well, ladies and gentlemen, as KLA just putting in so much work to come away with these kills. The Matari ultimate coming out. XG is going to go down, but some of these KLA players are going to need to back off, as the Yoda ult coming out, as well as the Yushan, making it a little bit more difficult for them to come away with any of these eliminations. We see EWG's 14 now just getting sharked on by all of these players, and is going to go down. They're not able to come away with the 3rd kill. 9 is able to get away with that Yushan ultimate, and EWG does have the resurrections with just the nick of time. Look at that. Resurrections are going to be taken off of the board just as those 2 players go down.
Indeed, that is so unfortunate. The counter Bane coming through. Do you think it was planned? You know, they were like,
definitely premeditated there.
They buy the Bane. Okay, let's wait on this cave. If somebody comes and opens it using their Bane, we'll Bane them right afterwards and jump them while they're still looting. Very nicely done by that team. But again, we're moving on over to 5-1 in the zone now, doing a little bit of shopping, having been aggressed onto. Ooh, Bowder looking to try and do a little bit of griefing here. J-Team's Ice just manages to make it into the realm of Yang. Only just, though. Thankfully for him, he didn't need to use his cooldowns. Yeah, very, very close. Now met with J-Team. J-Team, though, all on those blue armors up against 2 players with purple armor. And not only that, but it's GG and Ice getting taken down very low, forced to use that Yueshan ultimate. J-Team's Lee saving his A-class ultimate for the moment, it seems. ZYI with the F3 is doing work. This F3 on the ferry, I have to say, is a lot of fun to use. And if you can get really good at it, you can use your bow or your musket afterwards, immediately after you get that silence, and get a cheeky bit of damage off of that F3 confirmation. Now GG with that monk ult getting oogly. We're gonna see them throwing hands, trying to catch J-Team here, but unfortunately the pillar's in the way and is making it extremely difficult for him to actually get any of these grab confirmations. However, J-Team's Lee has been taken down very low. CJS is also extremely low, but he does manage to turn around with the jump LMB and take him down, and now it looks as though J-Team might be cooked. They do take down CJS. ZYI in that Ferrier mech. He's getting bursted by these spear RMBs, and there it is. He is knocked out of the Ferrier mech with that F3, manages to use it. The parry comes through onto LXM. Is this the 1v3? He gets the kill, though. Now it's a 1v1, but the RMB's going to come through from that pulse sword. Another parry comes through. Oh, my lord. The 1v3 potential. He manages to stall out an unwinnable situation to a point where it's actually a draw in the realm of Yang. Beautifully done.
We're on the board,
team.
ladies and gentlemen.
You
said they needed a miracle. A miracle is happening. It might not all be going J-Team's way, but they're doing the right things. They're climbing back up, and they were just within a second. They got the parry. They would have, if the punish would have been able to go off, they would have won the 1v3. Absolutely insane. Just a little bit more time needed. Fortunately, that's why we have the timer in the realm of Yang. So we are going to take a look at the replay on the other side. Sleepwalker versus 521 versus WBG. It looks like we're going to see a pillar drop coming out from WBG. Yin popping that Kurumi ultimate right away, taking out Baiji pretty fast. Losing their Yushan in this situation is going to be very dangerous for them, as we're going to see Pampy coming out with the ultimate, almost getting the grab onto Axiao. Axiao looks like it is going to go down pretty quickly here. We are going to see the Yodo ult coming out from Sleepwalker here. That's the last-ditch effort from Team WBG. Not able to have too much come away with it. Going to get caught in the monk grab, and 5-2-1 coming away with a triple amount of kills. 3 kills onto the board more for them. And winning that Realm of Yang, giving themselves the coveted Vermilion's Bird Might buff. As we are going to see JL respawning pretty close to WBG. It looks like they might egress onto each other very quickly here. They both do need to get themselves a Soul Bloom. Otherwise, they will be out of this game for good. Zyult invested right away. We're going to see the Z-Ping F come out and do a lot of healing, putting in so much work for the team. As we're going to see Sleepwalker getting focused onto, as VVV is going to end up backing off into the zone here as Baiji on the Yushan, doing a lot of work at creating a good amount of space, but we're going to see OUG on the Ballista Tower coming in and putting in some work, griefing all of these players, struggling to try and get these Soul Blooms. And it looks like these teams are going to be forced to back off, as OUG does have the Vermilion Bird Might, so they are going to be safe if they do end up going out into this fight here. Whereas Baiji going out pretty quickly here. OUG going to grief the Bloom away from JL. JL now in a very tough situation, caught out in the Wisp. Team doing a decent amount of peeling for them, but One Fang trying to go for that ultimate into the other. We're trying to see to the Z-Ping ultimate, trying to save their life there, but doing not enough to be able to put in too much. TXJ and VVV going very dangerously low. F3 forced out onto VVV, but OUG Sinew is going to pick up the kill. Cavalry Room just dealing so much damage.
Indeed. And OUG, even though they do have this Vermilion Bird Might, it is not going to last forever. And it has finally expired now, and they are going to have to make their way into the zone. I'm not sure which direction it actually is. It doesn't show me on the map just there, unfortunately, but I think they have quite a ways to go, as they're still very far away. They're going to have to make a run for it. We don't want to see them dying to the zone, as we saw a team die in that way earlier. Oh, we've got XCG up against GG here, and TE looking to get involved as well. NiHQ having lost all of his armor and half of his health, getting caught by the Tumulk ult and being chased down by TE's Han, coming in with this Takeda ultimate, is going to be able to find that elimination. WBG Xiao actually going down to that zone damage. Is it going to happen again, ladies and gentlemen? Let's hope not. 5-1 now, up in Sunwing's rest, having had their Kurumi's ultimate forced out in an engagement here. Doesn't look as though anything's going to come of it. I think we're gonna be vibing for the moment. 5-1 going over to this shop. They do have quite a bit of money to spend, and they have a Realm of Yang portal very close by, so they might be able to jump right into that if they choose to do so. GG though, still with this Yang depletion, less than 10 seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and unfortunately for GG, they are going to be going down to that Yang depletion. One of the worst ways to die. One of the worst. It just feels so bad to die to Yang depletion, actually. One of the worst feelings in NARAKA, unfortunately. But it does happen, especially now with the Soul Bloom changes, making it so that you can't store them up in after having killed a team. It's just, it's rough. It is rough indeed. However, it is what it is. It is the risk that you take when you go into Realm of Yang now. KLA, though, up against EWG and Alliance coming in for third party, able to pick up a kill onto XG. QGG with this staff doing so much work to jump LMBs. The LMB tech chase coming out onto Alliance Bow. The F3 now coming down, locking him up and eliminating him. Alliance losing a member already. KLA on point here, looking to try and chase down the remaining members of Alliance, but unfortunately, as Alliance also have a Matari, they're not able to get those grapple confirmations without aiming them, unfortunately. Now EWG getting back involved. KLA, QGG is just going to catch him out of the air with the Zai F3 into that Zai ult tech chase, and he is just going to get eliminated.
This is a very beautiful tech chase coming out there. I've never seen the F3 used in such a textbook fashion, knocking him off the tree, and then this the tech chase with the ultimate. Absolute perfection coming out as Lane, the last remaining member of Alliance, getting shot down by 5-2-1 right now. The other members were taken out by KLA, and Lane is going to go down to 5-2-1's Pampy and his golden longsword with that jumping LMB. Doing so much damage, and the chase that you get off of that is also very, very deadly. Taking a look at our scoreboards right now, we've got 8 kills for OUG, 6 for KLA, 6 for Alliance, 6 for 5-2-1 as well. And then in the other side, we've seen TE with 3, Bowda with 5, and WBG still on the board with 1. And I'm pretty sure the J team might have 1 member still alive on the team. I'm not 100% sure, but they do have a couple of kills up on the board for themselves, so at least they didn't have another 0 point or 0.5 point game for themselves. Alliance, only 1 remaining member. Bowda has 2 members left, and WBG only with 1 member as well. So a lot of these teams not at full strength. Sure to be a very interesting final circle. With so many of these teams weaker, we're going to see a lot of kiting, a lot less full aggro from these teams with only 1 or 2 players. So hopefully one of these teams that's at full strength is going to be the ones to come away with this. Usually what happens in these situations, OUG getting completely uncontested for this Spirit Well here, as they're going to be able to come away with the capture in just a second here, as it looks like the meter goes down. This is the confusing part for me, is I think the first little bit of that capture, you're able to go into that outside circle, but when it goes down to the very end, you need to get into that small area where Sinew is now holding, and they're taking their sweet time. I think they might be trying to bait some other players into trying to come and contest this, leaving it open for as long as possible until the storm fully takes away the items, so that they can come capture it and not have any of these other players get the rest of the loot that they decide not to take.
I'll tell you what it is. I think they were waiting for their Draco Storm to expire so that they could get the buff from this Spirit Well.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
I think that might have been it, actually, yeah, because you can't have multiple buffs at the same time. So they were waiting out their Draco Storm so that they could get the White Tiger's prowess from this Spirit Well. And unfortunately, they also managed to bait Bowda's Jing into coming in and trying to grab that Rebirth Charm from the Spirit Well and grab that loot. But unfortunately, he does get spotted out, immediately aggressed on by all 3 members of OUG. They absolutely cook him. Yeran now, the last remaining member of Bowda, is going to be forced to use that Wuchen teleport into the zone, though. I think he probably could have gone for that resurrection, actually, but instead he opts to go for the heal, go for the safer play, and not bother trying to get this res, as if that team had turned around and spotted him, he would definitely have been dead for sure. So probably the safer play, opting to go into the zone, heal up, and try and survive as long as he can going into this endgame transitional period. We're going to be having a lot of teams just rotating around, looking to scale up. Pampy, though, with that golden longsword and golden armor, speaking of scaling up, this team has definitely done a very good job of doing exactly that. Having all good armors, scaled weaponry, and decent soul jades as well on the traditional transform is exactly what you want. KLA looking pretty solid as well. They do have a golden jade on CXZ. I'm not sure if they're actually going to be able to make use of it, as we've seen last game, the MVP player having a golden jade, but not even using the jade itself with the respective weapon, as they didn't have a good enough rarity of that weapon to be able to make full use of it. Looks as though Bowda's Yeran may have found the rebirth here, actually. Luckily for Bowda, they are going to be able to get that rebirth charm and resurrect Jing here. But still, with white armor, he is going to have to try and loot up. But for now, 19 players left alive, 8 minutes and 37 seconds left on the clock. A lot of these teams are looking to see if they can poke a few of these the teams that they bumped into, especially if they have blue armor. OUG have found Yeran is not looking good for them yet again. They're able to eliminate a player from Bowda. Bowda's Jing actually, he's holding onto this ceiling. Is he gonna get spotted though?
These teams are getting pretty active. For 8 minutes left in the game, we usually see a lot more of a calm, ranged gameplay, but OUG just getting active, trying to eliminate anybody's chances
them off. This Spirit Well
getting into... Oh, it looks like, yeah, they might be trying to go for the Spirit Well here. But it's like they're getting so aggressive, man. This is usually the time where these players back off into this endgame. It's usually our mid-game lull that we see, but OUG just bullying 5-2-1 off of the point here and capturing this Spirit Well all for themselves is Alliance's revenge. Last remaining player on this team. We see the jumping LMB into the jumping RMB coming away with the elimination. KLA's QGG picking up the kill onto Alliance's revenge. That longsword just putting in so much work. Those jumping LMBs just doing so much. OUGU now picking up another gold armor for their team, having 2 gold armors and 1 purple with all these golden weapons and jades is going to give them a very good time. Oh my goodness. Is he going to find him? Is he going to find? No, he doesn't. Bowda's Jing does not know how lucky he is to be alive right now. OUG checking the other hut, but deciding to just let that interior of that one go. You know, they said it's cool, whatever. As these other teams are going to try and see if they can get some of the remains of the Spirit Well that Team OUG has captured. TE coming in, as it looks like WBG getting sharked out. All of these solos that had 1 to 2 players left on the team, they're getting sharked out pretty early. We're thinking maybe they would be kiting to that final stage, but it looks like they're all going to get taken out pretty quickly here, as ByG now getting aggressed on by almost every single team in the lobby right now. OUG hot in pursuit, ultimate almost gone, so as soon as he gets out of this ult, it's going to be pretty much lights out for him. He gets to the top as the random Bane comes out. It's going to play a little bit into this situation, giving ByG a little bit of an advantage, but he gets hit by the Bane once. not a very good standing to be in right now. He's going to try and go for the pot. Ooh, tap dodges perfectly to avoid that Bane. But he's still in range of getting hit. You doing a good job as well at tap dodging. But those two players, WBG. Oh, Baoda's Jing is going to go out here.
Oh, no.
Really quickly. And the last remaining solo is going to be the player of WBG. Hopefully able to get a bit of a reset and going to try and kite it out. It might happen, it might not. I think it's ByG on the Yushan that we're seeing there. J-Team actually with their full team alive. Back into this game. They do have 4 kills on the board, so who knows? Getting active right now onto QGG as well. KLA coming out. And no ult zone has been popped, so they are going to try and just hold the perimeter of that. Little do they know that ByG is waiting in the wings there. Could go for an easy, quick elimination onto him. But they're not going to be able to find him out as J-Team's Ice just kind of holding with the ult. Sees the Soul Bloom here. Is going to try and go for that really quickly. Able to get a little bit of charge left on the ult and a bit of a reset back without having to use too much of their resources. ByG just holding still, not getting caught out. And I just find it absolutely amazing how no one's found him yet.
Yeah, actually, he's still alive. And that's the thing with these Moonbanes in the end game. They do like play into the favor of some players, and then they absolutely just completely ruin the game of other players. It's such a flip as to whether or not you're actually going to get any value out of it. But oh my good lord, J-Team getting absolutely cooked by this Aurora Burst, already losing J-Team's Ice, unfortunately, and Lee forced to use his ultimate, jumps in and just gets blended. What on earth was that? J-Team, they were looking alright. I mean, yeah, they had blue armors, but still, just getting absolutely rinsed by these dual halberts. Unfortunately, just getting cooked. Jesus. And we thought it was possible, Seb, but J-Team, unfortunately, they do it again. Do they still have a player alive? I can't tell.
Is still alive in the corner.
Oh, he's still going.
No ult available. Is going to get caught up pretty quickly here. As these things usually go like that. Z gonna get sharked out only on that blue armor as well. It's gonna be very difficult for him to kite this out, as we've seen. Even ByG ended up going down, so he will be placing there's 1, 2, 3, 4 full teams left and himself, so he will be placing 5th, getting them a little bit better placement, and they do have 4 kills, so they will have, this will be their best game to date, but hopefully they'll be able to maybe get 4th or 3rd place even, if they're able to kite out for even longer. Lots of these teams are focusing on the team fights rather than fighting the one solo player, especially if they're not paying attention to him. But as I say that, they are going to be forcing Z to mech up really quickly, and now they're going to become the target of the whole lobby, taking so much burn tick damage as well, is getting in a lot of trouble, as well as 521 Cloud taking a lot of damage as from the turret, actually, of ZE, trying to make some damage happen. Wasn't able to come away with the kill, but is going to see if they can make something happen into there. Cloud able to get just a little tiny bit of a reset off, is going to come away with the kill. ZE getting at least 1 exit frag before coming into this game. 5 kills on the board for J-Team, but now this is kind of where it's going to end for him. He's able to pick up, I think, a Soul Bloom here or an armor swap to be able to still kite it out and being still alive into this game. Great job for him to be able to do that, as Pampy now in a lot of trouble, getting dangerously low, caught out by all of these repeating crossbow shots. TE's Leo is going to be the one to pick up the kill. TE getting to 6 in the game. OUG on 11 eliminations. KLA's QGG going to use that F3 to create some space from OUG's Yu, who's just on his demon time right now. No pun intended, ladies and gentlemen. OUG's Yu with the gold pole sword in hand. Takeda ult active. You've seen it before. You'll see it again. Oh my goodness, the Hepta coming up from TE's Han. Able to put a little bit of pressure more. We're going to see the follow-up trying to come through on the RMB from OUG's Yu. Able to get the 1.0 off onto a group of players here. Huge parry onto TE's Han. Tries to jump into the air with that F1, is going to end up backing off, and now OUG are going to cook here, ladies and gentlemen. TE's Han trying to make something happen, but just getting sharked down. OUG's SS is going to be able to come away with the kill there. Karumi ult coming out at the perfect time. KLA's CXZ is going to go down. So is J-Team's ZE. OUG picking up all of these kills, and with 6 players remaining, KLA and TE both down a couple of members. OUG at full strength. This is OUG's game to lose.
Absolutely, but it's also their game to win, Seb, and they are on track to do exactly that. The Golden Pulsar doing so much work in the hands of OUG's U. He's just running around, just like, projecting terror into the souls of all of these players. KLA 17S, he's next. The Furin Blast coming through, preventing him from being able to parry. And the Pulse Sword with that blue focus RMB is just going to obliterate his health bar. Does get a cheeky parry here, delaying the inevitable though, and OUG are going to come away the MVPs of our game number 5. Bi-weekly 4 Trios Day 3, ladies and gentlemen. OUG, what a beast of a team. Time and time again, they're able to put the numbers on the board, put those MVPs up, and they are definitely on track to potentially take away that first place spot from Team Wolves, who are not in fact playing today as they've already played both days. But sitting at 200 plus points in first place. OUG, nah, none of that, bro, none of that. We gotta come away the win. We gotta come away with the most points going into the finals, and they are well on their way to do just that.
One game left to come and try and succeed in that challenge, and they are definitely on the right track. Huge game. This is their 3rd MVP of the night. Team OUG. Sinyu, the King, SS, putting in the most work that I have seen from a team in a while. Absolutely grinding these final circles. The survivability of this team as well, being able to have all 3 of their members alive coming into these fights, whereas every single other team is at a disadvantage to them because of the fact that they're a full-strength team and everybody else is on the back foot. Every time they saw a team with 1 player, 2 player, they went for it. They went for the kill, even early on. They showed no mercy. They showed no sign of slowing down, and there's no sign of stopping them because they're just so powerful at the moment. OUG with the 3rd MVP today. Absolutely insane. Game number 5. What a game. Today has been very interesting, to say the least. Before we get into that, I'm going to ask you guys in chat, as you all know the drill, a little question, and you can answer it, get some free stuff. Which player used Takeda in game number 5? Was it KLA's QGG? Was it OUG's U? Was it OUG's Sinyu? Or was it OUG's SS? Ladies and gentlemen, if you were paying attention, if only you were paying attention.
Don't get debated by the wrong answer in chat. Make sure to think for yourselves. Don't be a sheep. Think for yourself. That is a piece of advice that I will give to everybody. Always use your noggin, your brain, the thing in your skull. It is to be used, ladies and gentlemen. And if you were watching the last, like 15 seconds, you should probably know this. Make sure to not go anywhere once you put your answer in the chat, as well, as you don't want to be the one who misses out on their rewards, even if they win. Anyway, back to the game, back to NARAKA. What a performance from OUG, and yeah, they are kind of showing up as the best team right now. We have JL doing pretty solidly. They were doing better in the previous bi-weeklies. Them having it 2 out of the 3 members of the J Cup winning team having come over from TE to JL. They definitely been doing well, but unfortunately they didn't do all that well in their first day this bi-weekly. And they are coming in today. I think they are probably gonna be all right. They're qualifying this week into the bi-weekly finals. However, OUG has been doing extremely well. Let's take a look at the scoreboard off the back of that game. OUG with 17 eliminations, 27.8 points. They are very close to that first place finish. KLA coming in second with 9 eliminations, 15.1. TE with 7, 11.1. 521 with 6, 8.7. J-Team with 8. Let's go! Yeah! The highest scoring game of the day. Perhaps this is the game that gets them the dub next game, the confidence that they needed. That is one of the things, though, that it's really hard to come back from, considering they haven't managed to do all that well leading up to this point, or just like in general in this first split of the year. it's very hard to come back mentally. You know, if they're able to come in and do reasonably well in their last few games of the split, then it could be the boost that they need to go into the off season, practice well, and then come back in the next split, and and potentially pop off. Who knows? But I highly doubt that at this point they're going to be qualifying into the bi-weekly finals. Unfortunately, it would take an even bigger miracle to achieve that. They would need well over 40 points,
100-point game,
and
just quickly,
easy,
light work.
But JJH now has become the new qualification threshold, sitting at 80.9, and they're not playing today. You know, we were talking about BBE being that team that's up for elimination, but now it's JJH after BBE's already been knocked down. And look at that, OUG, they're very, very close. They need, what do they need?
They need at least 35, 36 points. So it's going to be very difficult for them to come away.
A little bit less than that, actually. I mean, 30 would be good. 30 would be good, I think.
30 takes it 100%.
12?
Yeah.
12? Yeah. 30 takes it 100%, so yeah. But they want to go crazy, you know. They're going to go all in.
About 28 points, just about.
Yeah. And they can.
They had what 27 points just now. So I mean, they have exactly the same game as this, just maybe even a little bit better. This was their highest scoring game of the day so far. They hit a 19-point game for their first MVP, and then a 25-point game, I believe, for their second MVP, something in that range, and then 27 was their highest scoring. Because this was the game where they actually ended up placing first as well. So their multiplier and the 4 placement points you get from placing first really helped them in their score in this game.
Yeah. OUG, yeah. I was worried at this point, just after they eliminated these players, if they were actually going to make it into the zone. Thankfully, they did. Thank God they did. Listening to the comms there, they're confused as to how they got that kill. They must have done a little bit of damage with a cannon or something to Bowder's Jing, who was the last man standing for his team. Just lurking in that house. He did survive for a very long time, but unfortunately not long enough, and the Moonbane coming in clutch for OUG, able to secure them that kill. But yeah, they just ran this endgame. Look at all those golden weapons they have at their disposal as well. He's got 3 in his inventory, for God's sake. What on earth is that? Just killed all the players with golden weapons and picked them up for himself. OUG's you just running the lobby, trying his best to lock down this zipping, but yeah, 17S fighting to the last, but it's not going to make a difference in OUG. Hey, the GOATs. It looks as though OUG's U is going to be coming away with the MVP of that lobby. And how many is that? That's his second MVP of the day.
That's the
and now 7 total.
It's his 3rd MVP of the day. And so he's now 7 MVPs.
Did you get MVP for OUG's?
Okay, no. He was either it was his 5th MVP in the game that he won the first time, and then it was 6 and then 7. So yeah, he's had 3 MVPs today. He's went from
MVPs today. He's popping off
to 7 MVPs. All purple Jades coming out. You see Blistering Edge coming into play there. Varge's Grip, in case he gets parried, he wants to keep that gold pull sword. The Cavalry Bloom, we definitely saw being used, getting active in those early fights to create space, pushing these players away, giving them a very hard time to fight against OUG. As always, a very difficult team to beat because of how strong they are and how well they work together. OUG's U being a very crucial element of that team, being the one always putting up a huge amount of kills onto the board and coming away with 3 MVPs. The 3-peat was always something we were super excited to see, but nowadays in the Nbpl, it's like, wow, this is kind of natural and kind of expected of OUG when they come out and they start having these games like this. You're like, okay, yeah, we kind of expected that. Before, it would be like, oh my god, OUG with the 3-peat, that's absolutely insane. Right, the back-to-back MVPs, they fell off for about 1 game. They didn't get too many kills, but they still managed to put at least 2 to 3 points on the board, and then coming away with a Game 5 MVP. Game 6 is going to definitely have some pretty insane stuff in store for us.
Indeed, and we need some we need some magic to happen from those bottom 6 teams. We need something spicy to come out if they want to make it into that bi-weekly final, which is it's now their last chance going into our 6th and final game of the day. They're gonna have to really play their heart out, as it's now or never. And yeah, with this being the last bi-weekly, you know, it really is now or never. So we'll have to see if they're gonna bring out anything spicy for us, anything interesting, or if they're gonna stick to their guns and play what they've practiced, played those standard meta compositions. We'll have to see. I'm interested to see, though, if some of those teams sitting at the top, who've already very comfortably qualified, if they bring out something spicy to limit test, you know, going into the bi-weekly finals thing, you know. Let's test this out today, see if it can work. Maybe we bring it out in the finals, who knows. But we're all gonna have to wait, as we're gonna be going to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, before our 6th and final game of the day. So don't go anywhere, we will be right back.
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Spring Split of 2024. We've played 5 games today so far. We are running on to that last game, and we always got to keep the energy high all the way through to bring you guys premium NARAKA quality content. I'm your host and caster Seb. I'm joined alongside my main man, Jason Momoa. I'm joking. Dunkin' Donuts. I know I've made that joke a couple times tonight, but he looks amazing. Like, what? I can't. You can't argue with facts. This man could easily be the UK Aquaman. I'm putting it out there. Casting call. Let's get him in there. He is already a caster, so I mean, what else more do you need? Perfect. Coming into game number 6, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen a lot of crazy stuff happen today. We've seen Valda come out. We've seen some really interesting compositions so far. The Zai comp making a very great entrance into NARAKA BLADEPOINT, which I've loved in this Pro League so far. Duncan, what are your thoughts? What are we going to be seeing for these next couple of games going ahead? Or the next last game?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. It's one of two things, you know. It's either gonna be everyone's just gonna stick to their guns, you know, everyone's gonna stick to the standard meta comps, you know, there's no need to mix it up, you know, even if you have something up your sleeve, you know, something off meta, something interesting up your sleeve that you've kept hidden, you don't really need to reveal it to everybody. You don't need to show everyone, unless it's your last ditch effort to try and qualify. But even then, if that's the case, then maybe it's just better not to, you know, and then just try and play the meta comp, which has been tested time and time again. So it's hard to say. Or the other option is, yeah, you know, all of those teams in the bottom 6 who are desperately trying to make their way into qualification, and those teams sitting at the top who are very comfortable are you know, let's just limit test. Let's see what we can do. See what we can. What we can achieve with a spicy comp. So who knows really. I reckon though that the first option is much more likely, that we will see the Sand Siphon, the Zai Siphon, potentially probably a little bit of blind date, blind riz, you know, and some and just the normal Sand Siphon, you know. I think that's probably going to be what it is. You know, maybe we'll see Alliance and JL pull out the traditional Transformers. You know, they do enjoy the traditional Transformer composition, and it has definitely been a little bit more popular. We've seen it a little bit more often now that the NBPL is being played on the new season patch with the new glyphs and everything like that. So I don't know. What do you reckon? Do you think it's a fair assessment?
I think
it's likely we're not going to see anything crazy.
Last game, it's going to be pretty standard, pretty to the point. They're not going to be really needing to put too much onto the effort of trying, like, our teams that are in the top, right? They do have an interesting option. They are on the last round selection, so they will be picking up the scraps of whatever gets banned in those first 2 rounds. So OUG does have a chance to play something pretty off meta if you take into account that they are in that last round selection. KLA, TE is a team that does need to still fight to get their place a little bit higher. So it's going to be mainly standard. I don't know. We might get a surprise comp coming out here. We're going to see it in just a sec. Yeah, it's going to be pretty standard coming out so far. J team going to be hopping on some Monk comp. Pretty interesting to see that coming up from them now. Bauda hopping onto that Zai Siphon, as well as JL. So it looks like we are going to see a little bit more of that Zai Siphon coming out. And then Sandformers coming out from J Team. Hopefully they'll be able to do a little bit better than last game. I mean, 8 points was their top score for game number 5. And it was their best game to date. So hopefully we get to see a little bit more of that coming out. XCG reverting back to their comfort pick on the Zai Siphon. We need to find a better comp name for the Zai.
Yeah, I agree.
Invisible Warriors?
Invisible Warriors?
I don't know.
I mean, Chain Siphon kind of works, you know, because you got the chains and stuff. Or you could go the
Flash? Chain Flash? I don't know.
Chain Flash, perhaps.
We'll brainstorm.
The backstab
ninja.
and
get back to you.
I don't know, bro.
Ninja comp. Let's call it
ninjas, I guess, because Matari and Zai are kind of ninjas. You know,
I like ninja comp.
Ninjas is okay, I guess. We're gonna have to come to some kind of consensus if this composition keeps getting played. We are gonna have to figure it out, but perhaps not today.
We are going to be seeing actually the majority of teams locking in that I'm calling it ninja comp. We're staying with ninja for now until somebody tells me otherwise. But we did see a lot, at least 2 teams in every single selection, or one of teams in every single selection group picking the Ninja comp. So hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more gameplay, as when 1 or 2 teams pick these comps, usually we don't get to see as much of the gameplay because they may either die early or they aren't engaging into too many fights as early. So the mirror matchup as well, we haven't gotten to see too much of the mirror matchup of this comp, whereas the other, when we see so many mirror matchups with Sand Siphon, we see so many mirror matchups with Cannonball and all of that. So taking a look at what the abilities are, we actually see 1, 2, 3, 4 Zai comps, 4 Ninja comps. So I'm very excited to see how this is going to transpire.
Indeed, we have 2 Sand Mech compositions as well, with that Ferrier Tumulk Tianhai composition. Both of the Ferriers running that F3, and the an F2 coming out from Axiao, interestingly enough, from the Tumulk. The tracking F that moves slowly, but it will follow you to the ends of the earth. And definitely an interesting pick. I'm not too sure how much I like it. It is very useful, where you can throw it out and then grapple your way over to the person that it's going for, and then prevent them from being able to actually blue focus armor through the Wisp's stagger, which is definitely interesting. You can get value from it, and you can also use it if you grapple up into the air, very high up, and then you throw down the Wisp, and then it comes out of it just slowly makes its way down to its target from above. And some players just don't see it coming. It can be very good. We've seen it before, but it's just not been all that popular recently. F1 is much, much faster and has a lower base cooldown, meaning that you can definitely get it. You can get away with using the F1 as a defensive tool. You use it to iframe or to armor through that Tessa ult charm, the Viper ult charm, and having it available when you want it is very important. Sometimes it can save you from certain death at times. But we're gonna have to wait and see if we get a look at the F2 coming in and getting some value over the F1. But for now, 521 and J Team are fighting it out over here in the ruins of this village. J Team actually coming out on top as well. 521 losing 2 members already. I'm not sure. Oh no, they did lose all 3. All 3 going down to J Team. J Team picking up 3 quick eliminations. Is this the start to the J Team comeback? Is this the game?
Be.
40, 45, 50 point game. That's what they need. Is it possible?
It's going to be very difficult, ladies and gentlemen, but a team that actually could be in contention of getting a 20-point game did just lose their first lives here, as it is going to be WBG going out pretty quickly to Team EWG, who also does need a huge game to qualify for finals. 521 as well gone out pretty early, another team that definitely needs to pick up the pace. All of the teams that are trying to be in contention for that 12th place to beat out JJH have all gone down early. WBG, 521, EWG, XCG, other than J Team, which is a team that has a very difficult shot at doing this, have gone out with either 0 or 2 kills on EWG's part here. Pretty mellow early game. KLA gone out pretty early as well. Haven't seen too much from that top team OUG coming out this game. It's going to be difficult if they want to get into that top place. They're going to need to have a little bit more of an explosive game at the start. And J-Team already aggressing back onto 521 here as ZE taking point on this onslaught, as 521 Pampy already has a purple longsword in hand. This could be pretty lethal if J-Team does end up not playing their cards right, and if 521 Pampy is able to get a couple focus attacks off. We're flipping back around though. Alliance facing off against Team GG. Ultimate's getting invested here. Parry's coming out from every single direction. Alliance's bow getting absolutely decimated from his HP here, but we're going to see another parry come out. CJS, the Immortal Defiance coming out from that ZE Z-Ping ult saving a lot of these players here. As CJS now getting comboed by Revenge, having every single player on him, using that Furren to the best of his ability, able to get almost all 3 of those players of Alliance off onto the Furren, but that Z-Ping ult just dealing so much to sustain Alliance's health. Bo is going to be the first to go down. Revenge going to get parried here. Layan trying to make something happen. Very difficult. Parries at the wrong place and the wrong time. And 1, 2, 3. GG pick up 3 eliminations. Alliance head for the Soul Altar as GG pick up their first 3 kills of the game.
Very nicely done by GG. One of the teams that is already qualified for the finals. There is no shot that they aren't going to be making it into the bi-weekly finals at this point, but they don't want to be going down in the 6th game with a whimper. They want to go out with a bang and get as many points as they can, as the portion of those points do get carried forwards into that finals. However, a team that definitely needs to go out with a bang and absolutely pop off is XCG, as they are, how many points? 20 points. 20 points short of the bi-weekly final qualification. They're going up against OUG, one of the strongest teams that we've seen so far today, getting 3 MVPs in today's 6-game series. And unfortunately, Kakaishi has been taken down now. SS did get taken down pretty low. Yu as well, also very low. But Xiao Nan does get parried now. Jin Yu trying to salvage the situation. NiHQ in a 1 versus 2 situation. He needs to come away with the clutch here if his team has a shot at coming in with the qualification. He forces out that F from OUG, but now the third party's coming through and CXZ is coming in. He's going to try and chase down this last remaining member of XCG. They do have their resurrection, so they're not out just yet. However, any kill that they can get early on is going to bring them ever so slightly closer to bi-weekly final qualification, and beautifully done by NiHQ, able to turn this around onto CXZ. CXZ is getting cooked. NiHQ now popping that ultimate. Is this the 1v3? Hello? NiHQ has that F3 available, but he screws up the F3. No, what? No, bro.
Oh, so
he almost had it.
That could have been very, very brutal for KLA, as they have used their resurrection. If he would have been able to get that double kill off, and the F3 would have been able to take him just a little bit further up above the hut, the terrain there doing a little bit of griefing of its own, as we always love to see. The terrain in NARAKA, unpredictable as always, best part of the game, and very unfortunate to see happen, but we almost had a 3v1 there. Luckily, XCG do have their resurrections, so they'll be able to come back into this game. But a team that doesn't have their resurrections, almost getting 1v3'd, would have just made my day. Everything that's already happened, every single time you think that NARAKA isn't going to change and have something surprising happen in a day, you just go, okay, they're not going to do, surely something is going to happen again. Surely they're not going to do something crazy again. And then every single time we come out and we play these games, and it is absolute phenomenal NARAKA gameplay. I'm so impressed by the way that these players are able to do this.
Indeed, absolutely. Kakaishi now on the run. OUG is hot on his heels, and it's looking somewhat dire for Kakaishi. His teammates aren't all that close, but here we are. NiHQ and Xiao Nan are now making their way over to him. So he's not in too much danger. However, they are going up against OUG yet again. Getting juggled on the buttery rocks on the cliff side. And a huge double parry coming out from OUG's Yu. Kakaishi then immediately getting locked up by the Tumulk Wisp and getting taken down now in a 3 versus 2 situation. It's not looking good for XCG. However, their saving grace, KLA, is coming in yet again to third party this fight. Now OUG's Yu, he has 1 Fury Blast left available, and he does use it just before his ultimate expires. Jin Yu getting knocked around, bounced around, almost gets hit outside of the circle, but considering that it's V2 here, They aren't going to be healed through that zone damage. And unfortunately, OUG is going to get third-partied back to the lobby, and KLA are going to come away with another 3 eliminations. And XCG are actually going to live to fight another day. They do lose 1 man, but 2 of them do escape. And the dream is still alive for XCG. However, OUG's dream of taking that first place finish in the qualification rounds is dead for good, unfortunately, as they had already used their resurrections.
Unfortunate to see OUG go out like that, especially since they were on such a good standing. They were about to take XCG out, and then KLA, the beautiful third party coming through and absolutely decimating. The amount of stun. Like, XCG, or the members of OUG were standing still for like a good 20-30 seconds there. They were still from one of the ultimates that we saw from XCG. Then they were still from the Tessa Charm from KLA, and then they were still again from the next Viper ultimate, which just made it so difficult for them to have anything positive happen into that fight. Oh my goodness, 2 Cavalry Blooms for WBG there. Could have a very good realm potential there if they decide to enter the realm game, but it looks like they might not be. VV fighting for his life right now. GG is aggressing so hard. One Fang, the last remaining player alive of Team JL, trying to scale rush up the tree. We're going to see him trying to come away with something here, but it's going to be very difficult as GG, the Sharks, right now taking out all of these players. They were able to get the kill onto VVV. So JL going to be down a member or 2 at the end of this. And now J-Team aggressing hard onto Team GG. We're going to see the Z-Ping ultimate coming out for GG. The Dragon's Rush connecting into the Nej's Might for J-Team's Ice. Is going to get parried the second time they try and throw that, but the F1 is going to come and save them here as the Temi ultimate as well. Both of the ultimates getting thrown down, allowing them to back off. J-Team actually losing a member here, and Ice getting focused on by LXM and 330. And this...
Oh no.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a sad day for NARAKA Esports as J-Team lose 2 members and are probably going to lose their second one to CJS as we speak right here. The F3 comes out, does not connect. And Z, very little health left. The 1v3 potential is there, but could be very difficult.
No, it's not.
The rest of the members of... I can only hope, Duncan, as LXM with a jumping LMB coming in to save the day. And GG's for J-Team as GG eliminates J-Team. Unfortunate. Sad day to see.
That's rough. That is
Very
rough indeed. Now J-Team finishing off their day with less than 20 points in their second day of trios. It's they need to go back to the drawing board and figure out what's going wrong, because they can't continue like this. They need to find out what exactly is happening that's just losing them these fights. Because at the end of the day, you know, the team sitting at the top and the team sitting at the bottom, they're all extremely good players. It's just that it comes down to fine-tuning and obviously mechanical prowess. You know, players like OUG's U, like being extremely good mechanically and just being an absolute machine. Like there are some players who are a step above the others in that respect. However, a lot of the time it just comes down to team play, execution, communication, and that sort of thing, and just like macro decision making, like where we go, our hunting paths, etc. You know, and that sort of thing being the biggest factors. So they just need to go back to the drawing board and figure out what exactly they're doing wrong, or potentially try and just continue getting their reps in and build that trust with their team that allows them to rely on each other in those clutch situations that that so many of these really good teams are able to do. You know, you're able to trust your team and things just go better. You know that the synergy is going to be there. You know that you're going to be able to rely on them. It's just, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to really say. However, we are taking a look at this replay between the Realm of Yang fight between Bowder and WBG here. It's just been going back and forth. Peak very, very low now. Yeran desperately trying to help his teammate. Sleepwalker does go down, trying to close out the kill. Now Baige, also having lost all of his armor, Axiao on essentially the same HP, does take the skies with that F. Oh, the nunchuck R&B to the face. He does get taken down, and now in the 3 versus 1, it's unwinnable. And Bowder going to take the win in that Realm of Yang. But now we're taking a look at this fight. WBG desperately trying to cleanse this Yang depletion, engaging very aggressively onto TE here in the zone. Baige losing a lot of his health, is looking pretty rough. He needs to get a heal off with this Vitalia, but unfortunately it's just not going to happen. He doesn't have enough time after having come out of that transformation, and a huge double parry coming out there from TE is going to be making very short work of the remaining members of WBG in the zone here, especially considering that TE does have that White Tiger's prowess that they managed to pick up from, I'm assuming, a Spirit Well, as if they'd won it from a Realm of Yang, or if they'd won a Realm of Yang, it's very likely that they would have picked up the Vermilion Bird's Might. So most likely they got it from a Spirit Well, but in a zone fight, you know, White Tiger's prowess is extremely good for you as it gives you that passive healing. So unfortunately for WBG, they are going to be knocked out of this game.
Meaning that they will not be able to make the finals as well, ladies and gentlemen.
Indeed.
If you do take a quick look at the scoreboard before, we do see that they are no longer eligible to complete for the finals. The only teams left that we need to be focusing on for that are going to be EWG, 521, and I believe XCG. Those are the 3 teams that still have a chance at making it into this finals. A lot is going to have to come out from XCG and EWG, but 521, you know, all they have to do is have a decent game. They need very few points compared to the other 2 teams to be able to pass JJH. And since JJH isn't putting any other points on the board, they don't have to worry about JJH doing better than them in this game, since they are not playing. Taking a look now, we're seeing JL versus JL versus Alliance. VVV sending some musket shots in, trying to capture this Spirit Well. And these Spirit Well fights are just so much fun as we get really nitty-gritty, all close up together. Ultimate's getting invested here. The Temi ult's going to come out, as well as Bo popping that Takeda ultimate, trying to see if they can make something happen with the fan, and VVV getting caught out. Mortal Defiance coming out, forced to use that F to back away here. Going to end up ulting here, sending that F to knock everybody out of the way, as we are going to see that Matari ultimate coming in as well. Not able to get as much value off of the ultimate as you would have liked, but getting saved again by the Zping ultimate. VV is going to end up going down the Alliance lane, picking up the kill. EWG wanting to come in for this third party too here. We might see the Viper ultimate coming in through. We do see them trying to pick up the kill onto Bo. They will get the kill onto Bo. Poison Splash coming out though could be a bit of a detriment to them, as they are going to be able to actually contest this realm, or this Spirit Well, as the Realm of Yang is also kicking off, ladies and gentlemen. GG versus TE. Han on the Zai, able to get a decent amount of burn take damage onto CJS. CJS going to use a Fern to be able to heal himself up, trying to use that last Fern. He has to peel for the rest of his team, and is able to pick up the kill onto Han. Leo getting dangerously low as well. Back up to full HP. We are going to see a parry coming out as well. LYD getting sharked down with that gold dagger in hand. CJS barely throwing any blues out. The 1-2 coming out with the dual halberds from Han, from LYD. Parry gonna come out as well. LYD coming back around, dropping those halberds, but able to make a play with that jumping LMB. CJS with a huge parry to end LYD's life. And now the 3v1, ladies and gentlemen. The parry comes out, and Leo gets sent back to the Soul Altar. As GG take the second Realm of Yang, JL is going to be searching for that Soul Bloom Essence.
Indeed they are. GG doing a very good job this game now, taking them up to 10 eliminations off of that second Realm of Yang win. We'll be picking up that Mystic Might, the buff that allows them to go and find all of those lonely players, the players who've lost their teammates on the edge of the map, or potentially they'll just run straight into the middle of the zone and use that buff to make sure that they don't get sandwiched between multiple teams. How about taking a look at XCG? They've picked up the Draco Storm here, and I think also we saw an announcement on screen saying that they'd won a Realm of Yang. I think they may have somehow gone uncontested in the Realm of Yang and picked up the Draco Storm. KLA fighting ghosts. Oh no, they did find EWG. XG on his own. KLA are going to make short work of this. The Tessa ultimate coming through and finding XG, and he will be eliminated. He does have two teammates left alive, but they are nowhere in sight for the moment. But moving on over to Shipwreck, Expanse, Bowder, and TE are going to be fighting it out. Lonely TXJ as well is also in the mix. TE desperately need to try and find those Soul Bloom essences to be able to cleanse this Yang depletion, and they are chasing down Bowder. They need these kills, they need the eliminations, otherwise they will be knocked out of this game. Although they are comfortably qualified for the finals, they still want to be able to come away with as many points as possible. Han using that F3, avoiding the knockdown from Yeran. The Batariel does come out, the F3 is going to come through again. Han now probably going to be forced to use the ultimate there. There it is. Yeran also in his ultimate. Han managing to catch two members here, but Yeran catching him out of the sky. Han taking a bunch of damage. The zipping ult is going to be committed now. Yeran using that F3 yet again, but Han, he's able to find the Zai wave connection onto Yeran. They're constantly going back and forth, trying to space out. Spacing on Zai ultimate. It seems very brain dead, this character. It seems very sort of just mash your face on the keyboard, but it does take quite a bit of experience to win in the Zai versus Zai matchup, as the spacing required to actually come out on top in that fight is not something that you could do easily. It does take practice. It looks as though XCG NiHQ is going to be taking down TE's Leo. And unfortunately, there's going to be no chance of him getting resurrected, as he did have the Yang depletion. But the third party coming through from 521, Cloud, with that fan R&B doing work. Jiaonan releasing these blue focuses while in stealth. Pampy going for these parries back to back to back, but just not finding the connection, unfortunately. And now the third partiers are going to get turned on and immediately eliminated. Cloud getting taken down as well, and 521 are going to get eliminated from the lobby and have their chances of qualifying to the bi-weekly finals crushed before their eyes, unfortunately for them.
Oh, XCG's Xiaonan as well. It's going to go down to the zone, which is so unfortunate. They were having such a good comeback in this game, getting within 11 points almost of beating JJH out, but now losing a member, especially their healer, with Bauda hot in pursuit of them, is not a very good position that you want to be in. Looks like they do have the funds to be able to buy them back, but Iran, hot in pursuit, is not going to let this go. Wants to end their career as soon as possible, with XCG being the only real contender to be able to come back into this. We are going to see NiHQ with the Rampage coming up, followed by that jumping LMB. Is going to have Yiran back off a little bit. Coming back in, as they are going to see the third party from CXZ and KLA on the other side. As they jump in, there is a Bane's Breath getting popped around this area as well. Kakashi and NiHQ split up in this area, but all of these teams are starting to converge. They do need to find themselves a Soul Altar and a Rift Dealer to get their other player back and come and try and get back into this game. If they're able to get at least like 2 to 3 more kills, get a high placement, get that multiplier, they have a very good shot at beating JJH out right now. They're at 69.3 points. They need to pass the 80.9 point threshold. 13 more points onto the board. And it's definitely doable, as it looks like they have found TE's Han. This could be closer than we know it. We see the F3 come out, taking a lot of damage out. The ultimate is going to get invested as well. They need this kill, and they know they need it. We're going to see the ultimate coming out from the other Zai as well, chasing him high into the sky. Going to try and drop down, and with 1 tick of health remaining on Han, they're able to come away with the elimination. 8 kills up on the board for them, 70 points. They need exactly 10 points to tie with JJH, so 11 points, or 10.1 is the minimum amount of points that they need to come away with the finals placement.
Indeed, 10 more points. You can do it, XCG, I believe. Although for the side of JJH, They are praying that XCG gets spotted out by one of these three-man strong teams. GG, speaking of a strong team, managing to secure themselves this spirit well, picking up that golden armor, yet another golden armor to boot. They have 2 gold armors on the side of GG. So we're going to fight here as well. Alliance Revenge getting found out by KLA on his own. Unfortunately, does get eliminated by KLA. He's not going to be able to survive that one. And XCG, they do have the money. They have the money to get a resurrection. The question is there a shop that's actually close enough or even in the zone that they're able to go to try and buy the rebirth charm? And quite frankly, I don't think there is one. I think the closest one that there is southward in the zone, and even then, that might not have actually been there. It might not have actually spawned. And even though that's in Chinese on the bottom of the screen, I'm pretty sure we know what it says. I'm pretty sure that that simply means that they need 10 more points, talking about how they just need a little bit more to actually be able to qualify into the bi-weekly finals. NiHQ doing a great job of escaping that potential game-ending death there, making his way up to this tree, using the F3 and those grapples very well, and managing to find a moment to heal up and hide himself from the lobby, try and stay as quiet and as inconspicuous as possible. JL getting caught at the side of this Moonbane. TXJ does take a bit of damage, but it's not the end of the world. Bowder is close by, but they are not looking to commit just yet. XCG playing with fire. They're at the very, very edge of this Moonbane. They could get tagged by it, or could get spotted out, but thankfully for them, they are going unnoticed for the moment. Bowder in a pretty good spot here. Have the Flamebringer, golden armor, and golden fan onto Bowder's Yeran. So he is going to be doing a lot of damage with that Zai ultimate going into this endgame. That's only if they're going to be able to actually find the right positioning and find the right moment to actually make use of that Zai ultimate.
Uh-oh. XTG getting sharked out. GG looks like they have spotted NiHQ. Lost a lot of health and armor here, as they are going to try and rotate, switch to which tree they're going to be holding. It looks like GG has given up a little bit of the chase, but they are always going to be keeping their eye out, sniping Baoda's Jing out from the tree over there, as all of these players are starting to take to the sky. Some of them playing on the lower areas, and these tree spots, like you said, is going to be very dangerous, especially for these players who are going to be facing off against. I don't even know. There is one Viper comp left into the game. The rest is going to be majority Zais, and GG going to be running the lone Sand Siphon left in this lobby. It's going to be very difficult for XCG to be able to pull this off, especially without a healer, not having that sustain at the end. Baoda's peak as well with the Merciless Havoc is going to be very difficult for them to be able to get any kind of space and footing into that end game whatsoever because of the gold focus clanking. It's going to be very difficult for Zai to be able to capitalize and get these get all of these kills like we just saw here. Usually when without the gold jade, you're able to break through the blue focus, and Zai does a lot more damage because it's in the gold focus. It'll be able to not clink. But when you have the gold focus coming out from Merciless Havoc, it's going to be difficult. And even if you don't have it, NiHQ going very low here. 330 getting sniped out of the sky. Kakashi, the only hope for this team right now. And oh my goodness. 330 with an eagle eye vision right now. Kakashi is taking a lot of damage from all of these players and now is getting brought very low in HP. Sending these shots off, as this could be it for XCG right now with one sliver of HP remaining. If CXC spots him out here, it could be very well it. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we have our finalists. It is going to be JJH, Alliance, JDG, Bauda, DRG, Fun Plus Phoenix, TE, GG, JL, KLA, OUG, and Wolves. None of the teams that had the opportunity to climb were able to get that final push. XCG was so close. No No victory on that front, though, as we are going to battle it out here. This is just going to change the standings a little bit here, as all of these teams have qualified. The importance of the rest of this game doesn't matter too much, but you know, it can give them more pre-pose points, and you always got to defend your honor. As we're taking things in, Circle 6 closing on to Circle 7 as we speak. 2 minutes and 10 seconds left in the game. We do have 12 players still alive, which is a lot for this final circle. As we've seen, a theme here today has been a lot of these players not actually being able to survive this long. Kale is QGG with a huge ultimate here, but is gonna just, oh my goodness, all of the Mataris ulting at once, being able to iframe their ways out of this ult. CJS, though, gonna get caught by a Tessa, is gonna not take too much damage from that, as all of the action is starting right now.
Indeed, you are absolutely right. QGG getting caught up by Tamalquisp and getting sniped down by GGCJS, picking up yet another kill. Right now on the ground, in the thick of it with that Zai ultimate, using that F3 as well. LXM getting pushed into the zone, stuck between the tree, the zone, and the sand wall. Unfortunately, LXM just not able to stay on his feet, and Bowder doing extremely well, running this lobby, trying their best to get as much value out of their cooldowns while they are still up and running. But it looks as though VVV may have cut that time short, as he too comes in with that Zai V2 and absolutely cooking Year-Run with that zipping ult proc coming through just in time to save him. He does manage to turn it back around onto VVV, but VVV is still going to be able to pick up that kill onto Year-Run with the fire damage coming in clutch. GGCJS still alive, sky high all the way up. Has been trying to survive as long as he can to try and get as many points out of the kills that him and his team have already managed to accrue. And now it is a 2v1v1 GGJL and Bowder. Bowder's peak up in the sky, trying to stay there as long as possible, but it's not going to last for very much longer, as he does get grapple staggered out of the sky, tries to use that Flamebringer to get a connection onto this player, but unfortunately he's not able to do so, doesn't get any value, and now JL are going to come away as the first place finishers. But are they going to come away with that MVP? I think it's going to be going to... I think it might be GG. And there it is. GG, your MVPs of game number 6, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. No words, ladies and gentlemen. I was so excited for one of these underdog teams in the bottom 12 to come away with that stealing the last spot, but to no avail. Ladies and gentlemen, this week we will be sticking with our top 12 teams. Nobody's going to be knocking JJH out of their place. They must have been quivering, really watching these games, hoping and praying for the death of all of those bottom place teams. It happened. It worked in their favor. They were able to hold up enough points in the first 2 days, come away with that 12th place spot. And wow, GG with a phenomenal game, holding their own the entire day, able to come away with that game 6 MVP, just putting them even just a little bit higher on the board is always going to be very good for them. Ladies and gentlemen, 6 games played, absolute chaos ensued. We had a Valda, we've had some crazy plays coming through. We almost saw the 1v3. The J team have not been performing very well. OUG with the 3-peat. What a day. What an absolute amazing day. What is one of the highest points of the day for you, Duncan?
I think just seeing the Valda get picked was pretty good. You know, just seeing that something like that is being thought about and does get brought in to one of these games is always really nice. And by GG, no less, you know, like a team that has been doing well. You know, they were already qualified going into the day. You know, they weren't in the bottom 6. They were in the middle 6 teams. So it wasn't, I mean, theoretically they could have, you know, absolutely bricked it and had a horrible day and gotten overtaken and not qualified, but that was rather unlikely. But still, they come away with a huge dub at the very end there. They were one of the spicy teams with the experimentation with that Valda, and I hope to see more of that. You know, I think that there's definitely a lot of things that can work, but just aren't up there. You know, in certain lobbies though, they can be better than what we already see. You know, certain things have their strength over others. You know, the ACOS over the Yoto, for example, can be very good in certain situations where Yoto's ultimate does provide a lot of damage and potential lockdown in some situations against certain characters, but the ACOS having a 30-second ultimate where he can get value throughout can sometimes just be more valuable and more useful for the team. So there's always situations where certain characters and certain compositions can excel. It's just a matter of finding those characters and finding those opportunities and playing around it that to actually like come away successful, you know.
That's what I was thinking, is building off what you said. These comps are very situational. Like even the meta comps, they're not good in every single scenario, but because of the situations that these players put themselves in, they become strong in those specific situations. And the comps that are in the meta, they have more situations that they are good in, whereas these off-meta comps have less and less situations, or it's just harder to put themselves in the situation for them to succeed. And hopefully we'll be able to see more of these situations become easier and easier, especially with Valda. An absolute phenomenal choice, by the way, by Team GG. Coming out in their final game, they did not have that Valda, sadly, but they did pick up 14 kills and 22.1 total game score with that ranking points and a little bit of a multiplier to give them that little spicy addition to their score. OUG only getting 3 points, not going to be able to pass against Wolves, as we're going to take a look at the MVP board for today. DJS, 330, and LXM coming through with an absolute phenomenal game number 6, closing the day out with a lot of damage, a heck of a lot of damage coming through on the Sand Siphon Classic comp.
Interestingly enough, though, 330 running the V1 on the zipping as opposed to the V2. Now, V1 doesn't give you that Mortal Defiance passive for you and your teammates like V2 does. V2, the moment you press it, and for the duration of the V2 while it's active, you and your teammates get that Mortal Defiance passive. However, V1 doesn't do that, but it gives you extra healing and extra potential siphon where you can get more out of the heals. Interestingly enough, they opt to go for that V1 over the V2. You know, we did see that happen a decent amount, considering that V2 did receive a couple nerfs, but I was under the impression that we were going when you were playing zipping with Sand Siphon, you were typically still going for that V2, as that Mortal Defiance passive, even though it doesn't heal you as much as it used to, it still has just innate value, where if you die, you don't die, basically. But
if you die, we say, actually, you're not dead. Get back in there, join the fight, you're still alive.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, taking a look at these total leaderboards, OUG definitely did an extremely good job today. They almost managed it. Almost managed to take away that first place finish from Wolves, but unfortunately weren't able to do so. But still, in the grand scheme of things and the number of points that they're going to be taking into the bi-weekly finals, the difference between them being second and first, their Wolves are going to be able to take away 20 point something, and OUG going to be taking 18.5, something along those lines. So the difference is somewhat minimal in the grand scheme of things. However, those 2 points could end up making the difference, but we won't know until the finals. But that is gonna be our game at number 6, ladies and gentlemen. GG, the highlights of our 6th game, doing so well here, playing together, doing it. I mean, just playing to their strengths, playing to their team composition strengths. You know, we could talk about individual plays and very specific moments, but at the end of the day, it's hard to really do that without extreme analysis. And at the same time, it's just like you just see good NARAKA being played. Good teamwork, following up on each other, using their ultimates well at the right times, not like just jumping the gun and just wasting cooldowns unnecessarily, maximizing value, etc., and playing as a team. And that's all you can really ask from a trios team. A beautiful snice there though from GG's 330. I have to say at the end, he was on point with those bow shots, absolutely destroying XCG. Unfortunately for XCG, they just don't manage to make it in to the finals. They did a very good. They started off the day in 14th place with 37.8 points, and they definitely tried their heart out. They did a really solid job, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. And here we are. Our MVP of our game number 6 is going to be CJS, his 6th MVP of the split. And funnily enough, the most gold jades we've seen on a player all day.
2. Yeah, Overcomer and Octaslash. I think we did see Octaslash come out a little bit earlier in the day, or we did see the martial artist Jade from the Dual Halberds come out as well a couple of times, but very early on in the game, they didn't make it to the end circles, especially when you get clanked a lot at these end circles. But congratulations for the 6-time MVP, CJS, for Team GGE. What a phenomenal day. I'm so impressed. Like I say, at the end of every single day, NARAKA never ceases to amaze me because they keep putting on these phenomenal shows. They keep surprising me with new things, new elements. They change the game up. It's never old. It's never washed up. Every single time, new strats, new things, new comps. And it's always a good old blast. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw to an interview really quickly, and then we will be right back to close out the day.
Hi guys, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have LXM from the team GG to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 也是请李新淼先跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是GG战队的李新淼。
Okay, welcome. So you guys, like two of you, GG and OG, like taking control of today's game. So how do you feel about today's matchup? 今天有种积极和 OG 掌管了比赛的感觉啊。对于今天的比赛怎么去评价？
今天的比赛我们发挥的不是特别的好吧，然后回去的话可能还需要调整一下。
Okay, so for me, I think for today's game, we didn't perform very well. We will do some adjustment after today's game. Well, so like, how do you feel like when we getting more and more close to the big finals? 那其实越来越接近马上的最终的总决赛了，队伍会有怎么样不同的感觉呢？
我们队伍的话就是尽量去磨合嘛，因为我们现在又出了一套双面奶妈，然后加上那个水凉嘛，可能就需要更多的时间让我们去练习一下吧。
Okay, so for our team, we think we have to do better in the cooperation because now we have two new combinations, which is the double transformers and the Valda combination. So we want to do more practice for two of this. Okay, let's move on to our answer for treasure. So this time our question is, how many scores did Team GG get in Game 6? Well, so you mentioned about Valda's combinations. Why you like choose Valda in Trolls? 那其实刚刚也提到了水娘这个阵容怎么来的？为什么选择了水娘呢？
因为之前妖刀姬很容易被逼大招嘛，就换了水凉。水凉的大招可以保活，有20秒的存活时间嘛。
Okay, so because we think Yudo is not very strong so far because like she is really easy to use her ult, so we want to change it into Valda so that use V2 Valda, she can like make herself survive longer. Okay, so please count on the time. 李金马给我们倒计时一下吧。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot 忘了是吧？ Well, so how do you think the affection of the new combinations? 那今天用了水娘这套阵容之后下来，觉得效果如何呢？
感觉效果很好，但是就是我们因为玩的比较少嘛，导致会出现一些意外。其实这个英雄强度是很高的。
Okay, so I think it's pretty good, but for us, maybe we need more time to practice, because we like didn't use many times in the competitions. So sometimes we will make a little mistake or there will be some accidents in the game. Okay, so last bi-weekly final of Trolls, your team get the champion. And you said to Team Wolves something in the champion interview. So for this weeks, so far, Team Wolves is the first place of the regular games total point list. So anything you want to say to Wolves again? 那其实对于上一周的周决也是拿了一个周冠军嘛，当时在冠军采访里面的时候就喊话了成都狼队，目前成都狼队又是这个常规赛积分第一，有什么想对狼队说的吗？
希望狼队能打破这次的魔咒吧，积分赛第一的魔咒嘛。
Okay, so I hope Wolves can break the to break the things of the first place of the total point list. Oh, break the curse. Sorry, everyone. But for this time, you don't want to get the first place for the bi-weekly finals because you also have to face the Wolves and face the OUG in the bi-weekly finals. 那对于积极就不想去争一下冠嘛，马上在这个周决里面也是要面对狼队和 OUG 啊。
我们的目标肯定一直都是周冠，我们不用去理会别人，把自己做好就行。
Okay, so the bi-weekly final champion is always our only target. So we just want to do our best in the competition, and we don't want to think about the other teams. Okay, thank you for the interview. Thank LXM come to our interview. Just good luck for you guys for the following bi-weekly finals of Trills. 那也是谢谢李新淼来到我们的采访，希望在周决的比赛当中可以再取得更好的成绩、更好的运气，好吗？ Okay, that's all for today's interview. Bye bye, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and welcome back. Yes, welcome back. A lovely little interview with GG there. I have to say though, when he was asked about, is there anything you want to say to Wolves? Hopefully they can break their first place curse, I think is what he was saying. Hey, I mean, respect to the guy for saying, hey, go on, Wolves, you can do it. I hope the best for you guys. But our goal is still to come first, you know. The camaraderie between these teams and these players is definitely evident to see, which is always nice.
Yeah, it's great to see friendships and like friendly rivalries instead of beef in the NARAKA scene. You know, beef sometimes is warranted, like you having like healthy competition, but the friendly rivalries where your enemy's on the stage, but as soon as you get off the game, you guys are hugging, you're friends, you're happy. It's always so much better to see than, you know, stale afterthoughts of, you know, negative feelings towards your players, because at the end of the day, everybody's coming to this together. You know, it wouldn't be possible without every single one of these players, even the lower ranking players, even the players who don't go into the finals every week. They're still playing a huge important role in the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. Everything from the viewers to the casters to the fans to everything plays a role, and we could not do it without any of it. It's an all ecosystem, and it needs to, you know, flow together. And without that, we don't have the magic of the Pro League that we do right now. And it is very magical indeed, ladies and gentlemen, as we are getting to this final last burst of what we are doing for today. All of our games have been played. We're going to give you a little bit of a rundown of the standings, how the next couple of days are going to go in just a second. But Duncan, do you have any thoughts you might want to add about the day, of how you're feeling? Maybe some predictions after we take a look at these standings really quickly, though, to see 13 through 18, these are the teams that will not be qualified and not be going to the bi-weekly number 4 finals. Unfortunately, this will be the last chance for these teams to qualify for the finals, so they are no longer going to be playing in the bi-weekly finals. Some of these teams will have a chance to come back into the grand finals in the last chance qualifier. We do have the pre-finals as well for some of these teams, but the qualifying teams go as standing: 12th place JJH, 11th Alliance, 10th JDG, 9th DRG, 8 Bauda, and 7 Fun Plus Phoenix. And I'll let Duncan take it away for the top 6.
Yes, indeed. Looking at these middle 6, or the bottom 6 of the qualifiers, all well played. But the top 6, the heavy hitters, Wolves, OUG, KLA, JLGG, and TE. To be honest, I feel like these top 6 were somewhat favored and expected to be top 6, as we've seen that these teams come into the bi-weeklies, the previous bi-weeklies, and do extremely well. Only a few teams down below feel like they should have been there, you know. But this is going to be our bi-weekly finals group. Wolves, OUG, KLA, JL, GG, TE, FPX, Bowder, DRG, JDG, Alliance, and JJH. And those finals are going to be taking place on Sunday. Not tomorrow, but the day afterwards. Tomorrow, we have the bi-weekly solo finals. So make sure to catch that. That is definitely going to be exciting as well. But the trios won't be until the day after. But again, a quick reminder, the finals can go up to 8 games. There is a new ruling in play that if you don't know about yet, you haven't managed to catch any of the bi-weekly finals leading up to this point, a certain point threshold is set leading up to the finals. And then if a team reaches that point threshold, then the next game that they get an MVP, they will just straight up win the whole thing. So let's say the threshold is 74 points and a team reaches that threshold. If they were to then go in the next game and get an MVP, even if it's the 4th game of the series, they just win. It's just over. It's cooked. No more games, no nothing. That team wins. But time and time again, leading up to this in our bi-weekly finals, we still haven't had a series that's actually not gone quite a few games. You know, I think we did have an 8-game series last bi-weekly, no?
I
think it was,
solos
yeah.
Bi-weekly finals for bi-weekly 3. It was crazy. Spider got 30 points. He got 28 points in the first 2 games. And then game 3, he passed the 30-point threshold. Game 4, he was on match point by himself. It was so close to being 3 games and done. But we went there. Game 4, he was on match point, throws game 4. Doesn't get MVP game 5, doesn't get MVP game 6, doesn't get MVP game 7. Meanwhile, a bunch of other players, I think 4 or 5 other players, passed that 30-point threshold. So all of these 5 teams, if any of those 5 players MVP'd, they would have become the bi-week champions. And we had to go all the way to game 8 for Spider to MVP in game number 8. He could have done it in game number 3.
Yeah.
He ended up dragging us all out. We were all along for the ride. Creatives and I had a very good time casting that. And it was absolutely amazing. But one thing I did enjoy was casting alongside Dunkin' Donuts. It's been a while since we casted together, and it's been an absolute phenomenal time. Had a very great day with you guys. Thank you so much for watching. I've been Seb, and that has been Duncan. We thank you so much for watching and hope to see you again soon. Peace out, guys.
Take care.
请点一下赞。